to herself a wording. She saw the need for a friend indeed to all those deserving. She travels the world through your eyes. She listens and sometimes cries. She wants to know what makes you whole and cares without disguise. According to Lindsay, she welcomes you here. A laugh, a song, sometimes a tear, a friend, a foe, a stranger. Your life story, your moments of glory. You're sad, you're happy, your dreams and your worries. She wants to know the ins and outs of all of you here. According to Lindsay, according to Lindsay, she welcomes you here. A laugh, a song, sometimes a tear, a friend, a foe, a stranger. Your life story, your moments of glory. You're sad, you're happy, your dreams and your worry. She wants to know the ins and outs of all of you here. According to Lindsay, she wants to know what it is all about. According to Lindsay, oh, welcome here while we all just figure life out. So sit back and yak, smile and laugh, have a cup or two. Lindsay is coming on right now and she welcomes you. Let's hear life according to Lindsay. It started with a chat, just a few of us there, talking about life and the stuff we all share. From kids to chaos and the mess we make, we bonded over laughs and every mistake. From bad hair days to a joke or two, no topic was off limits, nothing taboo. We laughed till we cried, had each other's backs. A sisterhood formed in the middle of tracks. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. From late night texts to early morning calls, we've been through it all, big and small. From talking fashion to the crazy stuff, we got each other's backs when life gets tough. We send memes and pics of the day gone wrong and the occasional "can you believe this song?" We share everything, no secrets to keep, like a wild dream that we never want to sleep. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. From Tennessee, where the music plays, to sweet tea nights and lazy days. From England's hills to the country roads, our sisterhood's a bond that forever grows. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. Through the highs and the lows, we've been there. When the world feels heavy, we just don't care. We're loud, we're bold, we're a little bit wild, but always there for each other, with hearts so mild. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. So here's to the sisters who make life so sweet. We've got each other, no defeat. From the chat to the heart, it's all the same. We're a sisterhood forever in the friendship game. According to Lindsay, the eclipse is to blame, but truly the Lord brought us together and we'll never be the same. So here's to the sisters who make life so sweet. We've got each other, no defeat. From the chat to the heart, it's all the same. We're a sisterhood forever in the friendship game. According to Leanie, the eclipse is to blame. But truly the Lord brought us together, and we'll never be the same. From the highs and the lows, we've been there. When the world feels heavy, we just don't care. We're loud, we're bold, we're a little bit wild, but we're always there for each other with hearts so mild. Sisterhood at the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. So here's to the sisters who make life so sweet. We've got each other, no defeat. From the chat to the heart, it's all the same. We're a sisterhood forever in the friendship game. According to Lainey, eclipse is to blame. But truly the Lord brought us together, and never be the same.
Yep, Maggie, it is. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. I'll quit screaming now over the music. Lulu, where's everybody at? You're usually the one that tells us what chat to go to. So we kind of need to know. I guess Maggie's going to type from over there in the chat. The problem is that sometimes when we're all in when we're in a different chat, not everybody sees what you're saying. So listen, it's just the way we have to do it, you guys. Whenever we are doing these kind of lives where we're streaming other streams or bringing something up for us to take a look at, things like that, we have to stream from our StreamYard and from our YouTube. We don't have to, but I prefer doing it that way because that's how we find people like the sweet Gemma and Lisa and all of you good people who are new to the channel, Lisa and Lisa. That's how we end up finding you guys, because if we don't go YouTube live, you guys probably won't see us just on the StreamYard. Believe me, the numbers have shown it that, and it's not just about the views, but I believe that there are people that belong. That you just belong. You belong, and we truly are real friends here. I know some people say no, people aren't friends on the internet. That's not true. That's not true. I've been here for 2.5 years, and I've made some of the best. I mean, people I've known for years, I don't even talk to as much as I talk to the friends that I have made here. And that's the truth. And the people I've known for years definitely don't know about my life the way I know I can trust things that go on in my life with the people that I've met here, because they're the same type of women as me. They just need someone to talk to and someone to vent to that's not gonna judge me or nothing but uplifting. And sometimes when I need the truth, I'm not lying to you. Sometimes I go to them, I'm like, what about this, you guys? What do you guys think about this? And they're like, you fucked up, and you need to fix it. And you have a true friend when somebody doesn't, I mean, they're willing to tell you messed up, go fix it, rather than just blow smoke up your butt. I'd rather have a friend like that any day, because a lot of people don't want to tell you that because they're scared they're going to lose you. But me, that's why anybody asks my opinion, I'm like, you sure you want the truth? Because that's what you're fixing to get here. Hi, Jennifer. Good to see you, love bug. Thank you for coming in. We missed you.
Oh, yeah, we were wondering where you were.
All right, guys, listen, I wanted to give a big shout out to Lunch Lady. For the people that don't know, I haven't been around very long. I'm trying to give you a little bit of each in each little lie that helps you understand what we're about. All of our music was handwritten, you guys, not AI written. Lunch Lady, who's the manager of this channel, she keeps her grandbaby during the day. Her first grandbaby was born a little over a year ago. Isabel, we call her Izzy. Maggie calls her 11. And she got, when I first came on, I didn't know how to do anything. So I was just playing StreamYard's silly music. And Lunchy was like, I'm tired of this. I'm just gonna start writing the songs. And that was before everybody started writing songs through AI. So every word you hear, even though the song may not make sense to you, it's about the early days of the channel. And just things that we talked about, things that came up, like the eclipse and things like that. It all makes sense. But so shout out to Lunchy. I have got archives of music that she has written for this channel. And through the couple of years we've been together, life has changed. So some of them got put on the back burner that wouldn't make any sense to anybody. And then the ones that pertain to what we're doing now, that's the ones that we play right now. So shout out to our Lunchy. Y'all, she is a mountain woman. We pump sunlight into her every time we take her off the mountain. And but she's like Dolly Parton's daughter, y'all. She writes music. She's always like, you could give her a word and Homegirl could write a poem about that word. It is amazing what she does. So kudos to her for that, and still a big thank you always for the music that she writes here. And yeah, I forgot what else I was going to say, but that's par for the course.
Hit the like and subscribe. How about that?
Well, I'll say hit the like. I'm always going to keep my word that
I'll say
never ask it.
Subscribe. I was on my knees yesterday for 13. Oh, my knees all day.
Oh yeah. You had 13 new subscribers.
Yeah, but
and I didn't
know.
How many? You ended up getting a lot of views too.
Oh yeah, I got a lot of views. I was made up 400 and something. I posted it on your channel. Couldn't get over it, but it was going up and up. Then it was going down, then back up, then down all the time. It was great. I was so excited.
Usually it takes about 24 hours before you get the real count of it. So let me look at it real quick.
I never even looked. I haven't even, to be honest, thought about it. But anyway, so what's happening today, guys, is I'm on my account. So you'll be seeing me coming up as Maggie, right? But I just went back over to StreamYard and show as Lenny. So if you see me going in as Lenny in the lowercase, I'm just making a mistake. It's just trying to do it because I've done it from Lenny's account for so long that it's hard to try and do.
Yes, please.
Before the quote today, we have
I'm going to mute.
versus Lindsay Clancy. Miss Clancy is present.
Okay, we're going to mute this out just a minute. We know all about this. I want to read something really. We can get caught up with him if anything happens. First, good morning, Misty. Good to see you. But we want to check in on Jennifer really quick. I feel like that's most important. If we remember, Jennifer had to go in for a scan because I know she doesn't mind us saying it because she's the one that told us here. But I want to say Jennifer had a double mastectomy and had to go in for a scan. She said they did the scan of my lower extremities last week. This week, lower scan was clear. So praise God. Praise God.
Thank God, I'm made up.
Yep, God is good, and I'm just thrilled for you. I hope I said that right, exactly what was going on.
Must be a lovely feeling, mustn't it?
Yeah, and that you don't mind that I shared it once again on the channel, but we really do try. Listen, we tried keeping up with birthdays. That was a fluke. I couldn't get it. Now the mods are really good about birthdays. I'm terrible. But we tend not to forget. At least one of us will remember, hey, someone's going in for surgery today, or hey, somebody's just getting out of the hospital, or remember these tests. One of us are really good at remembering it. And I always want to be that way because it's important. It is important, but I'm so happy for you. I really, really am. And I pray the upper comes out just as good. Just as good. God is really good to his people. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Obviously, court went back into when we see that little. Unless Maggie, did you just stop it?
I haven't stopped it at all.
Okay.
Love now.
So they're at sidebar or something. Once again, Swanee, there was one trial we watched. It felt like they were doing sidebars every 5 minutes, but that was the longest one. This is the second longest sidebar. It's kind of like everybody forgot to sign papers or something. So, and this is a weird trial to me, you guys. This is probably the most unfulfilled trial, if you understand what I mean. Like, I feel like we're missing so many parts that. And I know we haven't gotten through all of it yet, but you guys, we are getting through this really fast. I mean, those witnesses are up there and down there just like that. But I still feel like there's so much more that I, as a prosecutor, would have pulled out. I would want it. Look, if I want to prosecute her for murder, I would definitely find out about their marriage. And yes, I would be spilling all the trash, all of it, because that matters. If you are in a place of some kind of unrest with your spouse and you're already having some kind of mental anguish going on, that could throw you over the edge. And that could be one of the reasons as well that we've got 3 kids today, 6 feet under. So, and I don't mean that, I don't mean that harshly, but that's just the way that I talk. And I try to be sensitive, you guys, but man, I mean, I don't know what to say. I don't have any excuses. I try to be sensitive. I try to use my filters, and some days I'm good at it, and some I'm really, really bad, really bad. But that's where we're at, right, Maggie? I mean, don't you feel like they're just pushing them up there and pushing them down? And
yeah,
like
it's
so
I
much.
just can't, it doesn't seem right. It seems so different. It seems like they asked them a question that they should delve into. Like they're just taking their answer. Oh, okay, you haven't got your notes. Okay, next question. It's just, I mean, that guy yesterday had to go. Was like, what? Did you not check your notes? I thought, oh, here we go. There's a bit of oomph.
Yeah,
It's
but
so
why
flat.
only that guy though? Why?
That's what
why
I'm
only,
saying.
yeah.
It's so flat. Nothing's
Uh-huh.
getting mentioned. It's like they're just picking up on certain things, and that's the end of it. It's not all coming out.
No, and how are you supposed to be a jury and really make a vital decision like this without like all the information? Gemma said, I watched a good bit of his testimony earlier. I have major doubts about the relationship now than before. Me too. Really, really. And you know, I'm trying to hold out, you guys, but I'm being all, when it comes to trials, I get all judgy with everything. I'm like, oh my God, I think she's guilty. Oh my God, now I understand her. I don't think she's guilty of that. Oh my God, that just came out, like she's guilty again. So now I'm back to, no, girlfriend, you premeditated this, okay? Because even those in chat who have dealt with psychosis before says that you can plan something out when you're in psychosis. And that psychologist that was on the stand yesterday said some people can, some people can't. Well, we don't know if she can or she can't, but it sure sounds like she could, because you guys remember, she's the one that pulled up in the map how long it would take to get from CVS to the restaurant to back home. What do you need to know that for? I've never done that before. Honey, I need you to go pick up this and this, please, and then run to the computer or before then and type in how long that's going to take to do. You know what I mean? So you're either obsessive with everything they're doing, and believe me, I lived in that type of relationship, and thank God we didn't have the internet where that could be used against me. Or she was doing it for one reason, and that was to see how much time she has to commit this crime. That's where I'm at right now, you guys. Now, do I think that she doesn't have any, I believe that she is mentally ill. Absolutely. I mean, look, you're either really, really evil, like the devil's cousin or brother, to be able to murder your children, or you are severely mentally ill. And that is especially, I'm coming from a mother, and I'm not being a feminist. I am not a feminist whatsoever. I call it as I see it, and I don't care what's hanging between your legs. What I'm saying is for a mother to kill children that she grew inside her. Listen, that baby is the only person that has ever heard the heartbeat from the inside of the mother. I mean, you're connected through cord and through blood and through every vital thing that keeps that baby alive. To be able to kill your own child, I mean, it's to me, it's unfathomable. I can't get it, but it happens. So, what do you guys think about that? I mean, are you guys at a different place? Has what we heard all last week during testimony, have you guys, have you flipped at all? Have you been like, oh, she was guilty. Wait, she's not guilty of, we know she's guilty of murder. We got that. We're talking about, was it malice murder, or was it due to doctors who have over medicated her, or from her illness? So my question is, has any of your views changed just in the last week? Because I've changed twice, 2 times, y'all. I mean, I feel like that's a record already for me. That's a record. Let's see. Lou says her plan would have made, wait a minute. Her plan would have all made sense in her illness-addled mind. Voices probably helped, prompted her too. Lisa says she got extremely OCD and controlling. Yeah, I picked up on that right away because I'm your OCD girl too. Oh, it's gotten a lot better though, a lot better on the right medications. I mean, I'm never going to be perfect. I'm still going to have my problems, but I did pick up right away. I'm not so OCD that I'm controlling. Like, it's not over anybody's life. It's over my house. It's over cleaning. It's over that kind of a thing. Like cleaning, it's like cleaning in the yard, in the house, in the car, like those things. Like everything I can control. That's what I'm OCD about. Lou says her plan would have made, okay, we got that. I thought I heard something about voices. Lisa Dodson says, yeah, remember, she claimed that the reason why she killed the kids when she did it is because the male voice in her head told her, this is your chance. This is the last chance you're going to get to go along and kill the kids and then kill yourself, because she was left alone, you know. So supposedly she's the one that brought it up, and that's what they're claiming, that male voice. Misty says, I'm still thinking she was mentally ill and tormented, exacerbated by the cocktail of drugs. Something was going on at home and tipped her over the edge. Interesting. Because see, I'm still right there with you a little bit on that, Misty. That's why I'm just like, listen, if I'm the prosecutor, I'm digging all into their marriage. I am, because you could look at it 2 ways, right? So if she finds out that her husband's having an affair and they're having all kind of problem, blah blah blah, did she actually decide to take her children lives? Hey. And then take her own because that she thinks would be the ultimate jab and most painful thing she could do to her husband? Or was she having all these problems at home and it just pushed her over the edge because she was already mentally going there? You see what I'm saying? It could, I mean, maybe that's why the prosecution's keeping it out, because maybe the defense could say, no, she was already going there, and be able to prove it in a sort of way. Or at least put doubt in the jury's head. They don't have to prove jack. Lulu says, I think it was all a mixture of being unwell. The effects of so many different psychotropic meds, pressure, being overwhelmed is a perfect storm. Yes. Yeah. Thrown in a husband, dad, not catching on or ignoring. Yes. I think the defense would go after Patrick. Should they? I mean, I don't mind saying it. I think he's guilty of something.
Me too. I don't think he should be walking away scot-free.
No. And I'm not talking about if he did anything against their marriage. That's their marriage. That's their business.
Yeah.
They're not on trial for that. But he definitely, he let his kids down. And
He
there
should
has
have
to
dragged
be,
her to a hospital.
yeah, exactly. I think I'm always going to say it. Yeah. No, I don't think. No. He should have got his kids out of that house away from her, or got her out of the house. Your choice. I don't care. He neglected his kids, and so did her parents, and so did his parents. Hi, Michael. Yeah, if you can prove her husband cheated, then she'd be dead in the water for sure, especially if she ever admitted that she knew her husband was cheating, like if there's a phone call or a diary. Well, that's interesting that you should say that, because there is diaries. We
It
know that
is,
she
yeah.
kept notes on the phone. On her phone, she kept notes. And then yesterday, the diary came up, right? They were reading some things out of the diary. So I guess maybe that's why they're not delving into it. But I mean, if I was the prosecution and I really believed this to be a malice murder, like murder one, then that's where I'd be going. That's where I'd take it to. I would turn this into, I mean, that's her job, right? Right. But and it very well could have happened. Is she going to admit to it? No. But that's for the jury to decide if she's lying or not. Or maybe busy with something else, maybe. Misty says, I think defense is gunning for the medics. Do you? Oh, you mean you mean like the doctors and stuff that prescribe all that stuff? Yeah, I think the defense is just I think we're gonna see some ugly stuff and hear some real snarky remarks, definitely. Elisa says she admitted her murders. That's right. That's right. She told enough people how she felt, Misty said. Misty's defense is gunning for everyone if it helps them. Yeah. Look, I've seen him I've seen the defense and the prosecution going at each other in the pre-trial hearings, and where the judge got pissed off too, and he's like, knock it off. Like, just stop. So both of them have, they have some of that in them. Michael says it was definitely a little neglectful on his part to try not to take the kids to the grandparents' house until she was stable enough to actually watch them. He should have known that she was unfunctional. Yeah, no, I don't think it's the only thing I disagree with. He could have let the little part out, because he has to take the responsibility. Had he taken the kids out of the house, they would be alive today. No offense, but they would.
I mean, he started working from home so he could be there. He knew the way she was. As soon as them words, I'm thinking about harming the kids. I'm sorry, I'd be terrified whether she'd do it or not. I'd have to get the kids out. I'd be terrified. And I'd say to her, since you said that to me, I am not leaving the kids and you on your own. It's not happening.
Yep. And Lisa, that's a good point. The whole house sounded sleep deprived. Yeah. And but Michael, I'm welcome, honey. I'm glad you're here. Are you, if you're a male, Michael. If you're a male, I'm really glad you're here and giving us your
Michael was here with us the other day, Lee, I think. It was you, Michael, wasn't it? That was in with us the other day.
That's good. That's good. You're not going to be, listen, I'm not a feminist or anything. I look at both sides, and I just think the whole system failed the kids. She is the one that killed her children, but her parents, his parents, they all knew that she had said the words.
Played a part, yeah.
Yep. Everyone played a part.
Many people.
Every one of them had a hand in the kids' death, because that was preventable. It may not have been preventable for her to, I mean, because he could have been down in the basement. She could have thrown herself out the window. I mean, but the kids' part, everybody needs to take responsibility for that, because they all felt those kids, every one of them. Michael says it might be timing thing. Prosecution might have that already or might be waiting for the right time to surprise the jury. I wasn't here whenever Patrick was let off the stand. Did they tell him he was free to go, or that he is subject to recall? Anybody know?
I'd be wrong to tell you that because I missed a lot of it because I was chatting. So
Yeah,
I don't know. Does anyone here, if he's done with now or what?
Yeah, does anybody remember? Because I'd be curious if he was, because if they say he's free to go, then he's not coming back to the stand.
If we don't find out at the end of this, we can go back and listen. Just get him up to the end of his whatever. Yeah,
it's probably good to relive that one. Carol Welcome says, I hope she gets life in prison. I do too. Listen, this is too much like Andrea Yates, and listen, old Rusty Yates, the husband. I have a problem with calling a 50-year-old man Rusty, but okay, whatever. You know, he didn't take any responsibility either, and he knew. Not only did he not take any responsibilities for the deaths of his children, but he made it very clear to her that they were to still have children, even though he knew every one of her pregnancies were causing her even more from
the second, wasn't it? A second child it started.
From every child that they had together was causing her more mental instability, and he just it was their religion and God. And I'm not saying God can't fix people, don't get me wrong. Look, I'm a believer, okay, but God also gave us our own will. God gave us we make our own decisions. God gave us wonderful doctors and medication to help us get better when we can't do it for ourselves. And you're allowed to utilize all of that in even religion, you know. So using religion, like you know, the Turpin children try to use, and then the kids out of Ohio right now, it's all going to come out that they were indoctrinated into a certain religion, or many put together, and that's the way they were. No. I'm not falling for that crap anymore. I mean, that goes all the way back further than, if you guys remember the Jones case. What was it, where they all drank the Kool-Aid and killed themselves? Listen, for centuries, people been doing some very harmful things. What about the Branch Davidian or division? The Branch Davidian in Waco, Texas. You guys, it was all a cult. It was that religious thing, you know. So there are definitely people that could easily be swung by that, and it's really, really sad because it's brainwashing. It really is, and it's sad. Dolores says Patrick worked at home. He knew what was going on. Right.
Yeah.
That's exactly right.
That's why he worked from home.
Misty says, exactly. I wouldn't say, oh, well, you haven't made any plans, or okay. And how many people said that to her, Misty? Her husband said he wasn't worried because she could. So she tells them, you know, I think about killing myself, and there are times I think about harming the children. And instead of, oh my God, like that serious, like, let me get you some help. I love you. We love our kids. Like, let's just get some help. Call mom, do you want to switch out houses? Like, we'll go there. You come here and be with the kids. Like, I got to get Lindsay some help. No.
I'd say, Lindsay, since you've told me that, I've got to get them kids. I can't leave the kids here, and you must understand that.
And we've got to protect you and the kids. And instead, they say his first question was, what plan do you have? Or what's your plan? Do you have a plan? That's the last thing I would ask anybody. Well, not only did he ask her that, so did the suicide hotline said that she was not eligible for any more care, as in getting an ambulance to come out to her and take her to a psychiatric hospital. She did not meet the qualifications of someone who was serious about suicidal ideation. I'm talking too fast without teeth. Y'all just must know, okay, yes, I'm going through midlife crisis. I had all my teeth pulled. It's a thing. Don't ask. I've got problems, all right? Anyways, so just her picking up a phone to call a suicide hotline did not wasn't reason enough to send an ambulance to check her out or take her to a hospital to get evaluated. No, because she didn't have a plan, like, okay, I'll go and shoot myself, or I'll do this, or I'll do that to take my own life. Because there was no plan in action, she didn't qualify for that. That's what she was told by the suicide hotline. Not only was she told by the suicide hotline that, she was also told that in the emergency room. So she was told 3 times by 3 different people, asked that same question, well, do you have a plan? And because she didn't have a plan, she was not eligible to be put into a psych ward. That don't make a lick of sense to me. I mean, isn't the act alone of trying to get help? You end up in an emergency room, you call the suicide hotline, you speak it to your husband. Wouldn't that be enough for you to say, honey, you don't even have to have a plan of action. Don't you worry about it. I got you. And I got my kids. And them kids would be out of there. They'd be out of there. It infuriates me. So yeah, every one of them, look in the mirror. You may not have taken your children and your grandchildren's life by your own hand, but by your decisions. That was another reason why they're gone today, and you need to take responsibility for it. And I think people should listen, if we just made it in a lot of states, in the US, if you murder somebody and she's so many weeks pregnant, you're charged with 2 murders.
Yeah.
So tell me why. I'm not saying that Patrick should be charged with murder. I'm not saying the grandchildren parents should be charged with murder. What about neglect of his children? That's the charge. But now, no. He's happily married. You know, he's living his best life up in New York, Manhattan. You know, he got him a deluxe apartment up in the sky, got him a new family, just had a newborn baby boy. You know, he's living his best life. Okay. It just angers me. Go ahead. All right, are we back in?
Yeah.
Oh, Michael, that's so nice of you. I've been here 5 or 6 times, watching you guys. Your court case is very sensitive. Oh, that's so kind. Thank you so much. I've been out a lot. Poor Maggie's been dragging this alone. Thank you for the jewels, you guys. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate you guys. All right, let's.
All right, thank you. All right.
Yes, Ms. Clancy.
Yeah, what we're going to do at this point, Ms. Clancy, my understanding is that you, through counsel, have offered to stipulate to certain facts that would be introduced during the course of this trial. So what I want to do is just ask you a series of questions to make sure that you understand the effect of stipulating to these facts. So I'm going to just ask you some brief questions at this point. And then we'll kind of
my God.
So, if you could swear Ms. Clancy in, please.
Is she going to plead guilty? I mean, is she going to plead?
Oh my God.
All right, Ms. Clancy, I have been shown a list or a summary of stipulations that's been marked as exhibit or J for identification. So it's my understanding that you are requesting or offering to stipulate to certain facts. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And before I accept that, I got to ask you some questions, make sure that your decision to do so is voluntary, that you understand the consequences. So I'm going to ask you some questions. If at any time you need to speak to Mr. Reddington, or you have any questions or have problems understanding what I'm saying, just let me know, okay? Do you understand that the Commonwealth, in this case, is required to prove each and every element of the case against you beyond a reasonable doubt? Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You understand that there are certain facts that could be introduced during the course of the trial that would might support the Commonwealth's position regarding those elements. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And you understand that by signing the stipulation, you're agreeing that the Commonwealth does not have to prove these certain facts that are contained in the stipulation. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And do you understand by signing or going along with that stipulation, you are basically relieving the Commonwealth of its burden to prove those certain facts. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right, is that what you want to do at this point?
Yes.
All right. Have you gone over this stipulation or the summary of the stipulations with Attorney Reddington?
Yes, I have.
All right. Need any more time to do that?
No, thank you.
All right. No, by entering into this stipulation, you're giving up some important rights. So I kind of want to go over those with you at this time. To understand, by law, you're presumed to be innocent of each charge against you, and you do not have to prove your innocence. All right. So instead, at trial, the Commonwealth, as I said to you before, has the burden of proving you are guilty of each element of the charges against you. And by entering into this stipulation, you're giving up your right to force the Commonwealth to prove the facts that are contained in these stipulations. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You also, at trial, where we are now, you have the right to confront the witnesses that would testify about these facts. And by entering into this stipulation, you're giving up that right with respect to these stipulated facts. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You also, if you wanted to, could call your own witnesses at the trial to contest these stipulated facts if you want to. You understand you'd be giving up that right by entering into this stipulation.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You also, at trial, have the right to remain silent and cannot be forced to testify at this. You understand, by entering into this stipulation, you're giving up in a limited way that right with respect to just those facts.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Are you doing this willingly and voluntarily?
Yes, I am.
All right. Has anyone forced you or threatened you to enter into this stipulation?
No, Your Honor.
Have you had enough time to talk to counsel about this?
Yes, I have.
All right. Are you? All right. I make the following findings. I find that Ms. Clancy is knowingly, intelligently, voluntarily, and willingly entered into the stipulation of the facts that are contained and summarized in Exhibit J for identification. I find that she is competent to enter into this stipulation. I find she understands the consequences of entering into this stipulation. So accordingly, I now accept the proposed stipulation of facts. Thank you.
I just would like, Your Honor, for the record, to again reiterate the fact that we have not been contesting the government's case in chief, if you will, have been agreeing to evidence, and this stipulation basically relieves the government of having to bring in dozens, if not more, witnesses to prove chain of custody of blood, fluids, the bands, DNA, all of that. Rather than have days of testimony, this stipulation will avoid that. So that's why we're stipulating to it.
All right. All right. Commonwealth, anything else you want to add? Okay. All right. So, like I said, I have made those findings. I'm going to accept the stipulation that Ms. Clancy has agreed to and that the parties have agreed to, consistent with J for identification. Counsel, are we ready for the jury then? Any further?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Yes.
All right. Why don't we bring the jury in?
So go ahead.
All right, I'm just stopping it right there while the jury's coming in. Nobody's talking right now. They'll stand up as soon as the jury gets in there. Let me just make sure really, really quick. You guys are right. So it sounds like what she was stipulating to, she is just agreeing that, yes, those were the bands that she used. Yes, the blood that they collected, that is all correct. That's what they're standing for the jury, or they're going up for another sidebar. So the stipulation from what I just took from her lawyer saying is that she agrees that they do not need to bring the bands into court and show them in court. Because those are exactly the weapons that she used against her children. They do not need to discuss her blood and her urine analysis because she believes, she is agreeing that yes, that's her blood and urine. And she agrees with everything that the Commonwealth is saying was found in her blood. In other words, she doesn't want all of us to know what medications was inside her blood. That leads me to one thing. if that's the case, and I believe that is the case, we'll have to go back through and listen to it again. Maybe during lunchtime, we'll listen to exactly what the lawyer said. There's only one reason for her. I understand not wanting to see the bands that she killed her children with. I could understand that. But the blood tells me one thing. Remember yesterday when we were talking about the pills and we were saying, remember somebody had said that the pills and stuff, there's no telling what all she had in her system that she had taken herself. And remember, I was like, what? So the jury's coming in right now. That's what's happening. Remember, I was like, what made her code twice? Because her injuries alone would not have made her code. It had to have been what was given her. And the nurse was saying, well, it's because we couldn't keep her blood pressure from going down. And she had lost a lot of blood. She was anemic. You guys, there was not enough blood around and in that house for her to be anemic. So she was,
No.
what says you, Maggie?
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
So she's just stipulating to everything. She's like, I agree with the Commonwealth about this. We don't want to hear it. We don't want to talk about it. Leave those witnesses out. Don't bring them in. Don't bring the doctors in. I agree. That's exactly what happened. But she doesn't want us to know what all she put in her system herself. That's the only thing I can think of. Why not? Anemia from birth could be. I mean, I have
She's
anemia.
already seen the bands. The bands got brought up with the clothes.
Yep, she doesn't want to talk about it at all.
There we go.
Weather for us, Oprah. It was nice for you coming in here today. So what I'm going to do is ask you those questions, as I always do, and then I'll go over a little bit the schedule, and then we'll return to the Commonwealth's case. All right. So the first question, everybody's probably got it memorized by now anyway, but let me ask it. Has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial? All right. Last question, is there any other matter, serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? Again, thank you for following those instructions. Now, in regards to the schedule, if you remember, I said yesterday that sometimes we have to adjust on the fly, and that's going to be my call. Well, we may have to do that a little bit, all right? So today, we're going to go through some cases. Now, we may break a little bit early today, all right? And then tomorrow, there is a matter I'm going to have to talk to counsel pretty much in the afternoon. So the thought is tomorrow, the plan for you should be pretty much 9 to 1, all right? And then in the afternoon, I'm going to deal with counsel in regards to some other issues that will, I believe, keep this case going well on track, and that's kind of where we are. So I just kind of wanted to give you that update. So that's, like I said, the best we could do. Give you as much notice in regards to that, but you will not, I say we, you will not be sitting here tomorrow afternoon. We may be and so with that, what we're going to do is continue with the Commonwealth's case. We're going to go back. Commonwealth, call your next witness, please.
Thank you. The Commonwealth would call Christina Carpio.
Can you stop right there and raise your right hand to the front, please?
It's on the credit, the testimony.
Step, please.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
All right. Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
Christina Carpio.
And can you spell your last name for the record?
C-A-R-P as in Peter, I-O.
And what do you do for work?
I am a general surgeon trained in trauma and critical care.
And where do you currently work?
I'm hired by Brigham, but I work at South Shore Hospital.
Can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
I completed medical school and then went to general surgery residency for 5 years at Columbia Presbyterian. I then did 2 additional years of trauma and surgical critical care at Yale. And then I've been working for Brigham and South Shore Hospital since 2016.
And explain to us how it is that you work for both Brigham and South Shore Hospital as a trauma surgeon.
Brigham has many physicians of all specialties who are at South Shore Hospital. At one point, I think there was a merger attempted between the 2 institutions. Either way, my salary comes from Brigham, but I work only at South Shore Hospital.
Okay, so that was kind of my follow-up question. Generally, your day-to-day work is at the South Shore Hospital in Weymouth?
That's correct.
And what kind of hospital, or what level hospital, trauma level hospital is the South Shore Hospital?
A level 2.
And so if there are cases that come in that need more acute care, are they generally sent over to a hospital in Boston like the Brigham?
Yes, depending, sometimes we get input from the subspecialists to guide that decision.
And as far as your role as a trauma surgeon, do you actually do surgeries at the South Shore Hospital?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to draw your attention to January 24th of 2023. Were you working at the South Shore Hospital that day?
Yes.
And what was your role that day?
I was the on-call surgeon. I was physically in the hospital working.
At some point in the evening hours, were you advised that a patient was being transported to the South Shore emergency room as a level 1 trauma?
Yes.
And so when you are advised of that level of trauma, or you're advised of a critical patient coming into the emergency department, what do you do?
There are guidelines for how quickly we have to be present in the emergency room. Because I'm also operating, at times I may be in the operating room when that notification happens.
So in this particular case, when a patient, a female patient by the name of Lindsay Clancy was coming into the emergency department, were you able to go down to the emergency department as part of the assessment team?
Yes.
And who were you working with from the emergency department in this case?
Dr. Kelly McDonough.
Now, is that a common thing that you collaborate with the emergency room doctors or nurses and technicians in a situation like this?
Yes.
Did you have information that came in through the EMS or the paramedics about the nature of the patient's condition?
I recall that we were told it was a fall of unclear mechanism from a height of about 20 feet.
And were you advised that there was the possibility of maybe neurological deficits or some serious spinal injury?
Yes.
And as a result of that information, did that inform your trauma assessment?
It was already activated as a level 1. That's the highest mechanism when there is concern for a height from a certain level, a fall from a height of a certain level, and with possible neurological injury.
So were members of the neurology department also part of that trauma assessment team?
No.
Okay. As far as your assessment, did you go and physically see the patient, make observations?
Yes.
And did you observe her in the emergency department to be intubated?
Shortly after arrival, she was intubated.
So that was done by the staff at South Shore Hospital, to your knowledge?
Yes.
And did you observe injuries to her neck and her wrists?
Yes.
Did you evaluate those to determine whether they needed an immediate surgical intervention?
Yes.
Did they?
No, they were superficial.
And as far as additional tests to assess whether there's any other surgical intervention that's needed, are you aware that CT scans were ordered?
Yes.
And are you aware what areas of the body they were ordered for?
We did a pan scan, which means we scanned the head, the neck, the chest, and the abdomen, pelvis.
As far as your physical observations of the patient, did you observe any obvious injuries to her head area, like abrasions, contusions, fractures?
There were lacerations to her neck.
Okay, but as far as the rest of her head or around her, like
Not
skull
obvious.
or
No.
face? And so when those CT scans were done, were you able to review the information that came from them?
Yes.
And as far as those CT scans, you're aware that there was a head CT scan or 2 head CT scans, one with contrast and one without.
Mhm.
And were you aware that the findings, were there no definite acute intracranial findings on the non-contrast enhanced head CT?
Yes.
And there were no significant findings on the contrast head CT, correct?
The head CT with contrast was what we call an angiogram head and neck. So it's ordered in two parts and has two reports. At the time of the documentation that was performed, we had the report back on the head section, but the neck was not completed at that time.
Okay. Was there eventually a completed angiogram of the neck area at South Shore Hospital?
The images were done, the report was completed. I don't know the timeline of when the report came in compared to when the patient was transferred.
So as far as your initial assessment in that trauma assessment period, or that wasn't information you had available to you about the neck findings, correct?
The angio neck findings, correct.
Okay. And that's different from other CT scans on the cervical spine and other areas of the spine. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. As the trauma surgeon evaluating this case, did you identify that there were some serious spinal injuries to the cervical and thoracic areas?
Yes.
Did any of those require you to intervene with surgical intervention?
No.
Do you recall making note that while in the emergency department, the patient became hypertensive and that she was identified as being hypothermic to 82.1 degrees?
I remember that she was hypothermic when I reviewed my documentation. The two numbers I saw in my note were normal values of blood pressure, not high values, not hypertension.
Okay. If I may approach you just with one of the pages from the notes, read your review. You could just tell me if I'm misinterpreting.
Oh, no problem. Which part?
It's towards the bottom, the second to last paragraph.
Oh, she was hypotensive, which means low blood pressure, different from hypertension, which is high blood pressure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, not at all.
But as far as the hypothermic, that you recall that she was at a very low core body temperature.
Yes, that's correct.
And do you know what was done to raise her body temperature?
We raised the temperature in the trauma room to be able to raise her body temperature. That's usually our first line of intervention.
And do you also have available to you at the South Shore Hospital what's called a bear hugger or some sort of blanket or wrappings that you can wrap around an individual to try to get their body temperature up?
Yes, we have that.
And at some point, her body temperature did come up to 95.2 degrees, correct?
Yes.
And based on your observations of her, did anything change about those lacerations that you observed once her body temperature was up that warranted some surgical intervention of those injuries?
No.
What was the ultimate recommendation for the care of this patient?
She had complex fractures in her spine at the thoracic level. We conferred with our neurosurgery colleague who was on call, who recommended transfer to a tertiary hospital.
And so where did this patient go?
Brigham.
Now, you identified that your hospital is a level 2 trauma, correct?
Yes.
After fully reviewing this patient, did you agree that this was a level 1 trauma situation?
Yes.
Are you able to do surgical intervention for these particular injuries that you observed on this patient at South Shore Hospital?
The spinal injuries require input from our neurosurgical team.
And there was none available to you at the South Shore Hospital?
We did contact the on-call neurosurgeon. Because we are a level 2 trauma center, they are not required to be physically present in the hospital, but they were immediately available and they can remotely review images.
So I guess my question is, why didn't you do any surgeries regarding those injuries at South Shore Hospital? Why did you recommend the care to a tertiary hospital?
The complex level of spinal injuries was deemed necessary for transfer by our neurosurgery colleague.
Okay, thank you.
Reddington.
Morning.
Good morning.
Just a few questions. So South Shore Hospital, and you made reference to as being a trauma hospital, and the injuries suffered by Lindsay were level 1. Is that what it was?
Yes, that's correct.
That would be the highest level. Is that right?
Yes.
As far as risk or concern of the person's safety and health and survival.
Yes.
What time, if you remember, what time approximately was she admitted to South Shore Hospital?
The word admission means that she would have remained there as a patient, so she was never formally admitted.
Okay.
For the time that she was brought in by EMS, I would have to refer to that information from the record.
Do you have an idea as to how long she was at your hospital?
Likely several hours, but again, I would have to see the specifics in the charts of there's documentation
Right.
with EMS for arrival and for when transfer occurred to Brigham.
Okay. And at some point, it was decided that she would be transferred to Boston, right?
Yes.
Brigham and Women's Hospital.
Yes.
And it was decided by someone that they weren't going to put her in an ambulance for that transport, right?
I would have to look at the record for what was the method of transfer to Brigham.
Do you know how she was transferred? By helicopter? Med flight?
I don't know, because MedFlight MedFlight covers 2 modes of transportation: MedFlight ambulance and MedFlight helicopter.
Do you know that she was med flight helicopter to Boston?
I don't know that.
And the time that she left was after you all had provided the treatment that you were able to provide to Lindsay as a patient, right?
Yes.
And you reached the end of your rope. She had to be transferred because she needed immediate high-level medical care, right?
She needed higher level of care. Yes.
Higher level of care. And as a result, she was then brought to Brigham and Women's Hospital. Now, the treatment that you had given would include raising her, apparently, temperature, I guess, because she came in at a low temperature, right?
Yes.
And did you use IV fluids?
I would have to check the record, but that is a
Did
common
she-
intervention.
So your memory would be that you believe that you used IV fluids, but you'd have to have me get out of the box and check the record to ask that question, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. It didn't really work out very well, though, did it? Because you know that when she was brought to Boston, after all of the time that she was treated at your hospital, she was still core temperature of 82 when she hit Brigham and Women's.
No, I'll allow it if she knows.
I did not look at the medical record from another institution. I only reviewed my note from South Shore Hospital.
Did you know that your patient had coded shortly after being brought to Brigham and Women's Hospital?
No.
Did you know that she had to have massive transfusions right after being brought to the hospital in Boston?
No.
Did anybody in South Shore Hospital make a determination that she had lost a lot of blood?
The EMS report did not share that there was a large volume of blood at the scene. She was evaluated part of her CAT scans also help us evaluate for intra-abdominal blood loss.
Okay, so when you raise the issue of the EMS, that would be the ambulance, right?
Yes.
And their report, their run sheet, they prepare, right? That's what you're talking about, right?
There's verbal report from EMS when a patient is brought in, and also the run sheet of the details.
Okay. And when the people from the EMS came in, did they speak to you about the verbal report?
They address the entire room, so all the staff in the room is available to hear the details.
And you're able to look at the run sheet, correct?
No, the run sheet is not always immediately available.
So did the EMTs, to your knowledge, as a treating surgeon physician in the trauma center, tell you that there was blood loss?
Not to my recollection.
Did anyone tell you that at the scene where she was being treated after coming out of the window and striking the ground, that there was blood on the snow and on the leaves and in the grass?
I cannot recall if they commented on that.
Is that important for you to know if there's blood loss on a patient?
If there is a large volume of blood loss, yes, the EMS will routinely comment on a patient being found.
Yeah, but that's the EMS. You're the surgeon, right?
That is correct, sir, yes.
Yeah, and one of the things would be blood pressure, right? What the person's blood pressure is, correct?
Yes.
And she had, if I understand your testimony correctly, low blood pressure.
She initially, when she came in, the note has a normal blood pressure, and then after intubation, her blood pressure dropped.
Okay. Do you know what caused the blood pressure to drop?
There were several factors at play. As we discovered from her CAT scan, she had an injury to her spinal cord in the thoracic region that very commonly causes issues with maintaining your blood pressure.
And do you know what her blood pressure was? I mean, if you don't, that's fine. You need the records.
Blood pressure at which point?
At the point I'm asking you about, when you noted that she had low blood pressure.
No, I don't remember how hypotensive she was, no.
As far as being hypertensive, did you know that when she finally hit the Boston hospital that she had massive transfusion of blood?
I thought I asked and answered.
Oh, did you?
You asked me before and I answered that no, I did not know that.
Okay. So how about, did you know that they introduced pleural tubes in both sides of her chest and removed many, many cc's of blood from both the right and left pleural cavity?
No, I just object to the line of question. The witness has already indicated she hasn't reviewed those records. She's not aware of what happened at the Brigham. Go through each and every injury is not as.
Oh, she can answer that.
No, I do not know that about the patient when she was not at South Shore Hospital.
How about the superficial cuts that you were talking about? Would you suggest or would you agree that on the right ulnar area and the left ulnar area of the upper extremities, right and left, that there were a deep cut noted in the skin?
The notes about her wrist injuries said that it was through the skin with exposed fat, but there was no exposed muscle or tendon. So
Okay.
those are more superficial.
So you would not agree that they were deep cuts on both arms? You wouldn't agree with that?
No, I would not.
And again, you're not aware of anything that was diagnosed in Brigham and Women's Hospital, right?
That is correct.
As far as the injury to her spine, what kind of injury was it? Do you remember?
It was at thoracic level T5, T6.
And what type of injury was there to the spine?
The report said that the stability of the pattern of it indicated that there was instability of the spine, which is why we conferred with the neurosurgeon.
Right. And nothing much came out of that either, as far as conferring with the neurosurgeon, right?
I'm not sure what you mean by nothing much came of
Well, you
that.
didn't show up to come to the hospital, right?
We didn't. I'm not sure.
Okay, the spine was transected at T5, T6, right?
The team, or rather the input you would need for further commentary on the spine would be a neurosurgery team. I am not a neurosurgeon. I am a general surgeon.
So you're not aware of the transection. You know what a transection is, don't you?
Yes.
Okay. And on your CAT scans or on your pictures that you were describing for the jury with no problem for the DA, did you notice that the spine was transected at T5 and T6?
There was compression of the bones. I would have to specifically look at the report to see if it used the word transection.
Okay, how about a thyroid? Did you notice anything about a thyroid?
It said that there was edema at the thyroid, concern for contusion or laceration.
And that's the extent of your knowledge. You don't know whether or not the thyroid was destroyed or anything, do you?
Correct.
Okay. How about her ribs? You notice that some of her ribs were broken.
I would have to look at her CAT
Have to
scan
look
report again.
Yeah. So coming in here today, you're not aware whether or not she had broken ribs because you haven't been able to look at your records. Is that right?
I did review my records. I would have to specifically state into the record what was the injuries. I would be happy to read from my note, which I know is part of the evidence.
Yeah. So who is it that decides that a patient is going to be med-flighted into Boston from South Shore Hospital?
Some of it depends on the level of injury and the transport teams that are available at that moment. Sometimes a med-flight ambulance is faster. Sometimes med-flight is available. It all depends on the available resources at the time of the event.
So what I asked you is who decides whether or not somebody's getting med-flighted out of South Shore Hospital?
Is collaborative between what resources are available for us to transport the patient. The decision to transfer the patient is made between the emergency room team and the trauma team, and
So
the
you
input
as-
from the subspecialist.
Go ahead.
Let her finish.
Yeah, no, I didn't know she was still talking. Go ahead.
I finished, sir.
All right. So you as the trauma surgeon, would you agree that you had a little bit to do with whether or not she was in dire straits and had to be med flighted to Boston?
I would be part of the decision to transfer her.
Do you remember that decision being made, and do you remember the meeting that you had to make that decision?
I remember conferring with the emergency room team that neurosurgery had said she needed transfer.
And it was by med flight, right? You
Again,
don't know whether it's an ambulance or a helicopter, but you know it was med flight.
It should have been med flight, yes.
Okay, that's all I had.
Commonwealth, any redirect?
Just very briefly, Doctor, it was very clear to you that this patient was suffering from multiple injuries.
Yes,
And is it the policy of the South Shore Hospital to make sure a patient is stable before they're transported?
yes, that's correct.
And so that's what the emergency team and the entire team that's collaborating on her did, right?
Yes, correct. We would not put an unstable patient in any mode of transport to another facility.
So in the review of all the CT scans, the abdominal scans, the head scans, the chest x-rays, all of the things that were reviewed, it was identified that she was stable enough to be transported.
So I'm going to object because I think she's a
Yes,
hostile witness, and this is leading, which I haven't objected to yet, but at this point I am on this.
Could you repeat the question, please?
So after reviewing all of the imaging, the CT scans, the chest x-rays, everything, you and your team were comfortable that she was stable enough to be transported to another hospital, correct?
Yes,
And I think your testimony was that a large contributor to the decision to transport was the information that you got from the neurosurgery team.
yes.
Thank you, nothing further.
Anything on that, Ms. Brington? All right, thank you, Doctor.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right, Commonwealth?
The Commonwealth would call Joseph Rabbit to the stand.
Morning, sir. You stop right here, raise your right hand first.
Have a seat.
Please.
All right, good morning, sir.
Morning, Your Honor.
Let me just have one moment.
Sure, sure.
Oh, it's in one of the, it's in the, see the one with the, yeah.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you please tell the jury your first and last name?
Lieutenant Joseph Rabbit, R-A-B-B-I-T-T.
And where do you work?
The Massachusetts State Police, currently assigned to the Cybercrime Unit.
How long have you been with the state police?
Since March of 2012.
And I'm going to draw your attention back to January of 2023. What was your assignment then?
I was a trooper assigned to the State Police Detective Unit for Plymouth County.
And do you recall how long you were a detective or trooper assigned to the detective unit in Plymouth County, approximately?
From February of 2017 to September of 2024.
I'm going to draw your attention to January 24th of 2023. Do you recall being involved in an investigation in the town of Duxbury that day?
I do, yes.
And do you recall where you went in Duxbury or where the investigation was unfolding?
I first went to Jordan Hospital, or Beth Israel Deaconess, Plymouth.
Okay, and so you didn't initially go to 47 Summer Street, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say you weren't the case officer in this case?
That is correct.
And in your experience working with the detectives unit, fair to say when a investigation or a death investigation is ongoing, kind of it's all hands on deck and everyone's kind of directed to do different things, correct?
That is correct.
And so in this circumstance, you were asked to go to the Beth Israel Deaconess or the Old Jordan Hospital here in Plymouth, correct?
Correct.
Why did you get asked to go there?
Because 3 children have been transported there.
And so were you assigned to just go and check in on the status of the kids and what was going on at that hospital?
Checking on the status and have any potential victims documented by crime scene services.
Okay. And so while you were at the hospital, you did have the occasion to speak with Patrick Clancy, correct?
I did, yes.
Okay. And after you left the hospital, did you go to 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
I did, yes.
And are you aware that other members in your unit had obtained a search warrant for that home?
I was, yes.
And so when you arrived at 47 Summer Street, were you there to assist with the execution of the warrant?
I was, yes.
And part of the warrant execution, is it fair to say that everyone's kind of asked to look at particular areas and search for potential evidence related to the offense?
That is correct.
Fair to say this search warrant was executed shortly after the incident occurred?
Fair to say, yes.
And so did you and other investigators have limited information about what had happened?
Yes.
At the home, were you in the kitchen area assisting with the search?
I was, yes.
Okay. And I'll show you what's already been marked. Exhibit 144, if you could look at the screen. Are you familiar with that photograph or what's depicted in that photograph?
I am, yes.
And is that the kitchen area at 47 Summer Street?
It is, yes.
There on the early morning hours, I would say, of January 25th.
I was, yes.
And so, fair to say, you made observations while you're there, right?
Correct.
And what was an observation that you noted to other investigators in that kitchen area on the island?
A CVS bag.
Okay. I'm just going to show you exhibit number 40. That's a little bit of a closer view of the bag, correct?
That is correct.
And how about this larger paper bag? Did you observe that as well?
I did, yes.
And I'm going to just approach you with what's been already marked as exhibit 31. Is that also familiar to you?
It is, yes.
Is a receipt that was with that bag?
Correct.
And fair to say all of these things, the CVS bag, the receipt, were noted and certain things were collected, including the receipt, exhibit 31, and the CVS bag.
Correct.
Do you recall what was inside the CVS bag?
I believe it was a bottle of Pedialyx.
You also observed other areas of the kitchen, correct?
Correct.
And so there was a particular cabinet in the kitchen. Did you open a cabinet and discover something that stood out to you?
I did, yes.
And what was the cabinet and what stood out?
An upper kitchen cabinet with medication bottles.
Okay. And fair to say that was pointed out and documented as well.
It was, yes.
If I may approach.
You may.
First photograph, is that familiar to you?
It is, yes.
And that's the cabinet that you opened and saw the items inside?
Correct.
Okay. And I'm just going to show you a second photograph. Is that fair to say just a closer of those top shelves?
It is, yes.
And what particularly stood out to you about the medication in the cabinet? the spices or the generic medications or something else?
The prescription medications.
I would put these as the next two exhibits.
All right. They may be admitted.
It's 152 and 153. So just showing you now on the screen. Exhibit 152, and that's just the cabinet open, and there's looks to be like an air fryer below it, correct?
Correct.
And now showing you 153, which has those top two shelves. And it's the very top shelf has the prescription bottles, correct?
Correct.
What did you do with the prescription bottles?
I placed them on the island and notified other members of that were searching so they could be photographed by crime scene services.
So I'm just going to show you another photograph. Is that fair as to placing those bottles on the island?
It is, yes.
All right, it may be admitted.
154. And how many bottles were there?
There were 4.
Approach you with a bag. Take a look at what's in the bag. Do those appear to be the 4 bottles that were in the cabinet?
They do, yes.
So in which case, this is the next exhibit.
They may be admitted.
155.
Thank you.
Now, other than pulling these 4 bottles out of the cabinet, lining them up on the counter, and asking crime scenes to photograph them, did you do anything further with these pills as far as inventorying them or examining them?
I did not, no.
And when a search warrant is executed, fair to say there's usually an evidence officer who kind of documents everything and collects everything to take back either to the crime lab or to the state police office.
That's correct.
Now, in addition to assisting with the execution of the warrant on January 20, the early morning hours of January 25th, were you asked to do something else on this case on February 6th of 2023?
I was, yes.
And on that day, did somebody come into the state police office at the district attorney's office with some information or evidence?
They did, yes.
Who was that came in?
Mr. Patrick Clancy.
And was he with an attorney, somebody by the name of David Meyer?
Yes.
And what did they bring to the state police?
Bottles of medication.
How was it transported to the state police, or how did you receive it?
In a CVS bag.
Okay. I'm just gonna show you a photograph. Is that familiar to you?
It is, yes.
And is this fair as to the bag that was provided to you on February 6th?
Yes.
It may be admitted.
156. When Mr. Clancy and Attorney Meyer brought that bag in, did you do something or ask somebody to do something to memorialize what they were bringing to you?
Yes, I asked crime scene services to digitally document them.
And so the photograph I just showed you of the bag, that was done by a trooper from Crime Scene Services that came to the office?
Yes.
Do you recall who that was?
I believe it was Trooper Rostoffers.
And fair to say that with the crime scene trooper present, you also examined the other contents in the bag, correct?
That is correct.
And there was a blank greeting card, some paperwork, and a kind of insert for CVS. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Just showing you one more photo. that the other items that were in the bag other than the medication bottles?
That is correct.
That may be admitted.
And again, as to the medications in that bag, when you saw that there were prescription bottles there, did you present them so that they could all be documented?
Yes,
And did you then inventory or examine each of the bottles?
I did, yes.
And is it fair to say that Patrick Clancy had indicated that the bag was in his truck and that he was bringing them to the state police as a result of everything that occurred on January 24th?
I can't recall where he said he got them from, but that is why he was bringing them in.
Okay. And I'm just going to approach with the previously been marked as exhibit number 2. You want to take a look at that before we go through it. Does that appear to represent all the bottles that were provided to you on February 6th?
It does, yes.
And that's 9, correct?
Correct.
Now, just as far as each bottle, just one moment. So when you are tasked with tracking or inventorying particular items like this that come in, what do you do?
Count out how many capsules or tablets are in there, the date that it was filled, and the amount left in the bottle, and the amounts that it said should have been there when filled.
Okay, and so referring first to this bottle that's labeled lorazepam, 1 milligram, fair to say it says date filled 10/26/22, correct?
Correct.
And it says that originally it was filled with 30, quantity 30.
Correct.
And you counted what was left in this particular bottle, and there were only 14 pills left in that bottle, correct?
Correct.
And so the next one, the bottle labeled sertraline, brand name Zoloft, filled on 9/15/22, quantity 30. Did you count how many pills were left in this bottle?
I did, yes.
And fair to say there's 23 left.
Correct.
Now, buspirone, there were in fact 2 bottles labeled buspirone, correct?
That is correct.
And one of them with a date of 10/26/22, date filled, quantity 30. You counted how many pills are in this bottle, right?
Correct.
And there were 28 pills left in this bottle.
That is correct.
Hydroxine, filled on 10/26/22, quantity 30. You counted how many pills were in this?
That is correct.
And fair to say there were 27 left in that bottle.
Correct.
Clonazepam, filled on 11/25/22 with 14 pills in the prescription. You counted how many were in this bottle?
Correct.
And there were actually 11 and a half, correct?
That is correct.
Fluoxetine, filled on 11/21/22 with 56 in the prescription. You counted how many were left in this bottle?
I did, yes.
And there were 43.
Correct.
Correct. The second bottle of lorazepam that was 0.5 milligrams, filled on 11/2/22 with, it says 40 on the bottle, right?
Correct.
You counted what was left in this bottle, and it was 18 and a half tablets.
That is correct.
And the second bottle of buspirone filled on 11/9/22, quantity 30. There were actually 30 in this bottle. Is that fair to say?
Correct, yes.
And trazodone filled on November 16th, 2022, with a prescription for 30. You counted that there were 22.5 pills left in this bottle. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then once you identified and counted each and every one of the pills in these bottles, you handed this in for evidence.
That is correct. Thank you.
All right, cross, counsel?
On the pills that you just counted, or you went through the bottles that you seized, first of all, there's no doubt that you guys were executing a search warrant, right?
That is correct.
And to have a search warrant, you have to have a reason to seize something from a citizen's person or their home, right?
That is correct.
If they're probable cause is what it's called, right?
Correct.
And then you have to itemize what you want to have the authority to seize, right?
Correct.
So I take it that when people went in executing the search warrant, that you had authority to seize the medical pill bottles that we've just gone through.
Correct.
And that was set forth right in where it says you're therefore commanded. One of the things that you're entitled to seize would be prescription medication, right?
Correct.
And that would be on January 25 of 13 that this affidavit was submitted to the clerk in this court, right?
Correct.
At 3 o'clock in the morning, warrant was issued on January 25, right?
I didn't write it, but that sounds about right. That sounds right.
All right, but do you recall what time you went into the Clancy home to execute the warrant or serve the warrant?
It was early morning hours, yes.
All right. So early morning hours, you're in there to look for, and among other things like computers and things, seize any medication bottles that you saw.
Correct.
So it's not that it's a random search that some police officer just happened to grab bottles that he or she saw. There was a specific intent to seize prescription medication, correct?
It was on the affidavit, yes.
And that's what you all did when you went in to try to execute the warrant and seize the items, right?
I mean, for myself, what I found in the kitchen is what I seized, yes.
So were you the officer in charge of the warrant execution?
I was not, no.
Okay. Did you leave the kitchen and go elsewhere?
I did, yes.
And where did you go?
I believe I went to one of the children's bedrooms because I was, somebody informed me there was a Nest camera in there.
A camera?
Yes.
Okay. Did you go anywhere else, if you recall?
Not that I can recall.
Did you go in the master bedroom?
I can't recall if I did.
Do you recall whether or not anybody in your presence or anybody went into a drawer, a nightstand, and looked in the drawer and saw an Apple Watch, a bunch of pills, things to use to assist your sleeping, things of that nature? Do you remember anybody doing that?
I don't know if anybody did or not.
And there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 prescription bottles that were seized. Have you ever seen these?
I have not, no.
So you went through the bottles for the district attorney, and you did that when you did inventory, apparently, of these pill bottles that you already talked about, right? For the DA, she asked you to look and tell us how many pills were missing, right?
I did that for the ones that were turned in.
Right. And nobody ever looked at these bottles, right?
I don't know if they have or not.
If I understand correctly, lorazepam, as counsel asked you, the dates that these scripts were written, the lorazepam, as you indicated, was October 26th. The buspirone was same date, October 26th. The hydroxyzine was October 27th. Flanazepam was into November 25. Fluoxetine was November. Lorazepam was the beginning of November, November 2nd. Buspirine. These were all pills that were issued on prescriptions in about a 3-week period of time. Is that correct?
Yeah, whatever the dates are when they would have been
Okay.
prescribed.
Would you say that Patrick Clancy was very cooperative with your investigation? Anything you needed, he was pretty much there to try to help you out?
I mean, I think I only dealt with him at the hospital, but he was very forthcoming.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have, sir.
Como?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor.
Counsel. Como?
The Commonwealth will call Maureen Hartnett as its next witness.
Morning. Morning. You can stop right here and raise your right hand to the clerk.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear to the testimony you give that you shall put to the court?
Good morning.
Morning.
All right, counsel.
Thank you. Good morning. Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Maureen Hartnett.
And how are you employed? What do you do for work?
I'm a forensic scientist too in the criminalistics unit as well as the crime scene response unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And how long have you worked for the crime lab?
Approximately a total of 10 years.
And what are your general responsibilities as a forensic scientist too?
In the criminalistics unit, I examine items of evidence for the possible presence of biological fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva, and those items would include clothing, weapons, or sexual assault kits, among other items. I also collect and identify trace materials such as hairs and fibers. I perform damage analysis on clothing and collect gunshot residues.
Do you have to undergo some specific training and education in order to perform those tasks at the crime lab?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree in biology as well as a master's degree in forensic science. In addition, I received approximately 9 months of training in the crime laboratory as well.
Do you have to take proficiency or competency tests on a regular basis?
Yeah, so a competency test is taken after each module in the training. They address certain things like blood identification, semen identification, and after each of those modules, I took a competency test to move on to the next portion of the training. Yearly, I also take multiple proficiency tests in biological fluid identification, as well as trace identification and crime scene response.
I'd like to talk a little bit first about the crime scene response. So you, as a forensic scientist, are a civilian, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you often work in tandem with a trooper from the crime scene services section?
Yes, generally I work alongside law enforcement as well as crime scene services when processing a crime scene.
And when you go to a crime scene to process with the crime scene response unit, what's the goal or what are you looking to do there?
My focus generally is on biological evidence, such as blood, semen, saliva, as well as documentation through sketches and diagrams.
And the trooper from the crime scene services section that is usually there, the law enforcement, are they also documenting the scene as well and reviewing those same areas, but through photographs?
Yeah, so I can't speak for all of their responsibilities. I do know they take photographs, video, and they also take their own diagrams on occasion.
Now, in addition to locating biological evidence, do you sometimes perform what's called screening tests at crime scenes?
Yes, I do.
And what are the common screening tests that you can do at a crime scene?
I perform screening tests for blood as well as screening tests for semen, depending on the case history and what the forensic relevant evidence is.
And does that help inform you on what to collect from a crime scene sometimes?
Yes, that's correct.
Fair to say if there's a large pool of blood on a floor, you can't collect that all and take it back to the lab, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So how do you collect a sampling of it in order to then later process something like a red-brown stain or some sort of biological spot or stain that you observe?
Depending on the substrate on which the biological fluid is located, I'll take a swabbing of the item, which is generally something like a Q-tip to swab up the stain. Or if it's on a soft surface, I could potentially take a cutting to preserve that biological evidence for future testing.
And in some instances, do you actually take the whole object if it's possible?
In some instances, yes, that's correct. We would take the whole object depending on what it is.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention to January 24th of 2023. Do you recall being asked to come out with the crime scene response unit on that day or that evening?
Yes, I do.
And where was the first place that you went in this response?
I responded to South Shore Hospital, the emergency department.
And fair to say that Trooper Rose Stoffers was also dispatched to that location as well?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you make observations of a person who was identified as Lindsay Clancy at South Shore Hospital?
Yes, I did.
And did you observe her to have red-brown stains on her body?
I noted red-brown stains on her hands. I did not have the opportunity to examine her entire body. She was mostly covered with blankets and other types of medical equipment, but I did note red-brown stains on her hands.
And clearly she was there for some sort of treatment, right? So why was your focus on her hands as a crime scene response technician and a criminalist?
At that point in time, I was collecting samples from her hands for potential biological evidence relating to the crime. So when I noted the red-brown stains, I collected samples from her hands.
And while at South Shore Hospital, you were also aware that she had come into the hospital with clothing that was cut off, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that clothing was bagged up and collected?
Yes, I returned that clothing to the crime laboratory.
Who did you receive the clothing from? Do you recall?
I believe it was Trooper Dan Lawler.
At some point after being at South Shore Hospital, did you then respond to 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Yes, I did.
Did you have somebody with you that day?
I had a forensic scientist trainee at that time.
Okay. At 47 Summer Street, were you directed to a particular area to examine first?
I first entered the home through the main floor and then was directed into the basement of the home.
And when you came into the basement, or I guess this could be true of when you respond to most crime scenes, is it the best practice to be one of the first in the home to examine the home as it is or the scene as it is?
Generally, crime scene services would enter first to photograph and video so that there's no personnel in those photos or videos. Then I would normally enter, or the crime scene response unit would enter next so that nothing is disturbed and that we can mark and test and collect evidence as is prior to the detective unit coming in. And then once our things are marked and documented, then the detective unit would also enter the residence.
So when you came into the basement at 47 Summer Street, did you observe some areas of the basement that were of significance to you as the crime scene response?
Yes, I did.
And did you observe a red-brown stain on the floor?
Yes, I did.
Once you observe it, what do you do with that stain?
I marked the stain using a piece of ruler tape, and I designated that stain as stain A so that I can properly refer to it in my report.
Okay, I'm going to approach and show you the photo. Is that familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
Is that stain A that you just told us about?
Yes, that's correct.
It may be admitted. Thank you.
I'm showing you now on the screen what's been marked as Exhibit 158. Obviously, this appears to be on carpet, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
What did you do to collect sampling of that? Well, I guess, what is the first thing you did with that stain?
So once I marked it, I then requested it be photographed, and that is the resulting photograph from that request. I then performed a screening test for the presence of blood on that stain. The screening test was positive, and at that point, once I documented that result in my notes, I then took 2 swabs of that stain for further testing.
Now, when you're at a scene and you see something that is a red-brown stain, you don't refer to it as blood, correct?
That's correct.
And even after a screening test, you don't refer to it as blood, do you?
That's correct.
Those preliminary tests are just screens. And so what do you do to then later confirm it?
Once the swab is collected and then submitted to the lab, later when I'm assigned to the case in the criminalistics unit in the lab, I'll then perform a confirmatory test on any swabs that they're interested in that need to be tested further.
And so as it pertains to the stain A, how do you take the swab? What do you do?
I apply deionized water to 2 Q-tips and apply it to the stain, and then the red-brown stain is then transferred to the Q-tips. I then package those, seal them, and enter them into our laboratory system and store them in a cold storage unit until they're ready to be further tested.
And fair to say with this particular investigation, the swabbing from that stain A on the basement floor was labeled as item 3-3 for this case.
That's correct.
Did you also go to another area of the house?
Yes, I did.
And what other areas did you go?
I went up to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor of the house.
Did you observe additional red-brown stains in that master bedroom?
Yes, I did.
And so again, when you observe stains, you then note them, mark them, document them, correct?
That's correct.
And how many stains did you document in the master bedroom?
4.
Okay. And again, just like the stain on the basement where you labeled A, do you kind of start over with the stains in the other bedroom, or do you continue to label them in sequence?
I continue to label them in sequence as they were B through E.
Okay. So first, referring to stain B, do you recall where that was in the master bedroom?
That was on the floor of the master bedroom in between the bed and the mirror.
I'm going to show you the photo. And is that fair to say stain B?
Stains, yes, true, correct.
All right, maybe a minute.
Ms. Harden showing you 159 on the screen. Fair to say that's not one stain that was observed, correct?
That's correct.
But what did you do to collect, if anything, or screen this particular area of red-brown stains?
Sure. So in this particular case, based on the stains size and distribution, I consider them a related group of stains. So I tested one of the stains, performed a screening test for the presence of blood. That was positive. So then I collected 2 swabs from that stain, just like the other one as before.
Just showing you kind of another photograph of that area. Is that familiar as well?
Yes.
Not sure if this is the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
And again, now showing what's been marked as 160, you've now testified that there was a grouping of stains. And so based on your observations of the grouping, you were able to identify that they appeared related?
That's correct.
How about stain C? Where was that located?
Stain C, I believe, was located on the mirror.
And just going back to 159, just for reference, can you see the bottom legs of the mirror in this photograph?
Yes,
So it was close to that cluster of stains.
that's correct.
Showing you another photograph. And does that depict the stain C that you noted on the mirror?
Yes, it does.
That may be admitted.
With what's now been marked as 161, stain C, again, would this be kind of a cluster of related red-brown stains?
Yes, based on their location and their shape, I collected 1 stain from that area.
Did you perform that same screening test?
Yes, I did.
And what was the result?
It was positive.
And did you then swab and collect from one of those stains as well?
Yes, I did.
Now, stain D, do you recall where that was in the bedroom?
That was on the windowsill.
Show you two more photos. And do those represent where you identified as stain D?
Yes.
I would ask these to do that as two, please.
They may be admitted.
And showing you 162 first. Fair to say that's the inside of the windowsill, correct? Inside the bedroom.
Yes, that's correct.
That night that you were there, did you make any observations of any stains on the outside of the windowsill?
Yes, each of those were documented through photographs.
Did you collect any swabbings from the stains on the outside of the windowsill that night?
No, I did not.
And just kind of showing you for the jury, 163, that's just a further close-up of some of the stains. And is that fair to represent the area that you tested for the screen and then later swabbed?
Yes, that's correct.
And stain E, do you recall where that was located?
That was located on the nightstand next to the bed.
The photograph, is that familiar to be stain E?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, that may be admitted.
And I'm just showing you another photograph of the outside of the house. Do you see staining that you observed that night on the outside?
Yes, I do.
And I would move to make this assessment.
All right, that may be admitted.
So first, exhibit 164. You observed several stains in that location.
Yes, I did.
And did you do the same thing as some of the other grouping of stains? Screen one area, collect a swab from one area?
Yes, that's correct.
And just now showing exhibit 165, if you can see at the top. There's a stain on the outside of the windowsill. Did you observe that on January 24?
Yes, I did.
But you did not swab or screen that stain, correct?
That's correct.
Why not?
Generally, we don't collect every single stain from a scene. I organize the stains based on location, size, shape, distribution, and collect it from multiple areas. And in this particular case, I knew there was a single bleeder in that area, so I collected from numerous stains, just not that particular one.
And in addition to that stain on the windowsill, fair to say you did observe some other staining on the outside of the house as well, further down the window and on top of the first floor window frame.
Yes, I did.
While you were out in the backyard, did you also observe staining or red-brown stains in the yard?
Yes, I did.
And did you do that same procedure of marking it, screening it, collecting a sample from it?
Yes, I did.
Just going to show you one more photograph. I'm going to show that to you. Is that familiar?
Yes, it is.
I'm afraid to say that was then documented as stain F.
Correct.
Move to assessing it.
All right, that may be admitted.
Is it 166? As far as the work that you did on the scene at 47 Summer Street on January 24th, fair to say it was limited to documenting these areas, swabbing these areas for the most part?
Yes, and I also collected a pair of pajamas and a pink bathrobe from the basement.
Were all of the swabbings and those items collected brought back to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
Yes, they were.
Are you aware that there were other items that were collected within that home on January 24th that were also brought back to the State Police Crime Lab for further analysis?
Yes.
Moving to January 25th of 2023, did you go to the Brigham and Women's Hospital as part of the crime scene response, again, to see Lindsay Clancy, the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And you observed her at that location as well?
Yes, I did.
Did you take further samples from her?
Yes, I collected samples, swabbings from underneath her fingernails.
And then as far as your duties on this case with crime scene response, did you return back to 47 Summer Street on January 15th of 2023?
I believe I returned on June 15th.
I'm sorry, June 15th. Thank you.
Yes, I did.
And when you returned to the home on June 15th, did you go in the nighttime, the daytime?
I went during the day.
And again, with a crime scene response trooper or a crime scene services trooper?
Yes, correct.
What was the purpose of going back to 47 Summer Street on June 15th?
I was informed that additional testing was being requested on some of the red-brown stains that were noted on the exterior of the house up on the shingles they had not previously collected from. So I went back to see if I could potentially collect samples from those.
Is that something in your training and experience is possible to collect biological substances from something like a shingle months after the incident occurred?
It's possible. So if it's requested, we'll certainly go out and attempt to do that.
And in this particular incident, you went out and first made observations of the rear of the home, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then made closer observations of underneath that second floor window?
Yes, correct.
Did you observe any obvious staining in that area?
There appeared to be a reddish brown stain underneath the windowsill.
So what did you do once you observed those stains?
I marked that stain as stain A, and then I also marked additional stains further down on the side of the house on the shingles.
Where was stain A?
That was right underneath the windowsill, of the window that was farthest right, what would have been the master bedroom on the exterior.
Okay. I'm going to show you this photograph of the rear of the home. Does this photograph at least show the area where you observed stain A?
Yes.
Okay. And can you point out to me where that was?
Sure. It was sort of on the left side near where this orange, it seems to be some sort of window insulation. So it was right underneath there. So I did perform a screening test on that.
And what were the results of the screening test?
That was negative.
I would move to admit this photo.
That may be admitted.
167. Again, on June 15th, when you were there, 2023, showing you now Exhibit 167, kind of closing in on underneath that window. There's that orange ball that you described. It appeared to be some sort of insulation.
Correct.
And that was negative. That stain you observed was negative. So you didn't do anything further with that.
That's correct.
As far as the other areas, you have stains B, C, and D, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Is that a fair representation of stain B?
Yes, that's correct.
And while I'm here, stain C and D.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And again, stain B is kind of in between that top floor window and the first floor window.
Correct.
And stains C and D are just above the first floor window.
Yes, that's correct.
I would ask for the
All right, those may be admitted. Council, it's just about 11 o'clock. Why don't we take the morning recess at this time? All right, so we're going to take the morning break at this time, members of the jury.
Court, all right. Sure, close the door, folks. Make some monkey chairs, please. Person.
We'll tell you now, Britt. I missed that last 2 minutes, so I'm going to need to be updated.
Council, anything we need to talk about for the break?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So we'll be in the morning recess at this time. Thank you.
Let's stand in recess.
Okay. I've got
Well, what
lots.
time are they coming back?
I think this is their like 15, 20-minute break. It's not their lunchtime yet.
Okay,
No,
let me
it's
let
not their
you
lunchtime.
down because you're busting me earbuds. Hang on.
I'm sorry.
You will be if you ever do it again.
Hi, Britt Van. Good to see you. I'm coming in late and know nothing. What's this case about? Thank you, Irish, for
Only
putting it in
updates.
chat. Irish put it in chat for us. Lindsay
Oh, brilliant.
Clancy, who killed her 3 children and then tried to kill herself by throwing herself out the window, as is paralyzed now. Right. And so she has already, she said that this case is not about a whodunit. She has said that she did kill her children, but that she was over medicated and in psychosis and did not get the medical treatment that she needed to continue on with her life, and so she can't be held responsible for the murders. And the prosecution is trying to prove no, it is premeditated. She knew what she was doing, and she killed her kids and then had wanted to kill herself as well. So that's where we're at right now in the case. But you guys, the blood just threw me away because so whenever I miss stuff, I put it on my big screen, right? But I'm still doing stuff like I'm mopping a floor. I'm doing this. I'm not, sometimes I'll look up at the screen if it's something I hear and I need to see it. But I must have been like going out to smoke or something during the time they showed those pictures because
Sure, it was the first one, Lee. I don't think you were here.
No,
I'm not
but I
sure.
always
It was the second.
rewatch. I rewatch your
right.
guys' lives if I'm not, whatever I'm not here for, I rewatch it. So I must have
Okay.
gone out to smoke because I had seen the pictures of the window. I didn't see any of the pictures by the floor where all those splatters were.
All the
I didn't know
blood,
nothing
yeah, there
about
was
that.
pills of blood, yeah.
So, but here's my other question. So she was called out there a couple months later because they saw some other reddish brown spots that they didn't have any markings or they could tell that it had not been taken, samples hadn't been taken. So they call her back out. Here's where I'm at. If in fact there is blood, she hasn't said it yet, but she said that she did take samples of the blood that was above the window. That tells me, and I could be wrong, but I'm trying to imagine the scenario in my head of how she went out the window, because I've always told Maggie, and maybe I've told you guys this too, if she really wanted to kill herself, she would have. If I wanted to kill myself, and I'm going to jump out a window, I'm going head first. I'm going for a dive straight down to the ground, right? And there's really no time for your body to flip over or anything like that, right? So, and the reason why we know she didn't land on her head is because there were no contusions to her head at all. From that distance, she would have needed stitches somewhere on her head, right? So, if they do have blood above the window or up even on the shingles, like they're saying, she would have stepped out onto the window, holding on to the roof, right? And then jumped off, which is what I was telling Maggie, that I think she landed either on her butt or her feet, because and then fell on her butt in order to not, I mean, her spine is obviously damaged. You know what I mean? She's a paraplegic. But if she had landed on her head, she would have broke her neck. And if I wanted to kill myself,
I think.
yeah, if I wanted to kill myself, I would have just dove. You know what I mean? Like I'm going into a swimming pool. So to me, that just, also I mean, this is the way I'm thinking now, guys, that she wasn't in a psychosis. I just don't think she was. I did at first, and then I didn't, and
I'm
now I'm back
changing
to she
again.
wasn't.
Yeah.
Because that's just, you're not going to jump to your feet. You're jumping to your feet is trying to run away from a situation, like the kid did whose father killed like all those kids a couple months back. We
But
covered
she
that
cut her
in
throat
Louisiana.
and her wrists.
Right, but
Now, a nurse came in before when we said it was superficial. She said, I'm a nurse, blah, blah, blah. And I'm telling you now, hang on a minute, Lee, my headphones and stuff. I'm telling you now, they were not superficial.
I don't know. I have to look at the pictures again. I know they showed the pictures.
They are,
That much blood to me does not look superficial, but I didn't
but
want to
it
say
stopped
it.
quick. It wasn't carrying on bleeding, which tells you it was superficial. As
Yeah,
far
that's
as
what
I know.
no, that's exactly what I meant. That we saw the pictures and I didn't think it was superficial either. Iris just said it and I was trying to use my filters, but Iris said it, so I'm going to repeat it. But that's exactly what I said. If you're going to kill yourself, you're cutting down, not across, because
Yeah, Leonie said that,
across
yeah.
you've got two bones on the sides of your wrist. If you cut across, your chances of hitting an artery are very, very slim, and you have to hit the artery. That's the point of cutting your wrist, so that you bleed out fast. So I don't know, you guys. I don't know. There's been
Oh, I'm
plenty
back
of
to
people.
thinking the other way, Lee. Oh, I don't know.
No, listen, she's a nurse. She would have to know that where to cut her neck at in order to bleed out. She would have to know how to slice your wrist and bleed out. In fact, if you hit an artery, she wouldn't have even had to jump out the window.
Because they must have to go and get blood from people, people's arteries at some point in a profession. So it's like when I have to get blood taken. They have to look everywhere because I'm dead hard to get blood. I know she won't do it, but she'll see how it's done to now.
Well, yeah,
But
she would. She knows it. I mean, in order to bleed out, you pretty much you have to cut an artery. You just have to.
I mean, I know that anyway, and I'm not a nurse yet.
Superficially, I mean, he would get, even if she kept on bleeding and never jumped the window, he could have got home in time, to help her stop the bleeding and get the ambulance there and be stitched up. So superficial doesn't mean that you haven't cut yourself deep enough to get stitches. It just means that you haven't cut
get stitches. Yeah.
Yeah. It just means that you haven't cut deep enough for it to be vital to your life. So
to kill you. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, it could kill it, if she was unconscious and she just laid in her bedroom and it never stopped bleeding. Like I'm on blood thinners, right? So I could bleed out probably faster than her, even with a superficial cut, right? So my problem is that she's a nurse. She deals with this shit all the time. Okay. She has to know what a superficial cut is. And we've known many, many people. And I'm not saying I'm right. I'm saying this is where I'm at right now in the trial. And this is the third time you guys have heard me change my mind. So, and I'm allowed to, and so are you. But I'm saying at this point in it all, it just sounds like to me that she pulled one of those, I'll make it look like a suicide by cutting here, cutting, but not cutting the vital places that I need to, and then actually jumping out the window instead of diving onto your head, which will definitely kill you because it'll snap your neck that quick. She has to know that. I mean, I'm just a YouTube doctor, people. Listen, let me show you something. Right now, I am so official. This is how official I am, guys. Hold on. Maggie better not have taken it down. We've put up so much stuff and then we've had to take it all down to put more stuff.
What is it you're looking for, Lee?
My doctor's credentials.
Oh, we've had to take them all down, Gail.
Oh, you guys, I have credentials.
We were overflowing.
Dang it.
Let me have a look. Is it definitely gone?
Yeah, it's gone. It's all right. This one's my favorite one, my I don't care one. So that's my favorite one.
Chewing a gum.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. But anyways, she took down my doctor's credentials once, but I am on YouTube. I'm a doctor on YouTube. But just the way that this is all presenting right now, up to this point, it sounds like she knew exactly what she was doing. And none of that leads to death, her death. It just doesn't. It just doesn't. What do you guys think? What do you, it doesn't matter what I think. Misty said once she warmed up in the hospital, she had to have blood transfusions. Well, we found out, Misty, just since this morning, live, she was anemic and bleeding out in her gut, in her stomach. And then she did sever her spine, so she also has spinal fluids flowing. That's what she was throwing up, was the spinal fluid. But when she fell, however, or when she jumped out the window, she damaged something in her stomach, and that's where she was bleeding from. That's how she became anemic. So they would have seen that anyways. She wouldn't have known that she was going to splatter something in her gut and make her start bleeding. Maybe she didn't know it was a possibility, but I mean, hey, we all think we're superwoman at some points. A lot of times I'm like, shit, I can do that. And then I start to do it and my body goes like hell, you know. It's your body that gets old, not your brain. That's the truth.
See,
Your
I'm
brain's
thinking,
going-
is she gonna? This is where I'm at now. I'm thinking, okay, if you're in your right mind, you know what you're doing.
Mhm.
Would you throw yourself out the window? Because me, I'd be thinking, oh my God, if I jump from this window, I could very well break my neck. I could break my neck if I'm thinking right. So if I'm not thinking right, I'm just throwing myself out the window. I'm not thinking about throwing myself on my head, on my feet or nothing. I'm just going out the window.
But if there is indeed blood over the window, that tells me she stepped onto the window and jumped. We're not jumping in a river here.
She hasn't. I mean, I'm being honestly, if I was going to jump out the window, I probably wouldn't do this if I was diving in a pool. Because
If you wanted to kill yourself,
that's what I'm saying. I'm just thinking of jumping up and getting out that window, throwing myself that's what I'm saying. If I wanted to kill myself, I wouldn't be thinking. If I wasn't in the right mind, I'd be just throwing myself out the window. I wouldn't be thinking of what way to do it. Do you know what I mean? So if she's in the right mind, I'm thinking, was she in the right mind?
well, if she was able,
I'm mixing myself up. I'm thinking she wasn't in the right mind because I think how can I explain it? I think she wasn't in the right mind because of the way she did it. Do you know what I mean? She just threw herself out because she was mixed up. She didn't know what day she was in, climbed up on a window and gone. If she thought about it and she was meaning to do it, then she could think about the best way to do it. Do you get me?
Yeah, but I'm going to challenge that with this. She didn't just throw herself out a window. That would tell me, yeah, she was trying to kill herself. Even if she didn't go into the diving position, that definitely would have killed her. She didn't throw herself out the window. She stood up in the window with proof. How you can prove that is her blood was above her, which means she was holding on to something. Yeah. So
I'm just saying it's just to tame throwing herself out the window. If I know someone's thrown themselves out the window, I automatically think they climbed up onto the window and then just went. That's what I see in my brain. If someone's thrown themselves out the window, climbing onto the ledge and then falling, throwing themselves, jumping. That's what I see.
I see. I think it was totally, I mean, what would it matter? Why would you even listen? If you're going to kill yourself, why even open the window? Just go through the window.
Well, that's what I mean. Yeah. Was she in the right mind?
Well, I'm not saying she was or she wasn't, but I think it was thought through by standing up on the window and jumping down to your feet. It's not like you're jumping into a rushing river and the river's going to kill you. The idea was to break her neck. That's why she jumped off the second floor.
What do you think? If she was in the same mind, wouldn't she have thought the way if she wanted to kill herself, she would have she would have thought this through and knew the best way, just throw myself on my head, whatever. But she wasn't thinking that way because she was mixed up, confused, and whatever. So she climbed up on the ledge, as I see everyone do, and they've got to climb through the window. So she climbed up on the ledge and then just jumped. That's what I'm seeing. Is everyone
Lisa-
else in that thought or with Leni?
Lisa says you might not be sane if you decide to fake a suicide. No, I'm not saying she was sane at all. I'm in total agreement that she has serious postpartum going on. She has serious OCD going on, and God knows what else, depression or
Yeah.
whatever. I'm not saying that at all. But I'm saying at this point, from what I'm hearing in the testimony, it just tells me that it was planned this way. I think it's premeditated.
Well, I
at
went
this
there.
point.
I'm going back. I'm up the wall still. I really am. So Misty Blue said, my cousin jumped out of the window, but she climbed onto the ledge first. Well, that's what I see. If I know someone's jumped out of the window, that's what I'm thinking in my brain. That's what everyone does.
I don't know. I mean, I've heard of a lot of people that just jump through the window.
Oh yeah, that's a good question, that Lisa. Did she survive, Misty? And if she did, what injuries did she have?
What do you mean? I'm sorry, I was reading another chat. What?
No, Misty said her cousin jumped out of the window and she climbed onto the ledge first. So Lisa said, did she survive? So I said, that's a good question. Did she survive? And if she did, what injuries did she get?
Yeah, good. That's a very good question.
Irish said, I think if you're going to do that, you would think jump from the roof. I think if you're out your mind, you're just going to jump and you're not going to think of anything. You want to kill yourself. And she thinks that was the way she was going to die. She wasn't thinking it straight. Whereas if I'm in the right mind, I'm thinking if I jump from there, I'm going to break my spine or my neck and it's going to be game over if I was in the right mind. She did survive, thankfully, but she broke nearly every bone. See? Let's not forget, she sought help. Shine On said, welcome, Shine On. Thanks for coming in.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm not saying that she didn't need help. And I'm not saying that she didn't look for help and that she wasn't crying for help. I'm just saying what I see of the testimony right now is that this was premeditated.
What made that for you, Lee? What made that?
There's a lot of things. There's a lot of things that are just adding up to me towards premeditated. The very first thing would be her looking up the distance between the CVS and the restaurant and then back home, how many minutes she had. Okay, that's premeditated to me. Second, that Dawson was actually hung, and I believe that she was going to probably hang all of them.
Did you hear that she hated the kids? It was in a diary or a journal, whatever. Someone mentioned it in chat, I think it was last week, that she hated the older kids because they didn't take to the baby.
I had heard through, now, like I said, I had heard doesn't make it fact. I think I was watching Vinnie Politan on it, and Vinnie Politan said, in her diary, now we haven't heard that part yet, we've only heard parts of the diary, that in her diary or in her phone, her note said something about that she was having resentful thoughts towards the oldest kids because they won't allow her the time to get close to the baby the way that she was able to do with them, and she wasn't allowed to nurse the baby as long as she had to go on the psych meds and all of this. So that's what I had heard. How true it is, I don't know.
No, I haven't heard that.
Misty said she would have had to hold on when climbing out before jumping, though. Exactly. That's my point, is that she jumped out the window. She didn't throw herself out the window. If I was going to kill myself, I wouldn't take time to open a window. Why would I? Second of all, I would just dive out the window. Why would I stand up on the ledge? Just go. So for me, I'm just saying there's all different things starting back to the her finding out how long her husband was going to be gone. The way that Dawson's death was different than the other two deaths. I think we know Dawson was killed first because that's what they said on the first day. And then I think she just figured out doing the hanging was taking too long. She was running against the clock, right? She had to murder 3 children and herself before her husband came home. So I think Dawson's probably took the longest to do. And either she tried with Cora or just realized that she had to do it manually by herself. And that is what spared the baby's life for 3 days. Now, even though the baby was brain dead, and really it was medical professionals that, let him live as long as he did because he was already brain dead. And then she started cutting herself downstairs and kept going upstairs. But my point is that to me, the way that she stood on the windowsill, even look at 9/11, you guys, look at 9/11. When people were jumping out of those buildings, they were jumping head first, straight out the window, because no matter how they landed on the ground, they were still going to be gone. You know what I mean?
That's what's making me think she's not in the right mind now. That's what's changed me again. Because you're saying that's making me think. So because she wasn't thinking about it, she was just convinced in her mind, she wanted to kill herself. So jump up on the window and jump off. So she wasn't in the right mind. She wasn't thinking to know what way to jump.
I don't know. See, I guess it could be, you could think about it both ways.
Yeah.
And I'm just
definitely.
saying, I guess, because I'm listening to other parts of the testimony that lead me to believe in premeditation of it, then that part of it makes sense that she just jumped out the window to make sure that she lived. Yes, she was going to sustain injuries, but she would live through it.
Yeah.
Because the deal is that why take if you just want to kill yourself, go kill yourself. Why are you going to do that to the kids too? So,
well, I come to this decision. She's trying to get back at him.
That's what I'm saying. See, but not allowing
that he turns up at the police station. He turns up with his dad with some more medicine to prove.
With his lawyer, yes, with some more.
But wasn't that on Lindsay's side there? Wasn't that in Lindsay's defense? He was standing.
But remember, he has got his own lawsuit going against the doctors too, and so does she.
Yeah.
So he's got to stand on Lindsay's side in order to win his lawsuit. So of course he brought all the meds, like these are the ones y'all missed that were in the bedroom. I don't know where the hell they were.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
So, but what does it tell you? His actions speak too. So his actions were, yes, he got this bottle of meds, like the doctor just basically murdered my kids, fed my wife too much. But then 4 months after this happens, he moves.
Yeah.
He moves away, divorces his wife, that supposedly he believes in, that supposedly he loves, and they had this beautiful, wonderful relationship together.
No problems,
And so I'm just going to move on up, down to Manhattan and start dating this doctor down here.
Yeah.
And we're just going to get married and have another family. None of that makes any sense.
He run a marathon with.
Mm-hmm.
He used to go running. Yeah.
Yep. So let's just back. Emily Rose, good to see you here. Missy says she was mental anguish and not thinking of anything, but she didn't want to be here. I get it. Okay. Brittany says, if I'm taking myself out, I'm not going out a window unless you're up on the 9th floor, right? It's a fast 40 seconds. Brittany, yes, good point. Emily says, I jumped out of a window during a house fire when I was a little girl. I remember I held onto the ledge. I was so scared I wet myself. Thank God my neighbor that caught me. Oh, wow.
Oh.
Yeah. But see, you weren't trying to harm yourself. You were running from something.
Trying to get away. Yeah.
So my son, when we lived in Germany, I don't even want to talk about it, but he fell out a window. And it was kind of like a second floor, maybe a floor and a half, because we were living on the economy. So underneath the house, they had their parking garage. We had a basement down there, right? So he fell out the window. So that's halfway down the second floor, right? You got about halfway to go. And then you had that whole full floor of the basement. And I didn't know it. I was babysitting and I was inside the house, and I knew that he was in the bedroom playing and his sisters were outside playing. Well, what he was trying to do, German windows open up differently than American windows. German windows, you could either open them and pivot them from the top, or you could open them all the way so they swing open like a door. And their windows are big, broad, square, right? So he decided he was going to fly a kite out the window. So he throws the kite out the window. His sisters were laughing, and he decided to stand on the ledge, and he tumbled out. Well, what happens? Even if those people on the it doesn't matter where you jump from, the heaviest part is always going to go down first, because of the heaviest part of your body is always going to go down first, which is going to be your head, right? All that, you're just going to immediately flip unless you don't have enough room to make that happen, or unless you're jumping feet first. It's in a short distance, such as 2-story. So when my son fell out the window, my girl said that he put his hands out and he was like going like, whoa, and then he just lost his balance and out he went. And do you know what saved him? That's where we kept the trash cans. He hit the trash cans, fell over off the trash cans, and busted the back of his and busted the back of his head. And so also, so I'm thinking on that, how he fell out that window, how she was able to literally jump 2 stories. That to me tells me you're running away. Remember the 5 kids that we covered in Louisiana that were, wasn't 5 kids.
What do you mean when you say running away, Lee? You mean trying to get away, go and hide somewhere so no one finds it? That type of getting away? Just to get off the scene?
To make it look like she was trying to kill herself. Remember the kids that we covered, their dad killed them all? 2 kids ended up on the roof because they were trying to get away from him.
Oh, yeah.
One he ended up killing on the roof. The other one jumped from the roof. That kid ended up in ICU. Why? Because he broke a bunch of bones jumping from the roof down to the ground. So
what do you mean she was trying to get away?
What I'm saying is you would jump on your feet if you're or jump that way if you're trying to get away, or unless you're faking a suicide. Jumping your feet, you're probably going to break a couple bones, but you're not going to break your neck.
Well, if wanting to do it to get away, surely she would have done that another way. She could have got out the house if she wanted to get away. But
no, I'm not talking about that. But I'm saying, like, for that kid, he jumped off the roof because he was trying to get away. He wasn't trying to commit suicide.
Because someone was chasing him. Yeah.
Right. For Emily, she was trying to get away, so she jumped with her feet out first and somebody caught her. Right. She wasn't trying to claim suicide. If you're trying to do suicide, you're going to jump head first, no matter what, because that is what is going to kill you if you're in your right mind. So, but even if you're not in your right mind, you could still jump from, now I'm confusing myself. But anyways, I don't believe at this point, I think it was premeditated. I just do. Because I would not have bothered to open the window. I'd have just hurled myself towards the window. Like in the crash movie. Just jump through the glass. Nobody cares. You're going to die. That's the way I would have thought.
If your intention and you're out your mind, you're going to die. You don't care what you're going to do. But I just think if she was out of her mind, that's why it happened the way it's happened. She's broke it, whatever. She's what is it called? She's in a wheelchair. She can't feel from the waist down. I think she was being out of her mind. But that's what's making me think more
Yeah.
too. She didn't have a clue, because if she was genuinely in her own mind, she would think the right way of doing it.
But if she wasn't in her own mind, she was still able to make the decision to find out how many minutes she had to commit the crime.
She did, yes, she did. She got all that right. She's right to the minute, yeah.
So
See,
then,
I'm so confused.
so then she could have still been completely mentally ill and fake a suicide attempt. Is that when remember when I said, how can you, because we didn't understand psychosis, right? Until people came in and shared their story with us. And I was like, how can a mother or father or anybody kill 3 children and eventually go in between the 3, not get a hold of yourself and think, what the hell am I doing? Well, did she kill her 3 children and then all of a sudden she came to her senses and said, shit, you know, like, oh my God, I just killed my babies. Now I have to make it look like this. We don't know. We don't know. Gemma says, by the way, I love the name Gemma. I don't know if I've said that before, but I really do. Did her lawyer not say she was clinging to the ledge like Spider-Man? Maybe he was joking. I'm still working, so may have misheard. It's okay. I'm glad you're here during your work period. Listen, I think anything's possible, and we just have to keep believing anything's possible. I mean, this is the third time I've changed my mind. Who said I'm not going to change it in 5 more minutes? Give me a minute. Y'all might make me change my mind. It was the second time we were in Germany, so he was like 6 years old. Yeah.
Dear God, so thank God for that shot.
I didn't even know he was bleeding. My girls came in, and my oldest was white as a ghost, and she's just staring at me and with big old eyes. And my middle girl came running in. She's like, Mom, Wes fell out the window. And I was, what? And I went put the baby in the playpen, went and ran outside, and Wesley's walking towards me. So I can't see that he's bleeding out the back of his head. I picked him up like sideways, right? And turned him around to face me. And I'm looking at him like, what are you thinking of? Because I'm looking at his face to make sure I didn't see nothing, didn't think about. And so I'm holding his head, and all the blood is like going
is the course.
Okay. Sorry, guys.
No, we didn't just come on.
Excluding the jury.
All right. Counsel, ready to recall?
Yes, would you like the witness back on the stand?
Yeah, please, and then we can bring the jury in.
All right. So they're letting the witness go back on the stand, and then they're going to bring the jury back in. But no, he survived, lived to tell it. Every time he gets a haircut, you see the scar. It was terrible. Missy Blue, I haven't heard that in a court records up till now. Pretty says, oh my God, I was late coming in. She hung the little boy. Yeah, her the very first one she killed, she hung him. That was Dawson. How old were the kids? 6, 7, and 8 at the time. She strangled all 3 kids. Yes, her thoughts were not her own. Does it excuse her actions? No, but pre-med can't be used in a traditional sense. Premeditation can't be used in a tradition. I agree with you on that. I totally agree with you on that. But I also know from talking to people in here about psychosis, why would they show that like that? That's weird. Because that's where the jury sits. So maybe they just want to, let me see what they're doing. They're not bringing the jury in yet. Oh, he's texting on his phone. Way to go, lawyer. Anyways, I just know just from the ladies who have talked about, being psychotic, that you can at points make rational decisions and while you're psychotic, and the psychiatrist said that as well. So listen, I'm not saying I'm right, you guys. I don't want to be on this jury. I don't ever want to be on a jury like this. I don't want to be responsible. But I'm just saying what I'm seeing from what I'm hearing, that's why they got 12 different members up there so that they could do exactly what we're doing and deliberate. I would hope they would use the money for a memorial for the children. I have no sympathy for her and her husband. And Irish says, oh, goodness. Oh, you were talking about how old I thought you were talking about my kids. How old were the kids when she killed them? They were 8 months was the baby.
Started.
Sure.
8 months, 3, and 5 years old were her children when she killed them.
Yes, it is.
And is this an area depicted in the bedroom of the home at 47 Summer Street, that area where you noted later with tape stain E?
Correct.
Okay, and you observed on that particular night the knife that was located on that nightstand?
Yes, I did.
All right, that may be admitted.
And showing you now on the screen, it's been marked as Exhibit 170. You're aware that the knife depicted in this photograph was collected from 47 Summer Street on January 24th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, going back to where I think we left off before the break, we were talking about returning to the home on June 15th of 2023. And that you examined some stains on the shingles on the outside of the house. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes, I do.
In addition to marking the stains, did you collect anything from the area of the rear of the house on June 15th related to stains B, C, and D?
Yes, I did.
I'm just going to show you some items. You want to take a look at the items that are in those bags.
Let me take them out of the bags.
Just so that you can examine them.
Sorry.
And try to say what's in these bags. First, the one labeled shingle with stain B, then the one labeled shingle with stain C, and then the third shingle with stain D. Are these the shingles that you observed those stains on June 15, 2023?
Yes, they are.
I would just admit these 3 items as the next.
All right, they may be admitted.
And Ms. Harden, fair to say those shingles were then collected, brought back to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab for further analysis?
Yes, I also collected swabs at the scene from each of those shingles, in addition to collecting the shingles themselves.
Now, turning to your other role at the lab, working in the criminalistics unit, did you also perform criminalistics testing in relation to this case?
Yes, I did.
And fair to say, for items that were collected from the home at 47 Summer Street on January 24th, 2023, you did some confirmatory testing on several of those items.
Yes, that's correct.
And what items did you do confirmatory testing on?
I performed confirmatory testing on some of the swabs that were collected from the home. I believe those swabs collected from stain A. I would have to check my notes specifically for the stains.
That's okay. Let's just kind of go through some of the areas of the house first. So as far as the stains that we discovered or that we talked about previously, stain A on the basement floor, that was item 3-3. Stain B on the bedroom floor, that cluster, that's items 3-4, correct?
Correct.
Stain D from the bedroom windowsill, that was labeled as item 3-6, correct?
Correct.
And stain F, which is the snow on the backyard, or the stain on the snow in the backyard, item 3-8. Those were all confirmed at the laboratory to be blood.
That is correct.
And again, we talked briefly earlier about the fact that there's always a screen, and then that you can't make a determination of the substance until a confirmatory test is done, correct?
That's correct.
And so that is a process that you do at the lab.
Yes, correct.
And as far as the knife that we just were referring to, the knife that was recovered, what's in Exhibit 170, you were able to examine that further, or swabs taken from that knife at the lab.
That's correct.
And confirmed that what you say was stain A on the blade of that knife was confirmed to be blood.
Yes, I performed the screening test as well as the confirmatory test for blood on stain A at the laboratory.
Now, once you are in the laboratory and determine that blood is confirmed on these particular items, or that there is biological substance present, do you do anything to prepare those items for further testing in a different unit of the lab?
Yes, I do.
What do you do?
For the swabs that I collected and for the swabbings that I took of the knife, I then cut them up, give them a separate item number, and preserve those for potential DNA analysis. Half of the samples also preserved for any future analysis if necessary.
And fair to say it's a different unit at a different part of the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab that conducts DNA testing, correct?
That's correct.
And so if some of the items that you examined are selected for further testing, those swabbings or further snippets would then be sent to the DNA unit.
That's correct.
Now, as it pertains to some of the other items that were collected from 47 Summer Street, you also did some work on 3 exercise bands, correct?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do in relation to the 3 exercise bands that were collected?
After documenting them in the lab, I took samples from each of the ends of the exercise bands, as well as a separate sample from the center of each of the exercise bands.
Okay, and so the first band, which is identified as a yellow exercise band, had previously been identified as item 2-2, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and so did you take samples from both the ends and the middle of that item?
Yes, I did.
I'm just going to approach with a photograph. Is that familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
And in addition to actually taking the swabs, you also document the item that you're analyzing and reviewing, correct?
Yes, prior to performing any kind of collection or testing on an item, I'll photograph it.
And so this particular photograph, is it fair to say this is a photograph from your work at the laboratory with the yellow exercise band?
Yes, it is.
I would move to admit this was the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted. All right, thank you.
Okay, so Ms. Hartnett, now showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 174, the yellow exercise band. You indicated that you took swabbings from around the handle areas, correct?
Correct.
And then the middle of the band.
That's correct.
Why didn't you swab the whole thing?
The purpose of the collection was to potentially determine who was holding or had contact with the ends of the band and who potentially had contact with the center of the band, potentially those being 2 different individuals. So I collected samples separate from the ends as in addition to the center.
And was your approach on each one of the bands the same?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So the second band, which is the black band that was identified as item 2-3, you took samples again from the ends and the middle?
That's correct.
And I'm just going to show you another photograph. And is that the black band you examined?
Yes, it is.
So we're going to admit this as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
And finally, the blue exercise band that was recovered from the home at 47 Summer Street, that was identified as item 2-4. Did you examine it in the same fashion, swabbing the ends in the middle?
Yes, I did. Yes.
Is that a photograph of the band when you were examining it at the lab?
Yes, it is.
Next.
All right, that may be admitted.
And as far as the swabbings that you took of each of these 3 exercise bands, what did you do with the swabbings after you swabbed the items?
I allowed the swabs to air dry. I gave them each a item number, and then I preserved half of each of the swabs for additional testing in the DNA unit.
And as far as your knowledge of some of the additional testing, you're aware that the exercise band swabbings were sent forward to the DNA unit for additional analysis, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cross?
Thank you. Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, Ms. Hadnett, you initially went into the home at 47 Summer Street. At what time that day? Was it in the evening, early morning hours?
It was the early morning hours of January 25th.
Okay. And you had somebody that was learning underneath you that was with you at that time?
That's correct.
And you went into the various areas of the house. You went down to the basement, right?
Yes.
You talked about the stain that you had taken swabs of that was on the carpet down in the basement, right?
That's correct.
Then you went upstairs, and then ultimately you ended up in the bedroom, and you made observations of a number of blood drops, or red, brown, as you put it, drops on the floor, right?
There were numerous red brown stains on the floor, yes.
On the clothing, the bedclothes that were on the bed as well, right?
I do not believe I documented red brown stains on the clothing. It may have been there. I don't know if I have that in my notes.
How about on top of the nightstand, there was the knife that counsel had talked about, correct?
Yes, correct.
And then you look at the window, and there was a red-brown stain on the right-hand side of the window as you're looking outside from inside in the bedroom, right?
Yes, correct.
And you made observations of some of the markings on the shingles that were directly below the window and directly above where the red-brown stains were found in the snow underneath.
Yes, that's correct.
Your confirmatory tests, and first of all, what you do is you have your screening tests. Back in the day, they used to, you use the orthotolidine. Do you still use that?
No, not at this time.
Now you use what, crystalline? What do you use now?
It's called Castlemeyer.
And the Tasselmeyer, basically, as I say, back in the day, it used to be that you would have vegetation that could give you a false positive, right?
Correct.
Certain chemicals could give you a false positive.
Correct.
Animal feces could give you a false positive, right?
Depending on what's in them, possibly, yes.
The test now that you have, the confirmatory test, is a lot more accurate, if you will, but still, nevertheless, I said confirmatory screening, but nevertheless, you still have to do a confirmatory test, right?
That's correct.
And back in the day, it used to be Takayama test. What do you do for confirmatory now?
We use a test card, a human trace test card, which is something similar to a COVID test or a pregnancy test, where you just put the liquid in the beginning of the card, the liquid runs up, and if there's 2 lines, it's positive, and if it's only 1 line, it's negative.
So that's not the Teichmann test, is it?
No.
Okay, so the confirmatory test that you use, that's a color test though, right?
It's a immunographic test. It's an assay, so it's not really a color test where you add the drops to the swab and it's going to change color.
Okay.
It's a reaction that's happening within the test card between antibodies and antigens that produce either 2 lines or 1 line.
So let's take, for example, in the bedroom on the floor that counsel had shown you a number of drops that were in the floor between the bed and that mirror, right? You did confirmatory testing on that?
I did back at the lab. I screened it at the scene and then, confirmed it back at the lab.
And that confirmed that it was human blood?
It confirms that it's blood and it indicates human blood. There is
You have to do a precipitin test or something to determine if it's animal blood or human blood, right?
So the test card that we use indicates that it confirms that it's blood. It indicates human blood because it may react with primate blood. So it's not specific to human
But the
blood.
bottom line is that you, as a chemist working for the Mass State Police investigating this case, are confirming that the stains that are on the floor of the bedroom, all the blood, all those stains are in fact human blood, right?
I'm confirming the single stain that I collected from is blood.
All right, and when you say the single stain, that would be you use the Q-tip and you swab it, and that would be from all of the stains that were all over the place on the floor, right?
I did not swab each individual stain. I took a swab from each collection of stains.
Okay, and that was human blood, confirmatory, indicating it was human, right?
It was confirmatory for blood and indicated human blood.
All right. Now, one of the exhibits that the district attorney had pointed out to you was the mirror. Exhibit 161. You remember that, the mirror?
Yes, I do.
Hey, you see those drops that appear to be going down from above in a downward direction? See those drops? You tested those?
I do see the red-brown stains, and yes, I performed a screening test on one of them at the scene.
Okay, and you're comfortable that in fact is human blood, correct?
I did not perform a confirmatory test on that specific stain back at the lab, so I just screened it at the scene, and that stain was not tested any further at that time.
It was what?
I performed a screening test at the scene. I did not perform any confirmatory tests on that specific stain back at the lab.
Well, there's no doubt that the stains that are depicted on the full-length mirror that we can see in Exhibit 161 and the stains that were on the floor next to the bed and the stains that were on the floor in front of the bed heading towards the door, all with the same consistency, right?
I didn't make any determination whether or not they were all the same consistency.
Human blood?
I did not make a determination that they were human blood, so based on the scientific results, I cannot say that they were human blood.
As a chemist and involved in crime scenes many, many times, would you agree that the substance that's on the floor and the substance that's in the mirror and the substance that's on the doorknob and the drops that are heading out of the bedroom, those in fact, more probable than not, would be human blood, right?
I do make certain assumptions based on the color of a stain, the size, the shape of the stain, that it could potentially be blood, and that would indicate what I might want to test further. So I don't make an assumption off the bat that it's going to be human blood. That's why we perform scientific testing to screen for blood and then to confirm it's blood.
Okay. So this here, you indicated was some type of insulation?
That's what it appeared to me. I mean, I'm not an expert, but it looked like some sort of foam insulation.
And it's a little difficult to see with the, see that there? Above the little orange, looks like a little balloon, but let's say it's insulation, or let's say it's something for bugs. You see the red substance on that object?
I do.
See the red substance, red-brown stain on that window ledge or windowsill?
Yes, I do.
You tested that?
I did not test that specific stain, no.
Yep. So do we know if that was blood?
No, not at this time.
Pretty obvious that it was, though, to you, right?
It appears to be a red-brown stain on the exterior of the windowsill, but I did not do any testing on it.
Okay. And did I hear you correctly that it was 5 months later that the state police investigators decided that you would get the shingles off the house?
I don't know when that decision was made, but that was the day that I was requested to go out.
And then the district attorney showed you the shingles and envelopes. You opened them up and looked at them. And you did a confirmatory test on those?
I did not. I performed a screening test on each of those stains at the scene. I did not perform a confirmatory test on those stains due to the fact that the red-brown stain color was no longer visible. So potentially
It was degraded because of the weather, right?
at some point the red-brown stains appeared darker. They were no longer red-brown. So I thought that the material could be less. So I didn't want to use any additional material for confirmatory testing.
School, as a chemist, you learn how to testify, don't you?
Yes.
One of the things they tell you is look at the jury. When the lawyer asks a question, you look at the jury and you answer the question, right?
That's correct.
Right. So can you just look at me when I ask you just a little bit, a question? Would you agree that weather affects, degrades blood if in fact it is on an object and allowed to stay outside?
Absolutely.
All right. And then, you can look at that. And then you'd agree with me that what you noted appeared to be dark.
Yes.
It would almost be like bat guano for that matter. We don't know what it is, right?
No, I cannot make determination what it was. Like, I just performed a screening test, so I could not confirm it was blood. They just screened positive for blood.
Do you remember there was a red-brown stain on the doorknob of the bedroom from the inside of the bedroom going out? Did you notice that?
Potentially, I noticed it. I don't believe I didn't collect from that.
We don't know if that's blood either.
Correct.
And how about the drops, the red-brown drops that were by the door directly underneath the doorknob? Did you test those with your swabs?
No, I did not.
That's all I had.
All right. Call multi redirect.
Just briefly, you were attempting to explain why you did not perform confirmatory testing on the shingles. Can you explain that to the jury?
Because I could no longer see the red-brown stain, it just appeared more of a darker stain, a lighter stain that I previously saw at the scene. Given that material, whatever it was on the shingle, may have been limited, performing a confirmatory test is using up additional material to perform that test. So given that was already potentially limited due to the conditions and the time that had passed and the fact that I could no longer see the red-brown stain, I simply performed the screening test, and once that was positive, I took a swab and just preserved it. I did not perform any more testing in the lab on that swab.
And is that because you would need something to forward onto DNA if you wanted additional testing to be done?
Correct. I would have had to use up a portion of that sample to perform the confirmatory test, and I didn't think that was in the best interest of the case, given the fact that the material may already have been limited.
And you indicated that you had previously seen those red-brown stains in those same areas that you swabbed and the shingles were collected back in January, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything further? All right. Thank you. Please step down. Thank you. All right. Ms. Buckingham?
The Commonwealth will call Jonathan O'Loughlin.
Good afternoon, sir. I'd like you to raise your right hand, please.
Good afternoon. You solemnly swear that the testimony you give is true, the truth, and the majority of the law that kind of should be Thank you, sir. You may take a seat.
All right. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Yes, counsel.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
Yes, my first name is Jonathan. My last name is O'Loughlin.
And can you spell your last name for the record?
O'Loughlin.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police.
How long have you been a trooper?
Hired in October of 2011.
And what is your current assignment with the state police?
Right now, I work in the Division of Field Services, and I'm assigned to the State Police Logan Airport Barracks.
Going back to January of 2023, what was your assignment with the state police then?
I worked in Crime Scene Services section.
And how long had you worked in crime scene services?
I started in February of 2020.
And when did you move to your new assignment?
I left crime scene in October of 2023.
So do you undergo specific training as a trooper to work in that crime scene services section?
Yes.
And what kind of training do you get?
So we did an internal training in the lab, the crime lab. A lot of it was, the beginning was reading about crime scene processing and fingerprinting, and then it would move on to doing mock cases, following other crime scene services members around to observe. And then it went on to do a competency test where you would process a mock scene, develop fingerprints, and analyze them. It kind of pulled it all together. And then that would go on to a quality assurance program within the lab, and they would determine if you were qualified to be on call.
And what things do you do as a crime scene services trooper? What are your responsibilities?
So we respond to all different types of crime scenes. At every single crime scene, the main thing you do at every scene, no matter what it is document the scene with photographs. Depending on the type of scene you're at, you may also document the scene with video. You may also sketch the scene by hand. Then also you may collect items of evidence to be processed later, or you may even process items at the scene. What you're processing for is fingerprints. You try to develop fingerprints. If there are any, you can do fingerprint analysis and try to determine whose fingerprints are on the items of evidence.
And that can be done at a crime scene, but it also can be done back at the crime laboratory, correct?
Correct.
Depending on the item and where it was located.
Yes.
As far as your response to particular scenes, do you often go out to crime scenes in tandem with or with a crime scene response unit investigator, forensic scientist?
Yes.
And you indicated that one of the first things and one of the main things you do is document scenes. Is it best practice to be kind of that first in after a scene is secured to document the scene as it appeared?
Yes.
And how do you do that?
So when you respond to a scene, usually the town that you respond to, the local police department will secure the scene, which means they don't allow anyone in to disrupt the scene until you get there. Then you start with photographing the exterior of the residence, and then you walk in and just document the entire scene room by room as it is.
And after that's done, do you kind of go back through and highlight or identify in any way particular things that may be relevant to the investigation of
Yes.
the crime scene you're responding to?
Yes.
And how do you identify in the documentation items that might have some relevance or evidentiary value?
So some items might kind of be obvious if they're involved in the crime that are still there. Those you want to document further. And sometimes a detective or detective unit or a member will ask you to document another piece of evidence that they would like collected or they would like further looked at.
And you indicated that with crime scene services, you respond to all different kinds of scenes and all different types of law enforcement. So sometimes do you work with the local city or town departments?
Yes.
And in investigations where a death has occurred, who are the primary law enforcement that you're working with?
So there will be local, and there will also be the county state police detective unit will also respond for any death investigation.
Now, when you are processing a scene or documenting a scene, do you do anything to identify and highlight the items that have been either pointed out to you or that you've seen that could have value in the case?
Yes.
What do you do?
So with those, we put what's called placards, and placards are pieces of plastic that have numbers on them. That way, when you're going through the photos, you can refer to them as placard 1, placard 2, and so on and so forth.
And as far as further processing the scene between yourself and the crime scene response, are some items sometimes collected by either yourself or the crime scene response unit?
Yes.
And when you collect an item, do you identify it in some other way?
Yes, when you collect an item and it's put into evidence in the lab, it's given a lab number. The lab number doesn't have to match up with the placard number. The placard's simply for your photos, and then the lab number is the number that will be associated with that piece of evidence all through the crime lab process, all the way through the trial.
And when you go to crime scenes for inside houses, for instance, is it oftentimes the case that you're processing the crime scene at the same time investigators are getting into a location with a search warrant?
Yes.
And so when that's the circumstance, do you photograph and document everything that you can?
I'm sorry, can you?
Sure, I can.
Repeat that?
That's a bad question. When you are with kind of the local law enforcement, do you document things oftentimes that maybe you don't collect and take back to the lab, or the forensic scientist doesn't, but might have value or relevance to the police.
Yes,
And in those instances, they're not assigned those same item numbers, correct?
correct.
I'm going to draw your attention to January 24th of 2023. Do you recall going or being called out to 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Yes, I do.
And what was your role on that scene?
So the role was the Plymouth State Police Detective Unit had been called out to what was reported as a homicide at that address. So we were called out to document the scene and collect any items of evidence that needed to be processed.
Now, in relation to this particular investigation, when you arrived there, had the state police and the Duxbury police already secured the home?
Yes,
And again, in this situation, were you arriving and going into the home at the same time that a search warrant was being executed?
yes, we waited for the search warrant to be signed, brought to the scene, and then photographed the search warrant, and then we started documenting the scene.
And fair to say, in this case, there were a number of items that were identified by your unit by the placards.
Yes.
And if I tell you that you documented 8 specific placards at the crime scene on that particular day, does that sound about right?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Including a brown belt, some exercise bands, 3 in particular, a pair of red pajamas, a pink sweatshirt or a robe, a pink piece of clothing, a knife with a black handle, and a phone. Does
Yes.
those sound right?
It does.
And I won't go through each and every item because we've seen several of those items before, but just in particular, as it relates to placards 7 and 8, I'm just going to ask you to take a look at some photos, okay?
Okay.
So I'm showing you a photograph of placard 7. Is that familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
And what is the placard 7? What was that to highlight or depict?
That was a knife covering a red-brown stain found in the upstairs master bedroom.
All right, that may be admitted.
And I'm showing you another photograph with depicting placard number 8. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
And that was a cell phone that was also noted in your documentation of the scene, correct?
Yes.
That may be admitted.
Now, as far as collecting of particular items on this scene, you're aware that there were several of the placarded items that were collected by crime scene services to take back to the lab.
Yes.
And fair to say the yellow exercise band at placard number 2, the black exercise band at placard number 3, the blue exercise band at placard number 4, the red pajamas, and the silver knife with the black handle were all collected.
Yes, I believe the red pajamas were collected by the crime scene response unit.
Okay. Do you recall collecting the knife?
Yes.
Why would you collect the knife as part of the crime scene response? Or excuse me.
There's no objection to any of this physical evidence
All right.
being introduced.
You just, that's all right. I'm going to allow this line of inquiry just to kind of put things in perspective. Go ahead.
Thank you. Why would you collect the knife as part of the crime scene services as opposed to the crime scene response?
So we would collect the knife because that would be an item that would be processed for fingerprints at the lab.
And based on your training and experience, fingerprint analysis, is that something that should happen before any other biological testing?
Yes.
And why is that?
So fingerprints are extremely fragile. Anything that the forensic scientist would do would destroy any fingerprints that may or may not be on a item of evidence.
Okay. And so I'm just going to approach and show you an item. familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
Is that the knife that you collected that was located at placard number 7?
Yes.
Thank you. I would move to admit this as the knife.
All right, that may be admitted.
Now, that knife was brought back to the crime lab to your unit?
Yes.
And in addition to the knife, did you also bring back the exercise bands?
Yes.
As far as your analysis of those items for fingerprints, what did you do to try to identify if there was anything on them?
So when we're examining for fingerprints, we're looking for latent prints, which are fingerprints that aren't necessarily visible to the naked eye. Therefore, chemicals must be applied to bring it out to make them visible. Those are non-porous items. So for those, we would use, it's commonly referred to, what was cyanoacrylate ester. It's more commonly known as super glue. And we put them in a chamber with the super glue. The super glue is heated. There's water, so there's humidity in this chamber. The entire chamber fills with super glue fume, so it adheres to anything fingerprint related on those items. Once the chamber is cleared of the fumes, you open it, and then you can now see if there are any fingerprints on there.
Is it fair
And
to say?
that also hardens and preserves the fingerprints on the items of evidence for further testing if needed.
Okay, and is it fair to say that when you touch an item and like leave some remnants of a fingerprint, it's the oils and everything that are on your finger that leave the impression on the item?
Yes.
And so are there things that can affect whether you actually get enough information to analyze a fingerprint?
Yes.
What kinds of things can influence that?
So it could be the texture of the actual object itself. It could also be environmental factors. If there's low humidity, it could be if there's the person touching the item might not have residue on their hands. There's also movement can affect fingerprints. The strength, the grip on an item also affects that, as well as they could be wiped off because fingerprints, like I said, are very, very fragile.
Okay, and so is it oftentimes the case that you analyze for a print and don't find anything of value?
Yes.
And so as it pertains to these items that you reviewed, the knife, the exercise bands, can you tell us what your findings were when it came to the knife?
Yes, the knife did have limited detail, meaning that there were areas of friction ridge impressions, which is that's what we've referred to fingerprints. Is the friction ridge skin is the skin that covers your palms and your fingers and your toes and your feet. The friction ridge skin is what leaves the impression on an object. So there was an area of friction ridge impression on that knife.
Mm-hmm.
So it was photographed further and giving an item number. Upon further analysis, there was not enough detail to do a comparison.
So when you photograph it for further analysis, why do you do that?
Do that in order to take a deeper look to see if there was enough characteristics or minutia to do a comparison to a known print.
So with a photograph, you can enhance it and look at it closer, correct?
Correct.
But after doing that, were you able to make any sort of opinions about that area on the knife?
Yes, there was not enough characteristics or minutia to do any comparison, so it was deemed no value.
And as far as the exercise bands, fair to say you also did the same and examined those to try to identify if they had any friction ridge detail or anything of value that you could conduct a comparison on, right?
Yes.
And was there any on either the yellow band, the black band, or the blue band?
No, there was not enough to do, no value.
And after you're done looking for these delicate fingerprints, what do you do with the items next?
So the items are repackaged and they moved on to the forensic scientists to do their testing.
And usually that's the criminalistics unit first, correct?
Yes.
Now, in this particular case, as we discussed, you were also documenting as state police were executing a search warrant, correct?
Yes.
And you did that again with additional photographs?
Yes.
I'm just going to show you a couple photographs if that's okay. The 3 photographs, that's the first one. It's a little hard to see, but do you see an item depicted in there? A square item?
I'm sorry, where exactly?
Well, do you see that this photograph, a little washed out, but it depicts an area of the home
Yes.
or an item in the home?
Oh, yes.
The dresser?
Yes. Oh, yes, the dresser.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I have another photograph with a drawer open. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
And then a third one, excuse me, with an action item pulled out.
Yes.
And fair to say, when you're photographing things as they are found, you photograph where it comes from, as it's being examined, and then the item in and of itself.
Yes.
So these 3 photographs, would they depict the location of a brown journal?
Yes.
Okay. I would move to admit these as the next.
All right, those may be admitted.
And sir, as far as the dresser, that was located in the basement of the home, correct?
Yes, correct.
And the item that was collected was not collected by you or the crime scene response trooper, but in fact by the state police detectives unit, to your knowledge.
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Mr. Reddington.
So basically, how long is your course that you take to become a crime scene technician for the state police?
So before you're certified for fingerprints, it's usually about a year.
So you're working in that crime scene services unit for a year while you're going to the school for it?
Yes, it's more of an internal training. You don't go to a specific school, but yes.
So you told us about your training. You told us about your experience. You told us about fingerprints. You told us how you seize items in the course of a search warrant. And then you told us about looking at the photographs and the items that would depict Friction Ridge, if any. But the bottom line is that you didn't get any fingerprints.
Correct.
And that, you could have just said that, right? Just come on the witness stand and say, we didn't get any fingerprints.
Sustained.
So then you're talking about, as the state police investigating this case, you guys walk around and you have cameras and you take pictures, right?
Yes.
That's what you told us about. But how about when you're executing a search warrant? Are you supposed to be thorough in the course of your search for items?
I don't search for items, sir. Everything I do is,
right?
yes, I document.
So if I went into the bedroom and if I found a bunch of drugs, in addition to the drugs that were found in the kitchen, and I found these in a nightstand with blood on top of the nightstand and the knife that you talked about, you would have photographed that, right?
Yes.
You never saw that, did you?
No.
I have no further questions.
All right. Redirect? All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
The Commonwealth would call Hillary Griffiths as its next witness, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Stop right there, raise your right hand.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give that you shall take the court and the jury will have enough Thank you. You may have a seat, please. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. Counsel.
Thank you. Sorry. It's okay. Good afternoon. Can you tell the jurors your first and last name?
Hillary Griffiths,
And can you spell your last name for the record?
Griffiths.
And where do you work?
I work at the Massachusetts. Actually, I worked in the DNA unit and then in the Office of Alcohol Testing, but I have been in the toxicology unit since 2011.
What does the toxicology unit do at the crime lab?
We test biological specimens, primarily blood and urine and some other sample types for the presence of drugs, alcohol, and some poisons to aid in criminal and legal investigations.
Where does the samples, the blood and urine, come from before it gets to your lab?
They could come from like often hospital collections of blood and urine. Occasionally urine samples can be collected from a defendant at a police station. Also, we receive samples from the medical examiner's office.
So normally it comes through some law enforcement channel, right?
Yes.
And sometimes through the medical examiner's office.
Yes.
You don't have any direct involvement in the collection of the blood or urine from an individual, correct?
Correct.
You're just looking at the blood itself.
Yes.
Or the urine.
Yes.
Okay, so what kinds of testing is done in the toxicology unit? You mentioned alcohol and drugs and poison. So how does the toxicology unit handle those things?
We initially screen samples following a particular testing strategy depending on case type. And we will screen samples and then confirm whatever is found positive in the screening using a second methodology or repeating the initial methodology using a variety of different techniques.
And when a sample comes to your unit, can you explain to us how the personnel in that unit divides up the work?
Yes. Our samples are tested in a batch system. So each analyst is assigned a particular task for the month. And then any case that requires that test during that month is performed by that individual. So often cases could need anywhere from 3 to 10 different tests to be done. And so different individuals will conduct each different test.
And for any given case or any different lab number, is there an analyst that's kind of assigned at the end of it all to digest or analyze all of the data?
Yes. When all of the testing is completed for a case, an analyst takes responsibility for that case, and they will review all of the raw data that's generated by the different analysts involved. They'll review the case specific information, like the police report, the documentation on the evidence itself. They'll assess the case as a whole, and they'll generate a report containing their findings.
And do you receive some sort of specialized training to be part of the toxicology unit?
Yes.
And what training do you receive?
When I began working in the toxicology unit, I participated in approximately a year-long training program where I conducted literature reviews, attended lectures to learn the theory behind the testing and the testing process itself, as well as the interpretation of the results. And then I practiced each of the techniques on mock cases and then took tests to ensure that I understood the logic and the background behind the testing. I understood the interpretation, and I was able to test these mock cases and get the correct results prior to performing those methods on casework samples.
And you described to us that the work is done in a batch flow process so that you could be doing different things at various points. Are you trained to do each part of the process?
Yes.
And so ultimately you could interpret, but you don't always interpret with every single case that you work on.
Correct.
Now, in the toxicology unit, you mentioned that there are screening tests and there are confirmatory tests, and those are usually assigned differently in this batch process, correct?
It can be, yes.
What are generally the screen tests that are done when a case comes into the toxicology unit?
For the most part, all cases receive an ELISA screen, which is a very quick color screening test that looks for 8 different types of drugs. It's very sensitive but not very specific. So it basically says this type of drug might be present. Now go do follow-up testing to find out specifically what's present. They also all receive a general unknown screen, which looks for several hundred different prescription drugs, over-the-counter drugs, and drugs of abuse. Then depending on the case type, they can be screened for alcohol, and they can be screened, specific screening tests for GHB can be performed if the case type warrants that.
GHB, alcohol, I mean, really?
Overall, I'll let guys.
You can continue. And then depending on what is present from those screening tests, that will guide the follow-up testing.
And with the follow-up testing, that's the process of going through that secondary confirmatory testing, right?
Correct.
And in some instances with the screens, are you looking to get any sort of specific information about a particular drug or substance that might be present, or is it just a determination of whether something is detected or not detected?
It depends on the test itself and the sample. The general unknown screen only tells us if a substance is detected or not detected. The general unknown screen can be run as both a screening test and a confirmatory test. With other tests, the screening test would just be qualitative, and we would determine if a substance is present or not, such as when we test urine, we can only determine or report out if a substance is present or not. With some tests, when testing blood, we can determine a concentration and know how much of the drug is present.
And are there limitations at your lab as far as determining concentration of certain types of drugs in blood?
Yes.
And so what happens when your lab might have screened or detected a substance but doesn't have the ability to give a concentration? What do you do with that?
We can, if the substance is confirmed, so if we've tested it twice and verified that it's definitely present, we can report it out as just detected, as opposed to giving the concentration.
Do you often work with other independent outside laboratories to do additional testing that you can't as far as determining concentrations or levels?
Yes, if it's important for the case to know a concentration of a substance that we can't quantify ourselves, we can send it to a different laboratory that can perform that testing.
I'm going to draw your attention to a laboratory number 23-01723. Do you recall doing work on that particular lab number?
Yes.
Do you recall what your role was in that batch process for the lab number?
Yes. I performed the confirmation method for benzodiazepines on the urine sample and the quantitation method for benzodiazepines on the blood sample.
And in order to do, well, can you tell us a little bit about the benzodiazepine? What did you do as far as that particular test?
When testing both the blood and the urine, for the most part, the same method is used. We use a solid phase extraction method to separate the drugs from the rest of the biological material. Biological materials can have things like lipids and steroids and blood cells and bacteria and other things that can interfere with our testing. So we use this solid phase extraction method to separate the drugs and concentrate them to be able to run on our instrument. And then we run them on a LC-MS, which is a liquid chromatograph mass spectrometer that can separate the different drugs and identify specifically which one is present and how much is there. When we're testing blood samples, we can report out that value for how much is present. When testing urine samples by this method, although the method itself can determine how much is present, we don't report that out because concentrations in urine aren't really meaningful. They don't reflect any concentration that had previously been in the blood. They mostly just reflect how much of the drug was present in the urine. So we don't report that. There is an additional step that's needed when testing urine at the beginning of the method, but otherwise both the blood and the urine are tested in the same manner using the solid phase extraction and the LC-MS.
And in this case, with this laboratory number, the toxicology unit was in fact provided with 6 vials of blood and 1 vial of urine, correct?
There were 4 vials of blood and then 2 vials of serum plasma, which had started out as blood but were serum by the time we received them, and then 1 tube of urine.
Okay. And as far as the urine goes, in your role in this batch process, you conducted that benzodiazepine screen, correct?
Yes.
And it was positive.
Yes.
And then the further testing, were you able to detect any particular benzodiazepines in the urine?
I didn't conduct the initial benzodiazepine screen through the ELISA method, which was positive. Based on that positive result, I ran the confirmation method on the urine, which identified the specific drugs that were present. And that identified in urine nordiazepam, oxazepam, temazepam, and lorazepam.
And based on your training experience when it comes to those substances, if it's detected in either blood or urine, does it mean that there are those 4 separate substances, or could they be derivatives of one particular drug?
Yes, each of those substances is available as its own drug. You can get prescriptions for them, you can purchase them. However, diazepam, that's more commonly used than nordiazepam, oxazepam, and temazepam, breaks down into those other 3 substances. So often when we detect nordiazepam, oxazepam, and temazepam, they actually are present in the body because diazepam or another benzodiazepine was initially taken and it broke down to those 3.
But as far as your testing is, when it comes to urine, you can't determine or quantify what it was or if it was one drug or multiple.
Correct.
Now, in this particular case, you indicated that there was also further testing done on the blood, correct?
Yes.
And was it as well for the benzodiazepines?
Yes.
And that was just because that was your role in the batch testing for this case?
Yes.
What were the results in the testing of the benzodiazepines in the blood?
The blood contained 8.8 nanograms per mil a liter of diazepam and 20 nanograms per milliliter of nordiazepam and 4.8 nanograms per mil of oxazepam and 1.9 nanograms per mil of temazepam and 61 nanograms per mil of lorazepam.
And in your role in this testing process, you're just running the equipment, running the tests, and getting the data, correct?
There is some analysis of the data. I have to ensure that the controls performed appropriately, that the instrument was running properly, and make a decision based on the instrument data, what I consider to be positive or not. But then it's handed off to another analyst who generates the final report.
And in this case, were all the controls appropriate, all the equipment running effectively, and everything done according to the policies and procedures of the lab?
Ultimately, all of the relevant controls that were associated with the samples performed appropriately.
And what did you do with the information or the data that you received as a result of these tests? What did you do with it?
I put it together in a batch file that contained all the data for my analysis. It contained the case data for the samples that were run on that day, as well as all the control data that was run simultaneously, and other traceability type info, and gave it to another analyst who reviewed it to ensure that laboratory policies and procedures were followed, that the controls performed appropriately in order to report the results, and that the results were scientifically accurate. And then after that analyst agreed with my findings, the data was put into the individual case files.
And in this case, the reporting analyst for the entire lab number of 23-01723 was in fact somebody by the name of Nicholas Roberts, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that there were other forensic scientists who did other testing for other types of drugs in the same test, but it wasn't part of your role or your batch?
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Reddington.
So the toxicology report you're familiar with was dated February 24th of 2023. Is that correct? Do you have it in front of you?
I can refer to it. Yeah.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. And that's, you can keep it right there and look at it. And then you have, it makes reference to your lab number, and then it talks about the specimens that you've indicated, which would be the toxicology blood times 4, serum plasma, you noted serum plasma, and then urine, right?
Yes.
And when you say serum plasma, what is that? Is that just a breakdown of the blood, or is it that that was actual plasma that was submitted? How did that come about as opposed to the actual blood in items number 1, 2, and 3?
We received samples that were taken for medical reasons, and the sample that was initially drawn would have been blood, but the hospital would have separated the blood cells from the liquid portion of the sample prior to it being submitted to our lab. So when I received it, it was serum plasma, but it would have initially been blood.
Okay. And likewise with the urine, correct?
Yes.
And you received all of these items in indicating light blue top tube, potassium oxalate, sodium fluoride. That was just so prevent coagulation, right?
Yes.
And then looking down further, it says on the toxicology blood, you make reference to, as you indicated, the 8.8 diazepam, the nordiazepam, the oxazepam, temazepam, lorazepam, and you're putting down, would that be nanograms per milliliters, NG/ml?
Yes.
Okay. And it's kind of hard to follow through with that, so I'm going to approach you. This is a copy of the blood toxicology report that you're referring to, right? Sure, of course.
Yes.
And this is the tox report for Lindsay Clancy, right?
Yes.
And it's making reference to incident dated January 24th of 23, correct?
Yes.
I'd offer this one.
Any objection?
No.
All right, that may be admitted.
Now, you can continue with the yes. You then make reference to organic bases and neutrals, right?
Yes.
Can you tell me what is an organic base and a neutral? What does that mean?
That refers to, so the line above that, the organic acids and neutrals and the organic bases and neutrals refer to the results from the general unknown screen, which is another screen that was performed by a different analyst.
Okay, do you know who the analyst was?
Lisa Yell.
And would that be with the Department of the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes.
Okay. And as it relates to the tox report, it also notes that, what is an organic base and a neutral? What does that mean, though? I just don't know.
This testing procedure separates the drugs present in the sample into drugs that are more basic in nature and drugs that are more acidic in nature. This test looks for several hundred types of drugs, and so in order to customize the extraction method to target certain drugs, the sample is divided into 2 fractions.
So in other words, it gives you a broader spectrum, if you will, of the drugs that would be in the person's sample of their blood, right?
Yes.
And that detected mirtazapine, right?
Yes.
Lamotrigine, right?
Yes.
Probably mispronouncing this. Quetiapine?
Quetiapine.
And quetiapine metabolite, right?
Yes.
As well as trazodone, right?
Correct.
And just tell me, what is a metabolite? What does that mean, quetiapine metabolite?
When we consume drugs, our body will break down the drug often into another molecule before it's being excreted. And sometimes our testing can detect these breakdown molecules as well. So this test detected both quetiapine as well as its breakdown product.
So there was, that would indicate that there was quetiapine that was in the blood as well as a quetiapine metabolite or a breakdown over a passage of time.
Yes.
Also, just you guys check for everything. There's no alcohol detected, right?
Correct.
No amphetamines detected, right?
Correct.
There was a benzo screen that was positive, which we've already talked about, correct?
Yes.
Buprenorphine screen, none detected, right?
Yes.
Cocaine and fentanyl, none, right?
Yes.
Methamphetamines, none, correct?
Yes.
Opiates, none.
Yes.
Cannabinoids, that'd be weed, right? None.
It's the active molecule in there.
Okay. Diazepam, none.
Yes.
Nor diazepam detected.
Correct.
Oxazepam detected,
Yes.
termazepam detected,
Yes.
lorazepam detected, right?
Yes.
And then finally it says organic acids and neutrals, none detected, right?
Yes.
And then you talk about, and that would be the acids. Then you talk about the actual organic bases, and it lists all of the other items that we just went through. Trazodone metabolite, for example. So you have the trazodone plus the breakdown of the metabolite. You have the mirtazapine as well as mirtazapine metabolite, right?
Correct.
Lamotrigine, quietapine, and the quietapine metabolite, right?
Correct.
Now, you would also, in your direct examination, made reference to another lab that you all work with, apparently, or that you've had occasion to work with, right?
Occasionally, we have sent samples to another lab.
Okay. Would that be NMS Labs located in Horsham, Horsham, Pennsylvania?
NMS Labs, I don't recall the location of the lab.
Okay, but you know NMS Labs.
Yes.
I mean, that's pretty well known, right?
Yes.
You guys, right? And was a sample of Lindsay's blood sent to that place as well?
Yes.
And were there results for that as a result of the examination?
I believe so.
Okay, I'm going to approach you with the report of toxicology report.
Got a sidebar?
Sure, Council, please stand by.
I mean, couldn't they just have said exactly that? Benzos, yes. No weed, no gummy. That's cleared up, and also got some kind of supplements going on there. And we still haven't heard if it's at a therapeutic level or a lethal level. And Misty said this one drug that I cannot pronounce. Where is it? Witipene or whatever, depending on the dose, makes you drowsy and gives you the shakes and dribbles. That sounds pleasant to take. I mean, y'all, I'm getting frustrated. I feel like there's so much they're not telling us. And it's okay. But if we don't know, how does the jury know? They're hearing everything we hear. So do you think the jury's sitting there going, can we just get, some numbers like how much is in her system? It's good to know she's got a bunch of Pam going on there, but I mean, we need to know how much is in her system and how much is supposed to be in her system. My God, be patient, Leanie. More to come. I know, Lisa. And listen, I'm a terrible person. I can't help it. I want everything fast. Let's go. Skip all the sweet talking. Let's just get to it. Give me the cold, hard facts, and I'll make a decision here. Oh, mercy. They did say the other day something was at a therapeutic level. Can you guys remember? Nope. But I thought it was her ex-husband that said that she took a gummy. Am I right or wrong about that? But how long does that stuff stay in the system? Like how? So I've got his testimony pulled up, and at lunchtime we're gonna go into that because I just want to rehear what he said, because remember, he was the first person on the stand, and we ended up, well, I know I ended up missing a lot of it, but then some of it was made clear as more testified.
All right. Redirect.
Nothing further.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Let me sit down.
Thank you.
Go to lunch, sir.
Yeah, come on.
The Commonwealth would call Lisa Yell as next witness.
Thank you so much.
So many Lisas, so many Pams. God.
You stop right here and raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this court and the jury will not shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing correct?
Yes.
What's your stuff right there, please?
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hi. Come on.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am. Can you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
My name is Lisa Yell, spelled Yelle.
And what do you do for work?
I currently work at a biotech pharmacy company.
Did you work for the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab at some point?
Yes, I did.
And how long did you work for the crime lab?
For 15 years.
And in January of 2023, what unit were you working with at the crime lab?
The toxicology unit.
And more specifically, I guess, February of 2023, were you still in that unit?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm just going to draw your attention right to this particular case. We're talking about laboratory number 23-01723. Did you do any batch work on this particular case?
Yes, I did.
And what testing did you do in relation to the samples of this lab number?
It was a test that was known as the general unknown screen.
Can you tell the jury what the general unknown screen does, what it tests for?
Sure, that's a screening test for drugs. It essentially would test for hundreds of different prescription medications or drugs of abuse.
And in this particular test, the general unknown screen, is there a portion of testing in the lab for general unknowns that would allow you to quantify when certain substances are detected?
The general unknown screen is not a quantifiable test. It's just an identification screen. So you wouldn't be able to attribute a specific level of the drug, but just the identification that it was present or not.
So it would be a detected or non-detected situation?
Correct.
And in this particular case, items 10-101 involved a vial of blood that was submitted to the laboratory, correct?
Yes.
And you did the general unknown screen for the blood?
Yes.
And what were the substances that were detected in that sample of blood?
Would I be able to reference?
Sure.
Just to ensure that I'm attributing everything?
Yep.
Any objections?
No, of course not. Sure.
I can actually show you what's our exhibit 183.
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory as to the substances?
Yes.
Okay, so fair to say it's mirtazapine, lamotrigine,
Trazodone, and
quetiapine, and the quetiapine metabolite, correct?
Yes.
And in that particular screen of the blood, all you're able to tell is whether they're detected or not.
Correct.
In your work with testing for those items and running that general unknown screen, were there any issues with the controls in that test?
No, there weren't.
Were there any problems with the equipment in that test?
There was a syringe issue, which means essentially if you consider a needle that has a plunger on the top, it would have essentially gotten stuck at some point within the batch run, which could run for 24 to 48 hours. It's a very lengthy run. So once the error is notified, it's a very simple switch. You just pull the syringe out, place it back, place a new one back into that same spot, and then you would restart your run from that point forward, including a control, just to ensure that the instrument is still functioning the way that it should.
And so would that type of error that you observed in the equipment affect the results of the test?
Not in any way.
And in addition to the testing or running this general unknown screen on the blood, you also ran a general unknown screen on urine, which was identified as item 10-201, correct?
That's correct.
And were those same substances detected in the urine?
Yes, they were.
And again, as far as those particular substances in the general unknown screen or unknown screen test for urine, are you able to quantify it in any way?
No.
Is it fair to say that there are other laboratories across the country that potentially could quantify those substances?
Yes.
And so in this case, are you aware that there were samples of the blood and that were sent to another lab because of those positive tests for those substances?
I am not aware.
Okay. You weren't the reporting analyst in this case, correct?
Correct. I was not.
So after you did those general unknown screens in the blood and the urine, what did you do with the information?
The testing, every independent sample receives its own summary sheet where you document any possible drugs that were detected. All of the sheets are submitted to what's called a batch review. So a secondary person will independently review everything and ensure that they have drew the same conclusions that I did. Once both people have agreed, all of the paperwork that is generated is filed within the respective case files, and then that's later submitted to an analyst at random to author the report and review the entirety of the case.
And in this particular case for lab number 23-101723, you're aware that Nicholas Roberts was the reporting analyst, correct?
Correct.
And any decisions on any further testing were likely made through him in your experience?
Yes, it definitely would not have been part of the role for someone doing a portion of the testing within a case.
And as far as the particular substances that were detected, when you are running these tests, it doesn't tell you that there were several different drugs that were necessarily consumed by the individual, correct?
I don't know if I understand your question.
Well, are there certain substances that come up in these screens that could be attributable to the same type of drug?
There are certain, we would call them parent drugs and metabolites. Once you ingest the medication, your body will begin to metabolize or break that drug down. So there could be metabolites that are related to the parent compound of the medication that was taken.
So where there were five positive or detected substances doesn't mean that there was 5 specific substances, especially where there was a metabolite detected, correct? I guess that.
I'm not sure I follow your question again.
That's okay. As far as these particular items or these particular substances that were detected in these screens, you weren't able to provide any further information for final review other than they were detected.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Rankin.
So basically, as the court knows, we agree to this. We stipulate to all of this. As far as the blood, the chain of custody, the testing, you didn't have any problems with the quality of the testing, right? It was good test.
It was a good test, correct?
Okay. So, and the results that have been described numerous times, there's the reference to metabolite, and there's 5 drugs. Doesn't mean there's 5 drugs. It could be 1 drug with a metabolite. All a metabolite means is that it's a breakdown of the same drug at some point, right?
Correct.
Like if you're smoking marijuana or something, you have carboxy-9 or whatever they call it. It can be some residue in your blood, right?
Yes, the way that.
From the breakdown.
Yes.
And the lab that the council was referring to, again, would be the, is it the NMS lab? You familiar with that, NMS?
I'm familiar with that lab does exist, yes.
Yeah. And what does that mean? Do you know what NMS means? Is it like national something?
Afternoon recess at this point. I'm going to ask you to come back 2 o'clock. There's another couple of witnesses. I'm not even going to make a commitment. But we'll have a couple of witnesses this afternoon. We'll kind of see where we go. Okay? All right, thank you.
Court, all rise. Jury, with the notebooks placed on the chairs, please. Cheers, exit of the forum.
All right, so we'll be in recess on this matter till 2 o'clock. Okay, thank you.
Court, all rise.
Okay, can you make sure that this is the bring that you have over here?
Long it would how long it's detectable in the blood, because doesn't that matter? I mean, let's just say one of the PAMs was detectable for 12 hours in blood, no problem. Another one's only detectable for 6 hours, and can't you kind of, dependent on the time that she was brought in and the blood work was taken, and work your way back, kind of figure out about where right before she did anything to her kids, that about what time she took them last? Just curious. I mean, if you can't tell us how much is in our system, you can't quantify it, then at least tell us how long it stays in the system. Everything's only detectable for so long. Y'all know that. You know you're over there smoking the weed while you're listening to me talk here. Max, did you get done with your dinner? Thank you guys so much for coming in. Will you do me a favor and hit the thumbs up, double tap your screen? Am I muted? I better not be. No, I'm not. No, I'm not muted. Double tap your screen. Magic happens for real. Lisa said she's got to do something productive. Perfect timing. My kids are home. I'll be back. The half.
You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, I've been talking. I've been trying to sort this. I'm going, hang on, guys. I'll do this. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. But Leanie's going to go over stuff. I couldn't even hear you. And when I looked, I had to add myself to screen. So when I add myself to the stage. And when I did, then I heard you. And then I'm talking to you. And you weren't answering. And I looked again and I still wasn't on there. I've been dropped down again. So we don't know what's happening. The live was going off. Was it going off your end?
Yeah, the sound went out. So
yeah, it went out.
Yeah, I think we were hearing something that we were not supposed to hear, and so they stopped it. Getting juicy now. That's what Gemma says.
About time.
Yep. But I still am just disappointed in this. And you guys, if she does get appeals, I don't think this is going to be a hard appeal to lose, because there's so much the jury hasn't heard, and how they could go back there and make a decision about this, just knowing this part of it so far. There's plenty of reasonable doubt that she did this in malice, because they're not giving us everything. It's kind of like they already think that the jury's going to find her.
Should it through?
Yeah, they're just like, yeah, they're going to find her not guilty of this, and that's just. I mean, if you're asked to be a juror, I would be saying, y'all, we need more, or else we're done.
Yeah. Are you still there though, that premeditation, or have you moved again? Because I've moved again.
I am. What I'm saying, now I'm just more probably in the I don't know, because there's not enough evidence to convict her.
Exactly. I agree.
So far, they can't even tell us a shelf date on the stupid medications that were found, and then they can't distinguish the different PAMs. Now we got 5 PAMs that we're talking about, but only one of those PAMs can represent all 5 of them. So she may only have one drug instead of 5 in her system, and they can't quantify it.
There, won't be?
Yeah, no.
Still nuclear. We haven't got a clue. It's like they're
So,
just rushing this. They're just giving the bare essentials and that's it. Do you think this live is going to go on for how long?
you mean today? Oh, today?
No, I mean in total. Like, do you think it's going to be a quick?
I don't. Yeah, I don't. If they keep running this courtroom the way that it's been run, and then not really bringing any evidence of her guilt, it's going to be a quick jury. It's going to be quick, and they're going to come in and say, no, there's not enough evidence to convict her, because right now there's not. They haven't
No.
proven anything, and they're the ones that have to prove it, not the defense.
Yeah.
So I don't know if the chat's with us on that or not, but right now,
Do you agree that she's being failed, and them kids in here have been failed for the time she was asking for help, for the amount of medication that was getting handed over, whether she was taking it or not. I just forget about that for a minute. They were giving it. Do you think she got failed, and obviously them kids were failed? Patrick
yeah,
should have stood in and
hands
got them
down.
kids out straight away. The mother
Hands
should have.
down.
Yeah, I definitely she was failed,
Hands down.
regardless.
Because I mean, they've done enough proof where they have, and this is defense proven this. And they don't have to prove shit, but the defense has proven that for months she was asking everybody for help, and everybody failed her. Everybody, even more than that, everybody failed the kids. She's still alive. Those kids are not, and they were. Can you imagine what their home life was like if mom and dad were this messed up? And I believe unhappy. Imagine what their lives were like. I mean, it had to have been like, even if there were no words spoken, you know how you can be around people and you know that there's some kind of problem, and it feels heavy.
Yeah.
So at least their house had to feel that heaviness, like something's really wrong here. Misty says that she agrees she must have taken it for it to be detectable in the blood. I feel for her. I really do. The whole family are responsible. Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
I mean, at this point,
I mean, she's in hell now. She's in, regardless, she's already in hell in her head.
Yeah, I think so too.
You know,
I mean, at this point, I'm sorry, Max, go ahead.
No, go on.
At this point, I just think, you know what, there are no winners here. The babies are gone. There's no winners. They haven't proven that she's done anything in malice at all. And what can they do? They've got to put her in a hospital. I mean, there's got to be consequences for the taking of the lives. So I just think that she needs to be put in a hospital, sadly, and kept there. It's just not safe.
Yeah.
I mean, and I'm also curious if they will bring up anybody who has recently worked with her. Is she still suicidal? Has anybody heard that? Have you guys heard anything if she's still suicidal or not? I'm curious to know that.
There's loads we haven't. It's terrible.
Yeah. But it doesn't matter. No matter where they put her, she's going to be on suicide watch for a while. I mean, because they can fake it, right? Misty says, but they aren't even showing us anything that proves premeditation. I agree. They haven't proven anything. Zero. If anything, it's just the defense that is saying this woman sought help for months and every person in her life failed her. Every person. And therefore, I mean, sadly, the kids are the ones that suffered from this. So they definitely failed the kids. All right, guys, I'm sure everybody's going to lunch or trying to get something done in between here. I think we're all going to do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play Patrick Clancy, just because he was the very first person on the stand. And a lot of what he said made absolutely no sense to me until they started calling other people. Then I was like, oh, that's why he didn't describe how now Dawson, right?
You went out, Lee. You're going in and out.
Sorry. He said he found Cora and Callan laying on their stomachs, right? And then when asked about Dawson, he stumbled over words. He didn't know what to say. And then he said,
Can I read this, please, Lee?
yes, yes.
It says trauma nurse I can see it on the stand now. Trauma nurse testifies Lindsay Clancy couldn't be left alone after the children's deaths. And they're saying, what does that mean? And she's saying that means patients can't be left alone. And also, depending, you always have to sit outside the room to monitor the patient. And is that because the patient has been identified as a potential suicide risk? Yes.
Oh,
So
wow.
she's now being testified. So,
So what's going on right now? Consider it break.
it's saying 3. When I clicked on it, was saying after 3 years. After 3 years, she testifies. But Lindsay Clancy, still suicidal 3 years after deaths. When I click on it, it won't let me look at it. And that's
Okay.
people.com.
Then that was probably brought up in pretrial hearings, or we just missed the nurse on the stand. Remember the lady on the stand Friday, and then today, this morning, the black nurse that was on the stand.
Yeah, she's the black nurse, yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the trauma nurse.
When I click on that, it's not letting me watch it.
Okay. Well, go ahead and let's take that off the screen. Let's share Patrick Clancy's and just listen in on that. I'm going to get some stuff done while I'm listening as well. And then we're going to see if I could speed it up a little bit, because I definitely don't care about their sidebars and other nonsense that goes on. All right, let me share this real quick. Hold on. I hear you crunching, girl. I miss my teeth. Let me go ahead and give Court TV a likety-like. All right. We're going to play it right here, you guys. I am going to speed it up. Watch your ears. I can't control that part. Let's go up to 125 playback speed. Let's see if we can still understand it. We probably will be able to. Let's see. All right. So watch your ears.
Can you stop right here? Raise your right hand to the clerk.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you have given shall give court in the jury, no matter what now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may have a seat, sir.
All right, good morning, sir. I'm going to ask you to speak into that microphone.
Oh my God,
get
that's
seated
so
if you like,
sad.
get more comfortable. Okay. All right, calm up, please.
Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please state and
Okay, I am going to slow it down, because that even 125 is fast for them. So no sense in listening to it if you don't understand it. All right, I wonder how long it had been since she had actually seen him in person. All right, here we go.
spell your name?
She's seen him in court, didn't she?
Yeah, my name's Patrick Clancy. It's PatrickClancy.
And what is your date of birth?
June 15th, 1988.
What city do you live in now?
New York.
And what do you do for a living?
I work in tech.
How long have you worked in tech?
14 years.
And were you previously married to a person named Lindsay Clancy?
Yes,
And you're divorced now, is that correct?
correct.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you point to them and describe something they're wearing?
It's not necessary.
She's wearing a pink shirt.
Record will reflect the identification of the defendant.
Thank you. Where did you meet the defendant?
In South Boston.
And when was that?
I think it was May 2013.
And how did you meet her?
Through my cousin.
And would it be accurate to state that your cousin had been college roommates of the defendant?
Yes.
And at some point in time, did you start dating?
Yes.
And around what time was that?
July 2013.
Did you eventually move in together?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
September 2015.
And where did you live?
In Quincy.
How long did you live in Quincy?
1 year.
And where did you go after that?
We bought a house in Weymouth.
And how long did you live in Weymouth?
2 years.
Did you eventually get married?
Yes.
And when was that?
December 2016.
And was that while you were living in Weymouth?
Yes.
Did you have your first child when you were living in Weymouth?
Yes.
And what was her name?
Cora.
And what was her date of birth?
December 24th, 2017.
Prior to getting married, did the defendant ever tell you she had taken psychiatric medication while in nursing school?
Not that I recall.
After having Cora, did the three of you move somewhere else?
Yeah, we moved to Duxbury.
And what was your address in Duxbury?
47 Summer Street.
And do you recall when you moved there?
I believe it was July 2018.
And where were you working at that time?
I was working for a startup called Automation Anywhere.
At some point in time, did you start working for Microsoft?
Yes.
And when was that?
May 2020.
And when you worked for Microsoft, did you go to an office or did you work from home?
I worked from home.
And was that from 2020 onward that you worked from home?
No, I started working from home in 2018.
2018, okay. So from 2018 up until, let's say, 2023, you were working from home, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you have an office in your home which you worked out of?
Eventually, yeah.
And where was that located?
In the basement.
And was that a finished basement?
Yes.
Going back to after Cora was born, do you recall the defendant having any physical issues after the birth?
Yeah.
And what were those?
I think there was a lot of tearing and she bled a lot.
Did it take her a while to recover physically?
I would say so, yeah.
Did she have maternity leave at that time?
Yes.
Where was she working?
Mass General Hospital.
And what was she doing there?
She's a labor and delivery nurse.
At that point in time, when she had Cora in 2017, how long had she been a nurse?
3 years, maybe.
And do you recall how long her maternity leave was with Cora?
That was the shortest of the three. I want to say it was 10 or 11 weeks.
And did you have paternity leave at that time?
Yeah, I had 2 weeks.
2 weeks, okay. When you went back after the 2 weeks back to work in the home, were there any issues that you noticed the defendant having?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just want to correct an earlier statement. I was working for Pegasystems when Cora was born.
Okay. And then eventually you worked for Microsoft?
Yeah.
Okay. And so after the 2 weeks of your paternity leave, the defendant was still on maternity leave, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did she have to take any psychiatric medications at that time?
Not that I know of. She had a lot of anxiety, but.
Okay. So you're saying that she had some anxiety at that time. Is that correct?
Yeah.
How did that manifest, or how did you know that?
She just really struggled with the date of going back to work.
So immediately after having Cora, as she healed physically, what was her mood like when you're both on leave?
It was great. It was good.
Good. Okay.
I mean, relatively, yeah.
And so did the anxiety start as it became closer in time to when she had to go back to work?
Yes.
How many shifts was she working at that time?
Before Cora was born, she was working at least 40 hours, maybe more. After she went back to work, it was, I think, initially just one.
One shift?
Yeah.
And was that a 12-hour shift?
It was per diem.
Per diem.
And then she eventually did 2 shifts.
Okay.
I think it was 20 weeks.
After 20 weeks, she moved to 2 shifts?
I'm sorry, it was 20 hours a week.
20 hours a week, okay. And so from the time she worked her way back up to 20 hours a week at work until she had your next child, did it remain that 20 hours per week that she worked?
Pretty much, yeah.
And did you have any assistance in the home during that time after she went back to work? A nanny or a babysitter?
Yeah, we had babysitters. We had a babysitter who came probably 12 hours a week.
And did that typically happen after your wife had a shift, that the nanny or the babysitter would be there?
Yeah, so she could sleep.
Did the defendant work overnights?
Yeah.
And how long did you have that nanny or babysitter for?
Several years.
Do you remember her name?
We called her Miss Jen
Miss Jen? Do you remember her last name?
Shanahan.
And then you had a second child, is that correct?
Yes,
And what was their name?
Dawson.
And what was Dawson's date of birth?
September 30th, 2019.
And was Miss Jen still helping out in the home at that time?
Yeah.
And what was Dawson's delivery like?
Pretty traumatic.
How so?
He was in I think a breech position. So he came out in I don't know much about it, but not an ideal way. And it caused just significant bruising and tearing.
So again, did the defendant with this second pregnancy have some pain and difficulty physically healing from the birth?
Yeah, much more so than Cora.
Okay. And was she on maternity leave at that time?
Yes.
How many weeks leave did she have at that time?
I don't recall, but I think it was more than the traditional 12. I want to say it was 13 or 14, maybe more.
Page 13, if I may approach.
You may.
You don't have to keep telling me the pages, that's okay.
I could have you look at page 13 and just read to yourselves lines 6 through 10, and then just look up when you're finished. Thank you. Does that refresh your memory as to how much maternity leave the defendant had after Dawson's birth?
Yeah.
And what was it?
18.
18 weeks?
Mhm.
Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And, after dealing with the physical pain of birth and starting to heal, how was her demeanor and experience during that maternity leave?
I think it was fine at first. It was always when she had to go back to work, that's when she struggled. So,
Okay. So that was a pattern that you saw after
Yeah.
the baby, maternity leave was good, and then she'd struggle going back to work?
she just had a really hard time being separated from them.
What was the plan for how many shifts she would work or how many hours she would work after Dawson was born?
I believe it was the same thing.
And in terms of Ms. Shanahan, the babysitter, you had mentioned before that she was there about 12 hours a week. Did that stay consistent after Dawson's birth, or was it more or less?
Probably consistent.
After Dawson's birth, did the defendant ever tell you whether she was on any psychiatric medication after Dawson's birth?
No.
Did she seek treatment or tell you she sought treatment after Dawson's birth?
Yeah, she got a therapist for a short period of time, but it didn't last very long.
Did she tell you that at the time or later?
At the time.
Okay. And did she have any psychiatric hospitalizations or commitments at that time?
No.
What about after Cora's birth? Any psychiatric hospitalizations or treatments?
No.
Was there a time after Dawson's birth where she wanted to declutter your garage.
Maybe at some point.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did you assist her with that?
Yeah.
And how was that done?
We had a lot of stuff to throw away. And I think we sold some stuff on Facebook Marketplace. We just had a lot of stuff.
So did the two of you go through the items in the garage and organize it into what you would keep, what you would throw away, and what you would sell?
Yes.
Okay. And so it was very organized?
I would say so, yeah.
And you finished the project, is that correct?
It was always ongoing.
Now, eventually you had your third child, correct?
Yeah.
And what was their name?
Callan.
And what was his date of birth?
May 26th, 2022.
Can you describe that delivery for us?
It was great. From what I could tell, it was relatively quick. It was during the day. We were both smiling after, and I don't think there was as much physical trauma.
Nothing compared to what happened with Cora or Dawson, is that correct?
Correct.
Did the defendant have maternity leave after Callan's birth?
Yeah.
And how long was that leave?
She never went back.
How long was it planned for initially?
I want to say 18 weeks.
Okay. And were you on paternity leave as well?
Yes.
And how long was your paternity leave?
12 weeks.
So with Callan being born on May 26, 2022, the two of you were home with the children that summer on leave, is that correct?
Yeah.
What was family life like during that time period, those summer months?
It was great. We had a lot of time off. I was able to spend a lot of time with, I spent a lot of time with Cora and Dawson. So I would take them around, the playgrounds and birthday parties and stuff like that.
Okay. And what would Lindsay be doing while you were with Cora and Dawson?
Sometimes she'd come with us with Callan, but oftentimes we did kind of like a divide and conquer. So she'd be home with Callan and I'd be out with the older kids.
And what types of family activities did you all do during those summer months?
We went on a couple vacations. We went to the beach. We went out on our boat and went to friends' houses.
During those months when you're going to the beach and out on the boat and visiting with friends, were there any signs of anxiety in the defendant during those months?
I would say starting in September, yes, but in the previous months, not so much.
When had she been scheduled to go back to work?
I don't remember the exact date, but I think it was October.
Okay. So again, it was that pattern of as it became closer in time to go back to work,
yeah,
she started to struggle?
Yeah.
During the times when she would get anxious, when it was time to go back to work and she would start being anxious, did you ever have any difficulty understanding her when she spoke?
No.
And did she ever exhibit any behavior that made you concerned enough to call a doctor or want to commit her?
No.
When she was showing this anxiety, what were you seeing in her behavior?
Just a lot of stress. There were days where she had all three kids and, there's different nap schedules and different needs. So it was just really stressful.
Okay. And you're still working in the basement office at this point after Callan's born, correct?
I went back to work late August.
Okay. And when you work downstairs, how often would you come upstairs during the day?
All the time for lunch or just to say hi.
Were there times when Lindsay would ask you to hold the baby in the office while she was doing something?
So, yeah.
And were there times when you would watch one or more of the children while she took another to a doctor's appointment or to an errand or something like that?
Yeah, if it worked out with the schedule, yeah.
Okay.
What are you doing, buddy? You come outside with that.
What was the plan in terms of how many shifts or hours?
Lainey, you're on the mic.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I believe the plan was 2 shifts per week, but there's a lot of flexibility. She could have done really anything.
Do you recall saying previously that that you were going to start off with 1 shift and hopefully move to 2?
I could imagine, yeah.
Okay. And you said there were some options, correct? What were those options if that didn't work out?
Well, I always put money aside in basically our own maternity account, just so that if she needed more flexibility, we planned for that.
So if she needed more time off, more than what her work would provide for her, you were financially secure enough to afford that at that time? During this time, in the fall of 2022, were Cora and Dawson attending preschool?
Yes.
And where was that?
Learning Sprouts,
And where is Learning Sprouts located?
Duxbury.
How often were they attending Learning Sprouts?
Full days, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and a half day on Thursday.
And what was a full day? What hours?
I think it was 9 to 4.
9 a.m. to 4 p.m.?
I think so, yeah.
And what was a half day?
Like 9 to 12:30. I think they might have had some days where they started early. I can't remember.
Okay. But basically all day, working hours all day, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then the mornings on Thursday. Is that right?
Right.
And who would do drop-offs for school?
We both would.
And what about pickups?
Both of us.
Together or take turns?
Usually we would take turns.
Now, at some point in time after Callan was born, did you hire a nanny?
Yes.
And when was that?
I think it was in August or September.
Of 2022?
Yeah.
And who was that nanny?
Lainey. I don't remember her last name.
Does Elaine Rossi sound familiar?
Yeah.
And do you recall how many days per week Elaine was going to work when you hired her?
I think it was 12 hours.
But it wouldn't be 12 hours altogether. It would be spread out over the week. Is that right?
Correct.
And who was she hired to take care of?
Everyone. But mainly it was going to be Callan.
Because Cora and Dawson would be at school?
For the most part, yeah.
And what was the plan for when Elaine would work? Was it that same type of after Lindsay worked shifts or something different?
Yeah, the goal was after Lindsay would work. I mean, she never went back to work, but I think we wanted to get her just like oriented with our house and the kids. So we had her start before, and then she was amazing. She was an amazing caregiver, but eventually we decided to let her go because Lindsay was home anyways.
So when you initially hired her in August or September, you said Lindsay was going back to work in October. So is that what you're talking about, that give her that month or so, give Elaine that month or so to get situated and acclimated to the house?
Yeah.
Okay. Have the kids get used to her. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. Elaine, did she also do some cleaning, laundry, and food prep?
Yeah. Yeah, she was amazing.
Now, during this time frame, and again in the end of summer, fall period of 2022, what types of activities were Cora and Dawson doing?
Gymnastics. Are you talking about organized activities or just in general?
Organized.
I only remember gymnastics.
Did they both do the gymnastics?
Yeah.
And then were they also participating, maybe not in organized situations, but in swimming, soccer, skiing, things like that?
Yeah, they were doing swimming. And yeah, Cora and Dawson did skiing. Yeah, Cora started doing soccer. She didn't really like it, but did a little bit.
And who took them skiing?
I did.
And as in terms of the swimming, where would you do that?
We did it at Goldfish in Rockland, I think. And then Lindsay took them somewhere in, I think, Plymouth. I don't remember where it was.
So you would each take them swimming at various times?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you also do some swimming at the Kingsbury Club?
Yes.
And what is the Kingsbury Club?
It's like a gym with a pool, and they had childcare, so sometimes they would hang out in the kids' room and we would go work out.
And is that in Duxbury?
It's on the Kingston-Duxbury line. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah.
Okay. And so you could drop the kids off at the daycare portion and go work out or swim or something like that?
Yeah, or we could go with them and go swimming.
Okay. Did Lindsay work out?
Yes.
She was very health conscious?
I think so.
And were you aware that she had been an athlete in both high school and college?
Yes.
Do you recall what she did?
Competitive cheerleading.
Now, when you were together, what type of exercise would she do or did she prefer?
She did a lot of running. She did the Peloton, and she did, it was like some program called Beachbody, I think.
Do you recall when she started Beachbody?
Maybe in the spring of 2022. I'm not sure.
So right before having Callan, would that be accurate?
Probably, yeah.
When you returned to work, and you said that was in August, correct?
Yes.
What was the defendant's demeanor when you returned to work?
Increased anxiety and definitely, stressed out.
Do you recall describing her as slightly stressed but in good spirits?
Yeah.
And when she was stressed out, when she was showing some anxiety, how did that manifest?
I don't really know how to describe it. I guess it's just any way you can tell that somebody's stressed out. And I don't know, she would say, I'm not looking forward to going back to work. I remember once she said it's just so unnatural to be separated from your newborn, stuff like that.
So she didn't want to go back to work? Is that what you're saying?
I think she did. It was just a really difficult transition for her.
And do you recall attending a wedding on September 17th, 2022?
Yeah.
And where was that wedding?
New Hampshire.
Was it just you and Lindsay that went, or did the whole family go?
We brought Callan.
And when you were at that wedding, do you recall having a conversation with Lindsay about medication?
Yes.
What did she say to you?
We were walking downtown and she said, I think I'm going to start taking Zoloft.
And did she tell you why she wanted to start taking Zoloft?
She said, I think it's really going to help with my anxiety and with going back to work.
And did she tell you how she was going to go about getting Zoloft?
Yeah, I asked her, how are you going to get Zoloft? It's a prescription. And she said, usually just ask the doctor and they'll give it to you.
And did she tell you that she was going to see a psychiatrist?
Yeah, I believe so.
And when she did that, did she tell you who she was going to see?
No.
Okay. Did you eventually learn the name of the person who she went to see?
Months later, yeah.
Okay. And who was that?
Jennifer Tufts.
Okay. And did Lindsay tell you when she started seeing Dr. Jennifer Tufts?
No.
Did you learn or strike that, did Lindsay tell you when she received the medication and when she started it?
No. I mean, I should correct that. It's not exactly.
Well, let me just ask a question first.
Sure.
When did you have a conversation with Lindsay about the medication she was on?
Eventually, yeah, but I didn't know the start date.
Okay. And so when did this conversation take place, this eventual conversation?
Probably the end of October.
Okay. And at that point, what did Lindsay tell you about the medication and how she was taking it?
I don't remember exactly, but I learned that she was taking the Zoloft, and I don't remember really too much about it after that. She was just taking it, and we were seeing how it went.
And did you notice any changes in her physically during that time frame that she was on it and you weren't aware she was on it?
At the time, no, I don't think I did.
And did you notice any changes in her emotionally during that time when she was on it, but you weren't aware she was on it?
Yeah, she wasn't really improving. She just kind of seemed to be gradually becoming more in like a depressed state.
And how was that manifesting? What were you noticing?
It was just small things. I was planning a trip with Cora to San Francisco, and she was nervous about us going. And I remember we went to a Halloween event, and just leading up to it, I remember it just kind of seemed like she didn't want to go for some reason.
Okay. Now, do you recall learning that she had actually obtained the prescription the day before she told you she was going to ask for the prescription?
I did later learn that, yeah.
Okay. So she's telling you at the wedding that she is going to ask to take this medication and going to see a psychiatrist to get on that medication, but she actually already had the prescription. Is that correct?
Correct. I don't think she started taking it yet, but she already had it.
Okay. And did Lindsay tell you how long she took the medication for?
She may have. I don't remember the exact time frame. I just remember she took it for a period of time, and then her sleep started to suffer, so she stopped taking it.
And did she tell you whether or not she spoke to her provider, her doctor, about the troubles she was having?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. And did Lindsay tell you that she was advised to double the dose of the Zoloft?
She may have. I don't remember.
Page 31. You could look at lines 20 to 22 and then just look up when you're
Sure.
finished.
Okay, yeah, apparently she did.
Did that refresh your memory?
Yeah.
And so did Lindsay tell you that she was supposed to double the dose?
I guess she did, yeah.
Did you notice any changes in her sleep during that time when she was on the medication, but you weren't aware she was on it?
Eventually, yeah.
When was that?
I don't remember the exact dates, but she just, one night she said, do you mind? She started by saying, I'm not mad or anything, but do you mind sleeping in the basement? And letting me just sleep in our room with Callan. And then you can take the monitors down in the basement. And if Cora and Dawson get up, you can get up with them. She said, I've just been having a lot of trouble sleeping. And I'm hoping that like if there's less in and out, then there'll be less disruption.
Okay. Had you noticed prior to her telling you this that she was up a lot or having trouble sleeping, like physically seeing her awake?
No, not that I recall.
And did you in fact start sleeping in the basement for a period of time?
I think I did it for like 2 nights, and then she actually went down in the basement.
Okay, so then you went back up to your bedroom to sleep, is that correct?
Yeah.
And how long did Lindsay sleep in the basement for after that?
Maybe a couple weeks.
And so during that time frame, was she telling you that she was still having trouble sleeping?
Yes,
But you weren't actually down there watching her sleep. You're getting this information from her, correct?
correct.
Were you aware that out of the Zoloft prescription she was given, she only took 7 pills?
No.
After you had the conversation with Lindsay where she said she was going to double the dose of Zoloft, did you notice any difference in her demeanor or behavior?
I would say yes. I don't know if I connected it with the doubling of her Zoloft, but over that period of time, she just kept getting worse and worse.
And what period of time was that? What month are we in?
Mid-October to the end of December.
Okay, so she got the prescription in September, started taking it in October, took 7 pills, but was having difficulty in December. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
From this medication?
Yep. Well, I don't know which medication it was from, but yeah.
Okay. At some point in time, did Lindsay switch providers?
Yes.
And why did she do that?
Because whatever she was doing with Jennifer Tufts, it wasn't working. She was only getting worse. And she thought that it would be better if she worked with, I guess, more of like a perinatal psychiatrist.
And did she get a referral or a recommendation of where to go?
I think so, yeah.
Do you know who gave her that recommendation?
It might have been my mother.
And your mother's a nurse at South Shore Hospital, correct?
Yeah.
Does she also do labor and delivery work?
Yes.
Okay. And so do you know which provider or which office she recommended?
Yeah, her name is Julie Paul.
And was she at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. And do you know when that was?
I don't know the dates on that.
Do you recall saying previously that it was towards the end of November?
Yeah, that sounds accurate, yeah.
Okay. And you said she initially saw someone named Julie Paul, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know how long she saw Julie Paul at that facility?
I think it was only 4 or 5 days.
And were you aware that Julie Paul left that office?
Yes.
And do you know who Lindsay saw after Julie Paul?
Rebecca Gelata.
And was Rebecca Gelata a nurse practitioner?
Yes.
Were you aware that she also saw a licensed social worker therapist named Letitia Dukes while she was at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
I don't recall Letitia Dukes, but it's possible.
So Lindsay never told you that she had therapy sessions with a person named Letitia Dukes during that time frame?
I don't remember any therapy sessions now.
Okay. After switching to Julie Paul and then Rebecca Gelata, did Lindsay start coming home with different prescription bottles?
Yes.
Okay. And were some of these medications that she came home with, were some of them during the time she was with Dr. Tufts?
I think some of them were, yeah.
And some of them were while she was with Julie Paul, is that correct?
Correct.
And then some while she was with nurse practitioner Gelata, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And would it be accurate to state that you provided the district attorney's office with a printout from CVS Pharmacy of all the prescriptions that were filled for Lindsay from September through January, September 2022 through January of 2023.
Yes.
Any objection?
No, of course not.
I'd ask her to be a bit of a
Sure,
one.
yeah. In members of the jury, one of the things I forgot to tell you is anything that's entered as an exhibit, you'll have with you in the deliberating room when you're deliberating. So you'll have a chance to go over that as well. So you'll have anything that's marked as an exhibit. Okay? Thank you.
Now, while she was taking these medications, the various pills, were you always with her watching and monitoring exactly what she took?
Not always, no.
Sometimes you'd see it, sometimes you wouldn't.
Yeah.
Directing your attention to February 6th, 2023, did you go to the district attorney's office and, or have your attorney go there and provide a bag of prescription medication that had belonged to Lindsay?
Yeah. I think the police took a bag of prescription medications that night, the night my kids passed away.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was a bag that I had in my truck. I was supposed to, nurse practitioner Charlotta said you can bring them to like a police station. They get rid of them for you. But I never got around to it.
And where had you stored those in your truck?
In the center console. It's like underneath the center console that opens.
You have one of those center consoles that open up, but then there's another larger
Correct.
compartment below it?
Yeah.
So was it your plan to bring these to a location where they could be properly disposed?
Yeah, I didn't want to just throw them in the trash, so.
And these were all medications that had been prescribed in the past to Lindsay, but she was no longer taking, correct?
Right.
Your Honor, I don't think I have any objection to any of their exhibits, so
Okay.
she doesn't have to keep showing it to me. That's
All right.
fine.
So I'll assume if you do have an objection, just
Sure.
rise, let me know. Okay, thank you.
So for the record, a bag here with 9 pill bottles as exhibit 2, please.
Thank you.
And so looking in exhibit 2, we have the Zoloft that was prescribed by Dr. Tufts and filled on September 15th, 2022. And I think I asked you earlier, you weren't aware that only 7 pills were taken out of this, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then there's another prescription in here for Ativan that was filled on October 26, 2022. Were you aware that only 6 pills were taken out of that bottle?
Can you say the date again?
October 26, 2022.
And how many did it start with?
Let's see. Okay. 30 pills.
Okay. I mean, I don't have those exact numbers on how many she took, but there were adjustments made on the dosage of the Ativan.
Mm-hmm.
So that aligns with
But the question was, were you aware that only 6 pills were taken out of this prescription?
No, but I think the context is important.
Okay. Were you aware that there was a prescription for buspirone or Buspar filled on October 26, 2022, in which only 2 pills were taken out of the 30 that were prescribed?
I found out about the Buspar later, and I didn't know about the number of pills taken.
And then were you aware that there was a prescription for hydroxyzine prescription filled on October 26, 2022 for 30 pills, and that only 3 pills were taken out of this bottle.
Which
Hydroxyzine.
Yeah, what is that?
I believe it's in some type of, similar to an antihistamine, like Benadryl or something like that.
Oh, okay. I don't really recall much about that drug.
Okay. And were you aware in this bag there was another prescription for Buspar that was filled on November 9th, 2022, 30 pills prescribed, and no pills were taken out of this bottle. Were you aware of that?
I wasn't keeping track of the number of pills taken out of each bottle,
Okay.
so.
And then just ask you about one more, the trazodone prescribed on November 16th, 2022 by a doctor from South Shore Hospital, 30 pills. Were you aware that only 7.5 pills were taken out of this prescription?
No.
So there were a lot of pills prescribed, but not a lot of pills taken, correct?
Is that comprehensive of all the pills that were prescribed?
These are the pills that you brought into the police station. So out of these,
Out of those, yeah, it's possible that not a lot were taken.
do you recall what was the most amount of pills prescribed? I guess I could ask this better. What was the maximum number of medications she was on at any one time?
I want to say 3 or 4.
Okay. Would it surprise you to know that she, at any given time, the most she was prescribed was 3, but most of the time it was 2 medications that she was prescribed at any given time?
It wouldn't be terribly surprising, no.
Now, on November 16th, 2022, did Lindsay visit South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
Okay. And why did she go to the South Shore Hospital that day?
I believe that day it was because she basically went 48 hours without sleeping.
And was she having heart palpitations?
I think so, yeah.
Were you aware that she had taken a weed gummy that day?
I don't recall.
And are you aware that she didn't tell medical staff at the hospital when describing her symptoms and her medication that she left out that she had used marijuana?
I wasn't with her, so I don't know what she talked about at the hospital.
So she drove herself to the hospital?
She did.
And she drove herself home from the hospital then, is that correct? Now, during this time frame between September and November of 2022, are you still participating in activities as a family?
Between November and December?
Between September and November?
Yeah.
Okay. And what types of things were you doing?
We celebrated Halloween. I don't really remember what else, but I think we were doing things regularly.
Do you recall going to an event with food trucks?
Yeah.
And do you recall going to an event in November where there were trains to ride with the kids?
Yeah.
So we have the photo from the food truck event, Exhibit 3. And the photo from the train event is Exhibit 4. 3 and 4 somewhere. Can I publish?
You may.
So Exhibit 3 is this Lindsay, Cora, and Callan at that event.
Yeah.
And Exhibit 4, just Lindsay with all 3 kids at that event in November.
Yeah.
Did you have plans for Thanksgiving that year?
Yeah.
What were your plans?
I believe the order was we went to Wallingford where her parents lived in the week before, and then the week after we went to my sister's house.
And where did your sister live? What town?
South Hamilton.
And that was a week after Thanksgiving, is that right, correct?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, it was.
And is this a photo from Thanksgiving at your sister's house?
Yes.
I could have this photo marked as Exhibit 5, I believe.
Right, that may be marked.
5. Showing you what's been marked. Exhibit 5. Is this Lindsay here on the left?
Yes.
And are those your sisters in the photo with her?
That's one of my sisters and my sister-in-law.
Okay. And have they coordinated outfits for the day? The shirts?
Yeah, I think my sister did.
What was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
She was in rough shape.
Rough shape?
Yeah.
How so?
She wasn't talking much. She had low energy. She was really depressed. I just remember when she showed up, my sister-in-law gave her a big hug.
And she was able to get through dinner, eat dinner with everyone?
Yeah.
Okay. She interacted with people, is that correct?
I would say very little, but to some degree, sure.
And she took care of the kids with you while she was there?
We both took care of the kids together.
You mentioned earlier that your wedding anniversary is in December, is that correct?
Yeah.
Do you recall going out for your anniversary on December 3rd, 2022, going into Boston?
No, we didn't go out.
You don't recall arranging for a massage for Lindsay and then going to the Omni Parker house and going out to dinner that night?
No, December 3rd, 2022, we stayed home.
You stayed home, okay. Showing you a photo of you and Lindsay. Do you recognize this photo?
Yeah.
And when was that taken?
I'm not really sure.
It wasn't taken on December 3rd when you were out celebrating your anniversary?
In 2022?
Yes.
No. No, we wanted to go out, but we canceled because she wasn't feeling well. So we stayed home. We got takeout.
Okay. Did you also, on November 26th, 2022, go out as a family to get a Christmas tree?
Yes. Well, probably. I don't know. But yeah, around that time, yes.
Okay. Showing you 2 photos. Are these from that day when you got the Christmas tree?
Yeah, that looks accurate.
You could have the first photo with all 5. Six. And then the second one is Exhibit 7. Exhibit 7. Showing you Exhibit 6. with all of you at the tree farm?
Yeah.
And exhibit 7, those are the kids?
Yes.
Around December 6th, 2022, did Lindsay tell you she was starting a new medication?
I don't remember specifically.
Is it that you don't remember the date or you don't remember her starting a new medication?
I'm not sure.
Do you remember Lindsay telling you at some point she was starting the medication Seroquel?
Yes.
Do you remember around what time frame that was?
I thought it was before December 6th.
Okay. And do you recall how she was physically after starting the Seroquel?
Awful.
How so?
That was really where her big spiral started. She started to lose a lot of weight, and she became very depressed, and she was having a really hard time.
And did she describe to you some thoughts or feelings that she was having at that time?
Yeah, she started to say she was suicidal.
And was that in December of 2022?
I think so, yeah.
And when she told you she was suicidal, did you ask her if she had a plan on how to kill herself?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She said no.
And did she ever mention a specific way or plan she had to kill herself to you?
No.
And at some point in time, did she tell you that this was the first time she had suicidal thoughts?
I don't know if she mentioned it was the first time or not. I just remember her saying she had them.
Had you ever heard her say that to you before, that she was having suicidal thoughts?
No.
Did you own at that time a Surface Pro, a type of tablet that works as a laptop?
Yeah.
And who had access to that laptop?
We both did.
Okay. You and Lindsay?
Yeah.
And going back to August 22nd, 2022, did you click on a link on that Surface Pro that was titled Methods of Suicide?
Not that I recall.
And August 22nd, 2022, that was before Lindsay had been on any medications, as far as you know, correct?
Correct.
Going back to December, she's told you that she's having these thoughts. What's your reaction when she tells you that she's having these suicidal thoughts?
I just wanted to support her. I asked those questions back to her, and pretty regularly anyways, so.
I'm gonna stop it right there since Kells can't come in. You know, it's easy to be a keyboard warrior. You know, it's easy to talk shit behind a keyboard. And I don't normally do this. But when I ask you to panel up because you're being such a big bad Billy badass in my chat, you don't know what the hell you're talking about or what I'm talking about because you decide to come in and just take a segment out of it and blast me for it. No, I didn't attack you and I did not disrespect you first. Scroll up. Unless you need me to paste it for you. Unless you need me to
You
bring it
need
up.
to go and check your facts, Kelge. You need to go and check yours. It's lucky you haven't been blocked straight away. Don't ever enter someone's chat with that attitude. We've had a trial time and time again, and no one has attacked anyone because everyone's entitled to their opinion. She did not attack you. So do one. You're getting blocked. You're not going. You're getting blocked. I'm blocking you now. Bye. Sorry, Lee.
It's okay. No, I just want to make it clear. Listen, if you're new around here and you could have fooled me, I hopped in here. Maybe I'm wrong because I
haven't
often
banned him
am.
yet because I want you to have your say.
Just gross telling people to send her away. Anyways, thanks and goodbye. You're welcome and goodbye. No, I absolutely did not. You're the one that came in here and said that I'm being cruel or whatever. And I was kind of taken back. And I said, you think I'm being cruel in what way or how so? And then you started it as soon as that. I can go ahead and pull it back up if you want me to. Don't block it yet, Maggie, because I want to leave it all just as it is so that I can prove it. I don't attack people that come in here that even have a different opinion than me. You're welcome to your opinion all you want to. I'm no smarter than you are. I do know something about PPD. Thank you very much. I do think this poor woman was suffering from PPD. I do think people failed her, not only this piece of shit on the stand, but also her parents and his parents. They all heard her say, I want to kill myself and I want to harm the children. None of them took them kids out of the way. She is not the only person that's responsible for these children's deaths. So unless you want to sit and have a discussion with me about how I feel instead of just taking out a little piece of what you don't even know I'm talking about and going off on that and then calling me names for it, you need to check yourself. Check your facts. Scroll up. See what I'm saying before you come at me, because you're just looking like an ass yourself, not me. These people that have been here day in and day out that we've been running this trial, they know exactly how I feel. Exactly. Okay. And 1 minute I'm on the game of it's premeditated. The next minute I tell everybody shit I don't know now. The last thing that I said before I started replaying him on the stand was that they have done nothing to prove that this woman did this on purpose at all. And if I was on that jury right now and had to make a decision on what I'm supposed to go with, according to what the law has given me to work with, and according to testimony right now, I would say not guilty. But you didn't hear all that, did you? Because you didn't like something that you saw me type. You called me right out. I'm talking to you, according to Lenny. Well, that's me. So if you want to come up here and have an adult conversation with me, you're welcome to. You're welcome to. Until we get farm company. See, that's what it's about to you. It's not about a murder of 3 children to you. It's not about PPD, and it's not about a bad husband and people that failed this woman. To you, it's about pharma, big pharma and companies like that. You came to the wrong place because I'm not arguing that with you. That's not what this case is about. This case is about a woman who is suffering, who was failed by every member of her family that knew, including him, that knew that she was sick. These babies are dead in their graves right now because of it.
There you go,
including the doctors. Including the doctors. I'm calling all of them out. I want them all to pay for it. I think the doctors should have their licenses stripped. They failed this woman.
Well, then I apologize. I'm not a bitch. I'm very angry at farm companies and how we keep putting people at the source and not the overhead companies.
Well, right now, we don't have a choice but to keep people at the source because we've got 3 dead babies laying in a grave.
Yeah.
And that's what this trial is about. This trial is about not about if she did murder him. She has said I murdered him. She was the only one home. It's hard, that could be proven very easy. She said it. Now what the trial is about, did the murder come because of malice? Was it malice on her part that she just, she wanted to off her children, she wanted to off herself, don't give a damn for what reason. I'm just going to be malice. I'm just going to be hateful. I just don't like my kids. I don't like myself. I don't like my ex-husband. Or is it about doctors that were just throwing pills down her throat, left and right, supposedly, when she decided to take them, because we know she wasn't taking them as prescribed. Probably, thank God, or she'd probably be dead. And it's more about, to me, all these people around her that are walking. This guy is free to remarry and have more children. Yeah. Her parents are sitting right behind her. She told her mother she felt like harming her children. Did her mother come and take her out of the house or take her grandbabies out of the house? No, she didn't. Did his mom, who is also a nurse, who got her another doctor to talk to, come and take her grandbabies out of this house or tell him, fix your wife, we're switching houses? No. every one of these people in the circle, including the doctors, are failed this woman and especially 3 babies. And that's what I'm talking about. And I think he's a piece of shit. And what I'm talking about also is that, do I think this woman should be standing alone at this trial? Hell no. I think the doctor should be standing right behind her. Her husband, ex-husband, should be standing next to her. And on both sides of her should be her parents, because they're all guilty. They failed them kids.
Yeah, definitely. So she said, here's a pill, and they have no resource. So my apologies if I misunderstood. But as a provider, I'm sick of this shit continuing to happen. So I apologize for misplaced anger.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I really do. So
Yeah.
all
thanks
said and
again.
done, Kels Gels, I do recognize your name, and you're welcome here anytime. That, you know, I wasn't going to bring you up on panel to have a fight with you or bitch you out or anything like that. It probably would have come out of my mouth just like that, but I would have let you talk first, because I am that considerate of people. But, and what I don't know, I don't know. And I tell people, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. But what I do know is what I do know. And I've been watching this trial from day one and before it. That's why we're covering it, because when it first happened, I saw it break. So I've always followed it until now. So there's plenty that I am unlearned about, and I'm willing to say, hey, like, guys, got me. But I'm doing just like the jury's doing. I'm listening to a trial. And to me, everything points at right now. Now I can change my mind. I've already done it 3 times, okay, during this trial. Right now, the prosecution has not proven in any way, shape, or form that this woman was not neglected, or that she was not completely, like, they failed her. She is not guilty of malice murder. No, not, I've seen nothing yet. And believe me, I'm begging for it. I mean, I just want the truth. So I apologize to you as well. And as far as I'm concerned, if I see you again, nothing ever
The two
happened.
of you were hot at that minute. The two of you were hot-headed. You both clashed. But you know what? I apologise too. But I did feel sorry for Lainey, because you obviously took it wrong. But you've apologised, and
we're
that's
good.
fine. So she says, thank you. I understand. I'm spicy. I am just so annoyed sometimes at the discourse. So I'll relent. I live in this area and work at the hospital system. So my apologies. I didn't mean to be awful.
I'm sorry too. And I'm serious. You'll never hear it from me again. I'll treat you no different when you come in here. You're welcome here.
No.
You're welcome to have your opinion at all times. And I want the truth too. I really do. And
I clicked that block, you know, when it never worked. Thank God. I've never blocked anyone, Kels. You would have been the first.
She's never blocked anybody.
I've never blocked anyone in my life, and I clicked block, and you were still there. So it was, I said, "Oh, Lainey, I'll leave it so she can hear what you've got to say." I'm glad.
No, really. No, we're good, honey. We're good. Look, I love a good heated discussion. I really do. I do. I don't like people disagreeing with me. Just bring me some facts. That's all, because I try to talk facts. And believe me, there's a lot more I could say about this dude. But I really am using filters. If you knew me, you would say, damn, Leanie's using filters today, because I just don't like him. And I think it's bullshit that he's moving on with his life, and he couldn't even see his kids' deaths through before he went on with his life. Sorry, I don't respect that at all, but it's not my business. But yes, I completely believe this woman was totally, she's failed by everybody. But more importantly than her, those babies were failed by everybody. And I am a mother. I have 10 kids, grandkids, and I have got 5 of my own kids, 4 of which are married. And I can tell you right now, if one of my daughters or my daughter-in-law said that to me, or I found out about it, oh, negative. Take me to court. I'm taking these kids out of this house. Take me to court. You think they would? No, they wouldn't. No, not because they don't want their kids, but they know I'm going to beat the hell out of them if they try to take me to court. I wouldn't let those babies just sit there. I wouldn't have. So anyways, all's gone, all's good. You and I, Kel, are good. I love a good discussion. I love a cussing discussion. I love getting into it and just boxing it out, getting all bloody and then saying, bro, bring it in.
And Kels is another thing for me. I've never shouted at anyone. I've never shouted at anyone in the 2.5 years I've been on here. I've never shouted at anyone.
All right, let's move along. That's all done, Kels. We're
Yeah.
good to go. You stay
You
subbed
need
up,
not to
sister.
apologise, only I do. I just want full justice and I hope it gets a broader discussion. You're not wrong. Exactly.
Kel, if I lose a subscriber, I'm coming to get you because I'm gonna think it's you. Don't
Anyway, will you
unsubscribe.
hit the like? Will you hit the like and subscribe? Subscribe to the channel, Kel.
She's been in here before. I remember that name.
Yeah, I know the name. Please hit
Allison
the like, guys.
says, if you have thoughts of killing your children and you know they're wrong, why wouldn't you get those babies away from yourself and away from danger?
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you, this woman, Lindsay Clancy, you guys, she not only told him, she was desperate for help. She was desperate for help. And
Yeah.
I mean, Maggie's got the whole timeline on every time she saw a doctor, every time she saw a nurse, we've got it. And she told us 3 different people out of her own mouth. There are times I feel like hurting my children there and I don't want to live anymore. She was told, listen to this. She calls the suicide hotline. Okay. Suicide hotline by herself. Husband didn't know nothing. She calls the suicide hotline and the suicide hotline goes ahead, has a discussion with her and then asks her, do you have a plan for killing yourself? And she said, no. The same thing that she told him that asked her if she had a plan. The same thing she told the emergency room when asked if she had a plan. She said no. And they said, and the suicide hotline said, you don't qualify for being picked up. You don't meet the requirements for being picked up by an ambulance and taken in for an evaluation.
No.
Her husband, instead of her husband saying, honey, I don't know how it went down, but he's the one testifying right now. And we're going to go back and make sure that we hear it. When she told him that, do you think he said, oh my God, Lindsay, okay, I'm going to help you. Hang on a minute. Let me call your mom. Let me call my mom. Let me call somebody. We'll get the kids to a safe place. And then it's going to be me and you. We'll work on this. We're going to get you well, no matter what. No. What do you do? He asked her, do you have a plan? Now, I don't know where he learned that from because I would never ask anybody that. I would give a shit about your plan. The mere fact that you told me says I need help. So I don't care how you plan on doing it. So because she told him that she didn't have a plan, he thinks there's not much to worry about. Same thing with his mother, who's a nurse. Same thing with her mother.
How does he
Same
feel
thing.
now?
Yeah, exactly. But I really want to know, how does he feel right now? He's living the dream. He's married. You know, what's funny is his wife is his ex-wife, Lindsay. She was a nurse, baby delivery nurse, right? Well, he married up. He got him a doctor, you guys, who specializes in infertility. So listen, all I'm going to say is I think this dude was having an affair. I can't prove that. That's just my own judgment after the fact that he's fixing to tell you. That's why I'm listening to it again. And what he's telling you, he left after the kids died, 4 months after the kids died. Look, he's walking. Some people can't live in the same town where there's
He went running with this lady and he moved to her state 4 months after.
Yeah. Deep dive into Andrea Yates. That would be really interesting, Shane. This is a lot like that.
Before that it's not like it in any way. People keep saying it. I went looking for something before and I seen in someone's channel. Now I don't know this Andrea Yates is, but there was people were going crazy in the chat saying it's nothing like Andrea Yates. Why do people keep coming in saying that?
No, that's not true. I don't think so. I watched the Andrea Yates case too.
What happens?
For YouTube. She did the same thing, but she the only difference is she had 5 kids. She drowned her kids. She was dealing with severe, even more than we're being shown with Lindsay, postpartum depression. She's the one that called 911 on herself and the kids. The only difference is they're not saying that this right here was done through any kind of religious cult or anything like that, right? But they both have postpartum depression involved in it, and depression before that wasn't even identified, right? And she's, I think it's very much a lot alike. They both
Really,
killed.
I wouldn't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't you worry about it, Kels. Don't you feel bad, girlfriend? Listen, I fight with Maggie that way. Give her a black eye.
Oh, me and Nick. We kill
punched my
each
teeth
other.
out. I don't have any teeth left. Well, I got one left. And because Maggie punched me in the freaking mouth. Seriously. It's terrible.
That's like an odd job, wouldn't I,
That's
from
why
Liverpool?
like that. She's got a long arm. She's like long arm. Just
I wish.
I think so too, Shane. It is very similar, except for they're not using any religion kind of stuff in this one.
So
and
true,
Andrea
Kel.
Yates
So
was
true.
Andrea Yates was definitely, they used there was a lot of religion involved in that. A lot of I don't think Lindsay was brainwashed in any way. I just really think she was very disturbed. But Andrea Yates was very disturbed and brainwashed.
Oh, so
And
it is a lot like it then, isn't it? So was
When
that
did
to
all-
the second child?
Oh, it's yeah, after her second child. But you know what? I saw a video, and I'm gonna try to find it. I saw a video when she first got out of nursing school, and she is given some kind of, not an interview, but she's promoting something. And I guess it was on TV or something, something that went out. I don't know. But y'all, even in that video, this is before she was married and had kids, because she still was using her name, her unmarried name. What do you call it, Maggie? I'm losing my words.
Which, sorry?
Paternal name. She was still using her unmarried name. So it was before,
well, we call it a maiden name.
yeah, maiden name. That's it. So, but y'all, she just sat, when I was watching her, I was searching, like, you're giving this presentation. That's what it sounded like. But there was no emotion. There was nothing on her face.
No.
Her voice wasn't, there was nothing in her voice, no passion, like no up and down, no laughter, no sadness. It was just flatlined the whole way through. And I thought, oh my goodness, something's going on there, because nobody gives a presentation like that. If I think this goes way back, you guys. I would be interested to know if there was any kind of mental, like even just depression, anxiety in her family, because she denied the fact that she denied the doctors when the doctor said, hey, you've got bipolar. She said, no, negative. It doesn't run in my family. I don't have this. I don't have that. So it was 3 days later when she finally took a pill.
Gave us, is it Zoloft, which you're not supposed to give to somebody who's got bipolar. They're just handing her all kinds of drugs.
Yeah, yep. They were just, and they weren't weaning her off a drug to add another drug, because Maggie also has that timeline of when the drugs were prescribed. You know how, like, for those of us that have anxiety and depression, like, sometimes some drugs just end up not working, after you've taken it for so long. So you go in, so the doctor will wean you down off of that one. And then kind of like an airplane going up in the air, and then eventually you just get rid of, you know what I mean? You're wean off one, you're put on another, so they're not interacting with each other. That doesn't look like what was happening here. They did, and another thing that I'm upset that I have not seen, and it still may come, is there was no metabolic panel done on her. What did the rest of her body look like? What was her thyroid doing?
They're not giving information. They're not delving into anything like they normally do in a child.
Yeah. The thyroid puts off 3 different hormones. It will fuck you up. You hear me? If your thyroid's messed up, you will go nuts. I know, because I did.
You'll be messed up, yeah.
Yep. And so, anyways, we'll stop
Alison,
talking about that. I'm just gonna get back to this. I've
Get
been
a
around
coffee,
30 hours and can confirm Lenny's the most genuine learner. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm gonna get a coffee so I don't die over here. But no, all is forgiven. I don't feel nothing. I don't hold grudges. That's one thing about
what
me.
are you talking about, Lee? Nothing's happened.
No, I just want to assure Kel That
I'm
if
only
she
being
doesn't,
messy with it.
if she don't come in here, I'm gonna tell you what. I'm gonna go find her and I'm gonna hold a grudge. I'm gonna
Yeah,
drag her
Kelly, you
back.
better get in here tomorrow, or I'm going to come and get you by the scruff of your neck and drag you in.
All right, guys, let's keep listening to this because this is when he's gonna start talking about the heavy
Go
stuff.
on, we're watching this. We're
We
trying
let them know,
to
and
remember what he said
Back up.
because
Just,
we forgot. We forgot,
I'm
so we
not
want to
sure.
be sure.
Do you remember Lindsay telling you at some point she was starting the medication Seroquel?
Yes,
Do you remember around what time frame that was?
I thought it was before December 6th.
Okay. And do you recall how she was physically after starting the Seroquel?
Awful.
How so?
That was really where her big spiral started. She started to lose a lot of weight, and she became very depressed, and she was having a really hard time.
And did she describe to you some thoughts or feelings that she was having at that time?
Yeah, she started to say she was suicidal.
And was that in December of 2022?
I think so, yeah.
And when she told you she was suicidal, did you ask her if she had a plan on how to kill herself?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She said no.
And did she ever mention a specific way or plan she had to kill herself to you?
No.
And at some point in time, did she tell you that this was the first time she had suicidal thoughts?
I don't know if she mentioned it was the first time or not. I just remember her saying she had them.
Had you ever heard her say that to you before, that she was having suicidal thoughts?
No.
Did you own at that time a Surface Pro, a type of tablet that works as a laptop?
Yeah.
And who had access to that laptop?
We both did.
You and Lindsay?
Yeah.
And going back to August 22nd, 2022, did you click on a link on that Surface Pro that was titled Methods of Suicide?
Not that I recall.
And August 22nd, 2022, that was before Lindsay had been on any medications, as far as you know, correct?
Correct.
Going back to December, she's told you that she's having these thoughts. What's your reaction when she tells you that she's having these suicidal thoughts?
I just wanted to support her. I asked those questions back to her, and her mother was coming up pretty regularly anyways, so we let them know, and we just try to be supportive.
Did she also tell you at that time, at the beginning of December, that she was having some other intrusive thoughts?
Yeah.
Is that how she described them or how you described them, intrusive thoughts?
I would say both.
Okay. And when she told you that she was having intrusive thoughts, did you ask her what they were?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
She described thoughts of hurting the kids, or them having some sort of ailment. So like she was very worried that Cora had, whenever she had a stomach ache, she became overly worried that she was, had like a liver problem or something much more dramatic than it was.
Okay. But going back to that first part, she said she had thoughts of harming the kids. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And did she tell you whether or not she had specific thoughts of how she would harm the kids?
No.
And she didn't describe that as hearing this external voice telling her to harm the kids, correct?
Correct.
She told you she was having intrusive thoughts herself of harming the children, correct?
Correct.
And did you ask her how she was going to harm the kids?
I didn't ask it in that way. It was the same thing. I said, do you have a plan, and is it disturbing to you? And she said no, and then she said yes. And
let me go back for a minute there. You said, do you have a plan? And she said No. What was the second question? Second part of the question?
Do you find it disturbing?
Okay.
And she said yes. And she described it as really the way she was describing it as something that might happen to the kids.
So it was more something might happen than she might do something. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And did she tell you how long she had those thoughts for?
She didn't give a duration.
And how many times did she tell you this, that she had thoughts of harming the kids?
A couple times.
And was that a couple times over the course of a night or two in December?
Yeah.
And as a result of her telling you this, that she had thoughts of harming the kids, what did you do?
Her parents came up, and I think I asked her at some point, do you feel like you need to be kept away from them? And she said no. And then, it was very confusing because a minute later she was making them lunch or playing with them or, getting them ready for bed or whatever it was.
So it was confusing in that she wasn't physically harming them at the time, but was had these thoughts. Is that what you're saying?
Right. I never saw Lindsay harm the kids.
And did you also, as a result of these statements, suggest an appointment with nurse practitioner Gelada?
It wasn't as a result of these statements. That appointment was set up because we were at her parents' house in Wallingford for Thanksgiving, and she just described how she was feeling on the medication, and she felt that she was addicted to them.
Was that the benzodiazepines that she thought she was addicted to?
Primarily, and then she was taking Seroquel at the same time, and she might have been taking Trazodone or Remeron. I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you recall testifying previously that I called her parents to come up to stay with us, and I told her that I asked her who her doctor was because I was very concerned at this point. She was prescribed 10 different medications in just over 2 months, so it didn't make sense to me. And then you said, so after her parents came up, she said, I have a remote meeting with Rebecca Gelada, and you said, no, it has to be in person.
Yeah, I felt like it had to be in person because I just felt like there was a disconnect. I felt like we could figure it out, whatever was going on. Mm-hmm. So it seemed like most of her telehealth appointments were pretty quick, and there just wasn't like a lot of attention.
Were you present for these telehealth visits?
Only a few of them,
okay.
And they were after that meeting with Gelada.
Okay. And that appointment in person with Gelada was December 6th, 2022. Is that correct?
That sounds correct.
So the thought of harming the kids was after Thanksgiving, but before December 6th. Is that correct?
That sounds correct.
Were you concerned for the kids' safety at that time?
No, I wasn't.
And why not?
Because she wasn't showing any intention of harming the kids.
And she told you she didn't have a plan. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, directing your attention to December 15th, 2022, did Lindsay go to Mass General Hospital to the emergency department that day?
Yeah.
Okay. And why was that?
I remember the reasoning being she told her dad that she wanted to commit suicide, and then she said to me, I told my dad I want to die, and it didn't bother me at all.
And as a result of those statements, you brought her, or did she bring herself to Mass General?
I think I brought her that time.
And at Mass General, she saw medical staff, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And did they recommend to her some type of admission to McLean Hospital?
I remember there was one doctor who was in favor of that, and there were two others who were more in favor of a day program.
Okay. And did they give you information about a specific day program?
Yeah, it was women and infants in Providence.
And at that time, when Lindsay was saying that she was suicidal, was she asked if she had a plan?
By the doctors.
Or by you?
I was always checking in with her, and she never told me that she had a plan. I'm not sure what the doctors asked her.
Okay. And after being at Mass General on December 15th, did she go to Women and Infants Hospital in Rhode Island to attempt to get into their postpartum program?
She was already in. She went in as scheduled.
Okay. And but she didn't remain in, correct? She was just there for a day?
Correct.
Okay. And did she go by herself? Did you go with her?
I dropped her off, and then I took Dawson skiing.
Okay. And at some point in time, did Lindsay reach out to you to say she wasn't staying at the program and to come pick her up?
She actually said that the providers at that program suggested to her that she call me and have her come get picked up, and then that I should go in and meet with the providers.
Okay. And then after you picked her up, she was no longer in the program at that point, correct? At Rhode Island Women and Children's, right?
Well, we discussed it with the doctors, and their recommendation was that the program wasn't right for her.
Right. And so you guys returned home, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And during this time frame in December, Lindsay's still working out at the Kingsbury Club, correct?
That might be true. I don't recall exactly, but yeah.
Do you recall her going to the Kingsbury Club on December 6th, 13th, 16th, 17th, or 18th?
I mean, I believe that can be true. Yeah, I don't recall those exact dates, but yeah.
At this time when she's saying that she's feeling suicidal, she's telling you she doesn't have a plan, correct?
Mm.
She's no longer saying she has any thoughts of harming the children, correct?
Correct.
She's still bringing the children to doctor's appointments during that time, right?
Yeah.
Do you recall her bringing Callan and Dawson to the doctors on December 2nd when they weren't feeling well?
Yeah.
And then she was able to call the doctor's office on December 27th and make an appointment for Callan and Cora when they weren't feeling well. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And take them to the doctor, I believe with you, correct?
Maybe. I don't know.
And then on December 30th, she was able to take Callan to the doctor that day as well and interact with the staff. Is that correct?
Probably.
Then you returned to Mass General Hospital, the emergency department, on December 31st. Is that correct?
Yes.
And why did you go back on the 31st?
Because she was still talking about thoughts of suicide, and I was exhausted. I said, I think it's time to go to McLean, and we didn't have a diagnosis, so we just didn't really know what was wrong. And I think for me, I was hoping that McLean could really evaluate her and try to figure out the best path forward.
Okay, so the path to getting to McLean was to go to the emergency department at Mass General and be referred to McLean. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that night while at the hospital, Lindsay was taking selfies?
No.
Right, that may be admitted, or they may be admitted.
Can you exhibit me taking a selfie at the hospital, is that correct?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
And then the second page is just her legs in the doorway, is that correct?
Yep.
As a result of going to Mass General and telling them about her suicidal thoughts, was she transferred to McLean Hospital?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you stay with her throughout that transfer process, or were you able to?
I was not able to. For some reason, they transferred. I don't know if they do this with all patients, but she was transferred at 3 a.m.
Okay. And so she reached McLean in the early morning hours of January 1st then of 2023, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you visit her at McLean Hospital?
Yeah.
How often did you see her there?
I think I was able to go twice, or maybe 3 times.
Okay. And do you remember, what visiting hours were or what hours you visited?
I don't remember exactly, but it was, something like 2 to 6. And I think there were morning hours, but you couldn't just go anytime.
You couldn't or could?
You could not.
Okay. And so you, out of the few days that she was there, 5 days she was there, you visited 2 or 3 times, is that correct?
Yeah.
And while you were there with her, did Lindsay talk to you about the treatment that she was receiving at McLean Hospital?
She told me about her experience. It didn't really seem like she was getting any treatment.
Okay. Did she tell you that she wasn't really getting any treatment or wasn't getting as much care or treatment as she wanted?
Well, I think by the 3rd day, I said, what have the doctors said? And she said, I haven't met with the doctor. The challenge was she arrived on a Saturday, and then I think Monday was an observed holiday, so she didn't see a doctor until Tuesday. So until then, she was coloring and playing with clay and going for walks.
Were you aware that she was seen by a resident, a doctor, the first 2 days she was there, and then an attending on the 3rd day that she was there?
No.
Were you aware that she was seen by a licensed social worker, group therapist, and other mental health workers every day while she was there?
Yeah, I didn't get any updates.
Okay. Were you aware that she was offered one-on-one therapy by unit staff every day that she was there?
No.
Did you know that she participated in group therapy on January 1st for 45 minutes, a session about illness and symptom management?
I was aware of some group activities. I didn't know the details of it.
Okay. And were you aware that she participated in 2 group therapy sessions, one for 45 minutes and one for 50 minutes, one on self-compassion and one on illness and symptom management on January 3rd?
I wasn't aware of the subject of any of the meetings now.
Were you aware that she declined further group therapy and treatment in the afternoon of January 3rd?
No.
Were you aware that on January 4th, she participated in a group for 40 minutes called medication management?
No.
Were you aware that she participated in a group on January 5th on expressive therapy for 45 minutes?
No.
And were you aware that she declined further treatment 2 times on January 5th, one to attend group therapy and one to attend a session on cognitive behavioral processes?
No.
Were you aware that Lindsay asked the doctors to be discharged on the 6th, Friday the 6th, because she wanted to go to Cora's birthday party on the 7th?
Not that I recall.
Were you aware, or did Lindsay tell you that she then asked the doctors to discharge her on January 5th because she wanted to go home and get ready for the party?
I wasn't aware of Lindsay asking the doctors to be discharged.
Okay. Were there any insurance issues in terms of insurance refusing to pay for her stay at McLean Hospital?
We didn't really get to that point.
You weren't advised by the social worker or any staff there that there were any issues with your insurance, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, but I wouldn't have cared either.
Would you have just paid for it if needed?
I would have paid anything. Yeah.
Ms. Sprague, is this a good time to break?
Yes.
All right, so members of the jury, we're going to break for the afternoon recess. And we'll see you back here about 2 o'clock, okay?
Court, all rise. Clerk, close your notebooks, place them on your chairs. Follow me.
I wonder what the defense just said to him as he was walking by. Did you guys see that? He whispered something to him.
All right. Counsel,
Play it
anything
back,
we need to
Lee.
address
Play it
before the
back.
break?
Did y'all see it?
Yeah, he calls him over with, beckons him over with his hands.
Well, the guy that beckoned over, that's the bailiff. But
Who's
then
that?
that's the lawyer right there, the defense lawyer. He put something in his
So
mouth.
him, he
All right.
called him
Counsel,
over.
anything we need to
No,
address
watch.
before the break?
Oh, I'm missing everything. Me take.
Okay, the hand that you see like waving him over is
Yeah.
the bailiff's hand. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
And then watch.
All right. Counsel, anything we need to address before the
There he
break?
walked by.
For the purpose of the record.
I'm gonna show you guys one more time. Hold on, right there. See, watch his mouth. Put something in his mouth. The bailiff's hand comes over here. He says, "Come on." Now watch his mouth
Like
up
calls
here.
him away from speaking to him.
See?
Oh, yeah. It also went on the side, didn't he?
Now I'm going to show you guys this real quick. I want to show you where her parents are.
Do it in slow
and-
motion and we'd see it.
Hold on. I'm going to show you where her parents are and then where we can. I mean, no one's told us who her sisters are, but they all just look exactly alike.
Counsel, anything we need to address before the break?
All right. This is her dad right here. To me, she looks just like her dad. This is, oh, they do have a priest. Way to go. All right. No, her mom's right here with the glasses on. I don't know who's standing in between mom and dad. Don't know if they are remarried or what, but these are the two that were, maybe they're remarried. I don't know. Look at this right here. This girl looks just like Lindsay Clancy. You could tell that's her sister. They both have their dad's mouth and their weird look, but maybe these two are married now and these two are married now. But when we watched them in an interview with her lawyer, it was just the mom and the dad, this lady and him together. I haven't seen none of the other grandparents yet. Like, I don't know who this is. Maybe top none. I don't know. I'm just being.
We haven't got a clue, have we? Just that's
I'm
what
just-
might be. Could be friends.
I'm just being sick, man. But yeah, I want to know what he said. That would be interesting to me because he's of course testifying for the defense.
Yeah.
Because remember, he has his own court case with the doctors. He for the deaths of his children, and then Lindsay Clancy also has her own. The deaths of her children. So this isn't going to be over just with this. But I will tell you right now, there's enough that we've already seen, in my opinion, of just watching court cases. Listen, that's all I got to go on. I don't have a lawyer degree or a law degree. I just got some common sense and have been watching how well appeals have been going on here in our country. for over the past year, which is just sickening how many people are getting appeals. She's already she can appeal this. This is the most terrible, terrible trial I've ever seen.
This
Ever.
one I've seen as well.
They just aren't they're not. We're hearing everything the jury's hearing, except for we're not hearing sidebar or anything like that, right? We're hearing everything they're hearing. If we're confused, the jury's got to be going, what the hell is going on? Because at least we've done some kind of research. I mean, so we know a lot more than they do. There's no way you can make a decision on guilt as of this point right here. That blonde lady looks like her grandmother. Okay. Yeah, you could be right. You could be right. I'd be interested to know if any of his family is in this courtroom, though, wouldn't you? Where was his awareness? The new wife? That's what listen, he could get me for slander if he wants to. Come on, Patty Pat. Let's go to court. Prove through my testimony, sir, that you didn't already have your girlfriend. Your wife is your girlfriend at that point. I just believe it. I'm gonna believe it, and that's what I'm sticking to. But see, it's not like Lindsay Clancy can use that as a defense, right? Because then that would prove her that she has some kind of senility to her. She was out of it, and she was kind of sane, you know what I mean? And that just pushed her over the edge, which is murder one. So she can't say anything. She's trying to get off of murder one. She knows she's at least going to be in the hospital probably the rest of her life. But listen, if I've ever seen a case for appeal, it's this one right here. Let's see. Juju says, I believe it too. Brittany says, I don't think he should be able to sue the doctors. He was there living in the house. I agree with you. I agree. I mean, yes.
I'm just looking things up that we've talked about, and it says Patrick Clancy testified that he had no knowledge of Lindsay Clancy taking a weed gummy and keeping it from her doctors, although he noted.
Go ahead.
They noted they did have them in the house.
Okay, so we did listen to that part of the testimony already, and the prosecution asked him about that, and he said, I have no knowledge.
I must have went to the toilet.
Because she said, are you aware? So where she got that information from is beyond me, but the prosecution is the one that said it. She asked him, are you aware that Lindsay took a gummy? And I think she said, maybe Brittany knows or somebody else in chat said, or aware that she smoked marijuana prior to the murdering of her kids. So did Lindsay actually say that before she realized that wasn't going to be? And he's like, negative. No.
And they're saying here, lack of direct observation by Patrick.
He don't know shit. He knows less than the doctors.
Yeah.
I just listen. I've been with my husband for 25 years, y'all. We don't get in each other's business. We just don't. I mean, we love each other we're habitual. We have a habitual kind of love, y'all. No, I love my husband. I have a great man. But what I'm saying is, like, I hang out here in this living room with my dogs, you know, and I watch all my true crime stuff and my history and my cleaning videos and the stuff I like to watch that he would throw up at. And he watches some bang them up, shoot them up shit in there that I don't want nothing to do with. And somehow we meet in the middle, you know, but we've been together a long, long time. But I could tell you right now, my husband doesn't give me my medication, but I bet you he could tell the doctor. He may not be able to name them because they're such weird names, but he'd be able to say, she takes a pill for this, she takes one for this, and she takes one for this. He would be able to tell him that. And he would say, and she takes way too much aspirin for her back. So yeah, but I don't understand this. I just don't remember that. And I don't know. I don't get that. I don't get that. And I'll never get it. The Bat Mom says, how do you not come out of whatever state you're in between killing your babies? Yeah, I have to applaud that. Why is it always after? If I did something so horrible, I would ask for death. Now that's been brought up a couple of times.
Mm-hmm.
I know I brought it up just today. When we first heard of this and we talked about her killing 3 babies, one in a totally, I mean, it was in the basement, but it was in a separate room than the other 2. I thought, you know, we asked a lot of questions when we first did this about psychosis, because neither Maggie and I have dealt with it, nor have we seen anybody, thankfully. But there was a lot of ladies that came forward and gave us their story, and that takes bravery a lot. But they educated us a lot on what psychosis does, and I'm so grateful for that. But they said that sometimes, and so did the psychologist, said sometimes you can make rational decisions and sometimes you can't. Some people can feel psychosis coming on for a couple days prior. Some people can't. They're just boom in it. So I guess it just works differently individually. And if you're medicated or if you're controlled or, you know, on medication or something like that, I guess it just does different to all of us, you know. So we checked that out, and that was brought up about, you know, at what would she have come back to reality, maybe in the middle of, I don't know, killing one, and then, you know, in between there, or the next one in between there. And then today I asked, what happens if she came back to reality after she killed her kids? And that's when she decided to stage a suicide. I don't know. And anything is still possible at this point. But I'm telling you, we are supposed to let everybody is innocent until proven guilty in our country. Supposedly, I don't always think that, but that's what we're supposed to do. And they have their right to a day in court. And then we're supposed to base our judgment, if we are sitting in a juror's box, we're supposed to base our judgment not on what we think, not on what we feel, but on what we hear as in testimony. And that's what you're supposed to base it on. And I'm telling you right now, just listening to a week of court hearings, there's no way I could say this woman is guilty. They have not proven not a damn thing. Not a damn thing. Sorry. What says you, Mags?
I agree. I changed my mind before. I said I'm going back to this, where I don't think she's guilty.
Yeah.
I don't think she's been in her right mind. She's totally lost the plot.
I mean, when we came on today, I was saying I think it's premeditated, and that was the third time I changed my mind. So I mean, we're changing our mind all the time, but we're trying to do it based on the evidence.
The evidence,
just what we're seeing, not what, you know what I mean.
That's
I mean, not that any of us are going to make a difference in this. We're not sitting in the jury box, but I still think it's a good discussion to have. I think this is a subject that really needs to be brought to light, more so than it is being talked about, because it's a real thing. Them hormones are a bitch. And if you men think that you don't have any and you don't have to go through this shit, yeah, you got them. You just don't deal with stuff the way we do. And you don't have the exact same hormones as us, but yeah, you have midlife crises. You guys pitch bitches and have faults too, you guys. And you have hormones as well. What do you think your prostate's for? So it's just different for all of us. So let's see. Lisa said this is a custodial trial. She's admitted to guilty. Yes. So she's going somewhere, whether it's going to be in a hospital like Andrea Yates, even though Andrea Yates did not have to go to trial because she was found guilty by insanity. But she's going somewhere for the rest of her life, probably. And we all know that Andrea Yates already came up for parole. She didn't even attend it or pursue it because she just doesn't believe she can live in society. And I think that's commendable. I really do. The Bat Mom says, well, crazy is a mean word. You would have to be out of your mind. Oh, I don't think it's a mean word. I think it's almost become a natural word. Like I call myself crazy all the time. I know Maggie's crazy. That bitch is just crazy.
Oh, me mind. I'm a lunatic.
We're not, yeah, we're middle-aged, pissed
You
off,
know, when
crazy
we say
women.
these words, I mean, I know some people are getting offended, and
Mhm.
there's no two more people than me and Leanie that it just wouldn't have, you know, treat people like that at all. She's completely lost her mind. We say our term is they lost the marbles.
Well,
But by
you know,
no
the
means
deal.
are we being, you know, disrespecting or being horrible about that person. It's just a term.
Yeah, and it's too hard. Like for me, I really do have tried, and I still do in a way. I just don't try as hard to be politically correct, because my intention is not to cause people trouble or hurt people's feelings. But you have to understand, I grew up in a different era. Words mean different things now than they meant back in the day. You know what I mean? And for those of you that are even older than I am, you totally get it. So I was just like, y'all, I'm tired of trying to keep up with your words. It's not my fault you're using the word. I've told my kids it's not my fault that you people are using this word different than what we made it to sound like. Now you guys all want to be offended. Grow up, and grow some balls. I mean, I'm serious. I'm just too. The minute I conform to that and figure out, okay, I can't call myself crazy or Maggie crazy anymore. In 2 years, the next people are going to be like, oh, that's not a bad word. We'll just call everybody. I mean, I can't keep up with all the things. I don't want to. I have no desire. Deanna Laney was let out after 8 years. I've never even heard of that case. What is that case? Did she kill her kids? Did she have any kind of postpartum? Is that what happened? I'll look it up. Not right now, but I will, yeah. Misty says, exactly that, Mom. Out of her damn mind. I can't imagine doing that to my kids. I wouldn't have been totally out. I would have had to be totally out of it. And I wouldn't want to live if I did that. Yes. Maggie, do you got something to bring up? I see you in backstage. Or do you guys want to?
I'm just trying to sort pictures here while you're talking. So that's all I'm doing, Lee.
Okay. Let me go ahead and fast forward this. Let's hear the rest, because now he's going to go into, because you guys know he's the one that found his kids, and all but Dawson, who was actually, we found out through trial, he was hung. All but he loosened the ties around Cora's and Callan's neck, but not Dawson's. So we're going to keep going with this.
On January 5th, 2023.
Yes,
And did you, in fact, bring her home for, that day?
I picked her up. Yeah.
Okay. Were you aware that she had a follow-up appointment with Dr. Jennifer Tufts the following day?
Yes.
I want to show you some photos here of the children and just ask if this is a fair and accurate depiction of how they looked in January of 2023.
Yes.
Thank you. We could have them mark this the next 4 exhibits.
All right. It may be marked.
So showing you exhibit 9. This is Cora, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about what Cora was like in January of 2023, what her interests were?
I'm going to object at this point.
Council, could I see it sidebar?
She, Cora was into princesses. And she got a lot of friends. And she just liked taking care of people.
And showing you, Dawson, correct?
Yes.
What kind of things was Dawson interested in 2020?
Using the firefighters and trucks. And he liked Paw Patrol.
Exhibit 11, Alan. He's only 8 months old, correct?
Correct.
Did he have any interest or
He was just a happy baby.
happy baby? And then just showing you quickly Exhibit 12. Does this picture clearly indicate their sizes in relation to each other in January 2023?
Yes.
After Lindsay was released from McLean Hospital, was there a birthday party for Cora on January 7th, 2023?
Yes.
And who had organized that birthday party?
I think we both did.
And where was it?
It was at Nova in Plymouth.
And was Lindsay present for the party?
Yes.
And do you recall who got all the supplies and everything for the party?
I think Lindsay did.
We could play a video. I'm going to ask you to look at a video and just tell me if you recognize this as a video from the party. Or was that from the party?
Yeah.
And was that Cora seated in front of Lindsay while singing Happy Birthday?
Yeah.
And there's a second clip. Again, was that Cora and Lindsay?
Yeah.
Hope to have the birthday videos as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
13 so far. From Cora's birthday party until January 23rd, 2023, did you check on and check in with Lindsay?
Every day.
And how did you do that?
I would ask her in the morning how she's feeling, how she slept.
And did she tell you that she was sleeping better?
Maybe a little bit better, but she's still struggling.
And did you ask her during that time if she had suicidal thoughts?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
She told me no.
She told you what?
She said no.
No. Did she ever tell you during that time period that she was having thoughts of harming the children?
No.
Did you as a family go to the Museum of Science on January 8th, 2023?
Yes.
Was the defendant able to participate in activities with the children while at the museum on January 8th?
Yes.
I'm going to pull up some photographs. Just ask you to ID or identify everyone in the photograph so that the jurors can follow their movements through the video footage in the video. So if I may, down here in the maroon colored shirt.
It's Dawson.
Dawson, okay. And in the red skirt.
Cora.
And in the gray jacket.
Lindsay.
And here, pushing the carriage.
That's me.
And is Callan in the carriage at that time?
Yeah.
And permission to play the video, Your
Can I
Honor.
see again sidebar?
Dawson.
Dawson, okay. And in the red skirt,
Cora.
and in the gray jacket,
Lindsay.
and here, pushing the carriage,
That's me.
and is Callan, in the carriage at that time?
Yeah.
And, permission to play the video, Your
Can I
Honor?
see again sidebar?
Your Honor, at this time, we've moved to submit the still photograph and the video pursuant to the discussion at sidebar. I'd move to submit the full video in as one exhibit for identification and the timeline video as the exhibit.
Timeline. Did we, you can submit a copy of that later?
No, there's the full video that was provided by the
Right.
Museum of Science, and then there's a timeline that was created following the family through the museum. And you can get snippets from this video.
Okay, that's fine.
So for identification. Museum of Science video. Exhibit C, so marked. And then museum timeline for the next exhibit, exhibit 14. Sir, after going to the Museum of Science, well, let me go back to that for a moment. At the Museum of Science, do you recall the defendant being able to interact with the children at exhibits that required, manipulating knobs and materials and showing the children how to do those exhibits and interacting with them at those exhibits?
Yeah, Lindsay was always able to interact with our kids, even including at the Museum of Science.
Okay. And then after your trip to the Museum of Science, do you remember going to the Charlie Horse restaurant with the kids and Lindsay?
Yes.
And how soon after the Museum of Science was that? Do you recall?
I don't recall the exact dates.
Okay. And what type of place is the Charlie Horse restaurant?
It's like a family restaurant with games.
And how was the defendant's demeanor at the restaurant?
It was good. I was hopeful
Why were you hopeful?
because she seemed much better.
And then on January 14th, 2023, were you able to go to brunch with your friends while the defendant was home with the children?
Yeah.
And about how long were you gone?
About 2 hours.
Were there any issues or problems that you were aware of while you were gone?
No. She encouraged me to go. She said, "You've just been inside a lot. You should go out." And it was fine.
And while you were there at brunch, she send you photos of the kids and text messages?
I think so, yeah.
Direct your attention to January 15th, 2023. Did you and Lindsay and the kids go to the Cape Codder in Hyannis?
Yeah.
And was there a water park there?
Yeah.
And how was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
It seemed pretty good.
Was she able to interact with the children and participate in the activities?
Yes.
I could bring up photos again. I would just like you to look at the photos to point out who the individuals are in the photo. So here in the dark shorts with the white band on the top,
It's me.
and then in the bathing suit here with the
It's
ponytail,
Cora.
and then in the striped swimsuit at the bottom.
It's Dawson.
And then here in the black bathing suit without shoulder straps,
Lindsay.
Lindsay. And is that was Cora with her?
Yes.
And in this third photo, is that Lindsay with Callan in her arms?
Yeah.
And that photo there is that Dawson with the striped bathing suit.
Yep.
We can go to the video with the court's permission.
Hold on.
I'm just going to go to certain clips. If we could start with from the beginning to 40 seconds in and play. Sir, if you could tell us who, well, can you confirm that that's you and the children and Lindsay arriving now?
Yes.
Would that be Cora in the purple jacket with the pink boots?
Yes.
And Lindsay in the gray coat with the backpack?
Yes.
And then if we could go to 139. And during this time, are you waiting to check in and get your wristbands and all of that?
Yeah.
You could go to 647. Do you recognize this play area?
Yes.
And did you and Lindsay and the children go over to this hardship area?
Yep.
Showing you here, is that Cora that just went down the slide?
Yeah.
And is that you there by the slide?
Yeah.
We can go to 1122. Let's see. We could go to 1406. Oh. $16.25. Sir, here at 1625. That Cora and then Lindsay that go down the slide together.
Yeah.
We can go to 1745. Got the same thing here.
Yeah.
So she's able to interact with Cora and the others, participate in the activities.
Yeah.
If we could go to 4753, please. You're up in the corner here.
Yeah.
Is this you and Dawson and Cora entering the pool area?
Yeah.
Lindsay was with Callan at that time, correct?
Yes.
So you were comfortable with her being off in a separate area with Callan while you were with Cora and Dawson that day?
Yeah.
Okay. That's all, thank you. I move to submit the card photos and timeline.
Again, let me just see over here just briefly, just so I have that straight. Thank you.
Sir, directing your attention now to January 16th, 2023. Did you go skiing that day?
Yeah.
And who did you go skiing with?
Cora.
And was it just the two of you?
No, we went with another dad and his son.
Okay. And who was that dad?
Adam Schwabach.
Okay. And was Lindsay home with Callan and Dawson that day when you went skiing with Cora?
Yeah.
Were there any issues or problems that you're aware of when she was home alone with the kids all day?
No.
And was she able to communicate with you throughout the day?
Yeah.
And how was that communication done?
Texts. I might have called her. I'm not sure.
And do you recall texting each other back and forth photos of you with Cora and the boys at home and what they were doing?
Yeah.
And so she was able to take those photographs and send them to you without any apparent problem, correct?
Correct.
Show you the 3 text messages with the attached photos. If you can those. Thank you. And sir, are these accurate copies of the text messages with the photos that were sent between yourself and the defendant on January 16th, 2023?
Yes.
If I could move to have these marked as the next 3 exhibits, Your
They,
Honor.
they may be admitted.
Exhibit 16, 17, and 18. Your Honor. And so, sir, showing you the first photo, which was marked Exhibit 16, did you start off the conversation by sending the photo of you and Cora skiing?
Yeah.
And showing you Exhibit 17, did Lindsay respond by taking and sending this photo of Dawson?
Yeah.
And then did she respond again, sending you selfie she took of herself and Callan?
Yeah.
And you felt comfortable leaving Callan and Dawson home with her that day?
Yeah.
And why is that?
She seemed to be doing a lot better.
In what ways did she seem to be doing better?
Her mood seemed better. She was more active, and she was able to partake in more things.
She was also going to the gym during that time as well, correct? The Kingsbury Club?
That sounds right. Yeah.
Were you hopeful at that time that things were getting better?
Yeah.
Did Lindsay's parents visit you the weekend of January 21st through the 22nd?
Yeah.
And whose idea was that? Do you recall?
I think it was theirs. I think they were just coming to visit to say hi.
And what did you guys do that weekend?
We just hung out and went to a friend's house on Sunday. They left after we got back from there.
And whose friend's house did you go to that Sunday?
The Carneys.
Carneys, okay. And who went to the Carneys?
Lindsay, myself, Dawson, and Cora.
And what did you do there?
There was a fire, and I think we roasted marshmallows or something like that.
Okay. And how was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
She was quieter that day. So, I mean, that was the extent of it.
Was she able to interact with the Carneys?
Yeah, but she's quiet.
Okay. And you said you returned home and then her parents left?
Yeah.
Do you recall Lindsay and her mom taking a picture together that weekend?
Yeah.
Is this that photo?
Yeah, that's it.
You could have this marked as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 19. And Lindsay seemed to be doing better that weekend, correct?
Overall, yeah.
Were you aware that her mother had sent her a text saying something to the effect of, "I'm glad you're doing so much better"?
I became aware of that later, yeah.
And just showing exhibit 19. And I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't mark the still photo from the Museum of Science. If we could have that as the next.
Sure.
Exhibit 20. Thank you. That Monday, after her parents had gone home to Connecticut, so Monday the 23rd of January, did Cora and Dawson go to school?
Yeah.
And do you recall Lindsay picking them up that afternoon?
Yeah.
When Lindsay returned home with Cora and Dawson, did she discuss with you that Cora was having some stomach issues at school?
Yeah.
And were you familiar with the stomach issues that Cora had been having?
Yeah.
And did you have an idea of what was causing those stomach issues?
Yeah, it wasn't unusual. She was embarrassed to go to the bathroom at school. So she just held it all day.
Okay. And so this was a common occurrence?
Yeah.
And were you aware that Cora had her 5-year physical scheduled for the next day, Tuesday, the 24th?
No, I didn't know that was already scheduled. I thought she like called it in and set it up. So yeah, it's news to me.
Okay. So would it have been Lindsay who would make those kinds of appointments, the physicals and all of that?
She usually handled that. Yeah.
Okay. And going to Tuesday, January 24th, 2023, were you working that day?
I'm sorry, you said on the 24th?
Yes, Tuesday,
Yeah.
the 24th.
Yeah.
That morning was Cora's doctor's appointment at 8 a.m.
Yeah.
And who took her to the doctor's appointment?
Lindsay.
And did anyone have to go with her, or did she drive herself and Cora there?
It's just Lindsay and Cora.
And you were home with the boys, is that right?
Yeah.
And while you're with the boys and Lindsay's with Cora at the doctor's, are you sending text messages and photos back and forth?
Yeah.
And why did you send a photo of Dawson to Lindsay that morning?
Because he dressed himself completely for the first time.
And he was excited about that?
Yeah.
And did she respond back with a photo of Cora?
Yeah.
Are these the photos you sent back and forth?
Yeah.
I could have the photo of Dawson as the next exhibit and the photo of Cora as the following.
All right, they may be admitted.
Is it 21 and 22 somewhere? Publishing these. Exhibit 21 and exhibit 22. And while you were texting with Lindsay back and forth, were you able to understand her text messages?
Yeah.
Did she seem to understand yours in response?
Yes.
Did she return home?
Yes.
And do you recall around what time she got home that morning?
8:30.
And once she got home, what did you do?
I think I got ready for work.
And while you were downstairs working in your office, do you know what Lindsay and the kids were doing?
They built a snowman and they did some art projects.
And how did you know this was happening?
She texted me a picture.
So Lindsay was continuing to text you and send you photographs throughout that day?
Yeah, and I went up to say hi at one point.
Okay. First, I just want to show you the text messages back and forth. The text being on the right-hand side. If you want to look through there and just see if you recognize the messages going back and forth between you and Lindsay that morning. That day.
What? This is it says activity sensor.
Excuse me?
I think this is something else.
So starting at 7 a.m. on the 24th, and we go to 8:17 a.m. This is the photo you sent of Dawson, and then the replies going to 8:18 a.m. Is this the reply from Lindsay? And then throughout the day, just messages back and forth up to the point. Page 940, where Lindsay sending you the photos of the kids in the snow. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. We could have the text messages marked as the next exhibit.
All right, it may be admitted.
Exhibit 23. And just look at one photo. Is this one of the photos
Yeah.
she sent? We could have the photograph marked as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 24. How often do you think or do you remember going upstairs that day to interact with Lindsay and the kids?
Once or twice. It was a busier day than usual.
And when you did come up to interact with them, how was Lindsay's mood?
She seemed happy.
Happy? And how could you tell that? What was she doing?
She was playing with the kids, and she seemed in a good mood.
At any point during that day when you came up or while she's texting you, did she tell you she was having suicidal thoughts?
No.
Did she tell you she was having thoughts of harming the kids?
No.
Did she ask for help or anything that caused concern?
No, she was having one of her best days.
One of her best days? I want to direct your attention to 4:53 p.m. that day. Did you receive a text from Lindsay about dinner?
Yeah.
And do you recall what it said?
Something along the lines of, do you want to get takeout? I haven't planned anything.
Do you recall it saying, any chance you want to do takeout from 3V? I didn't cook anything. It's been a long day.
Yeah.
Had you been to 3V restaurant previously?
Yeah.
Alone or with the family?
With the family.
And approximately how many times had you been there to eat?
Probably 3 times.
And so you had all gotten in the car and driven from your home to 3V restaurant in Plymouth approximately 3 times?
Yeah, sometimes we were already out somewhere, but yeah.
Okay, but been there 3 times. Had you ever done takeout from there before?
No.
Where would you typically do takeout when you were going to do takeout at home?
The Chestnut Grill. I think another one was West End Grill.
Were those closer than 3V to your home?
Yeah.
So Lindsay suggested 3V and you agreed, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Did she send you another text at 4:56 p.m. asking you to take a look at the menu?
Yeah.
And did you send a text at 5:06 p.m. About Callan?
Yeah, I asked if he had taken a nap.
And did she respond?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
That it was a shorter nap and he was awake.
Okay. And at that time, did you also send a separate text asking what she was getting at 3V?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
I don't remember what she ordered.
Do you recall a Mediterranean Power Bowl?
Yeah, that sounds right.
And did she ask you what you were getting?
Yeah.
And at 5:08 p.m., did you respond?
Yeah.
And what did you tell her?
I forget what it was.
Do you recall scallop and pork belly risotto?
Yeah.
That was it?
Yep.
Who called in the order to 3V?
Lindsay.
Once the order was placed, what did you do?
I came upstairs. I took Callan for a minute, and I rocked him by my knees, kissed Cora on the head, and I said, I'll be right back.
And what was Dawson doing when you were leaving?
He was eating chicken nuggets on the couch.
And do you recall if he was using a bowl or a plate?
It was a bowl.
Do you remember what the defendant's, well, first of all, where was the defendant seated when you left the house, or was she seated?
She was standing in the
And where
doorway.
was she?
In the doorway of the living room.
And was that the doorway by the front door or the doorway by the basement door?
This doorway by the basement door.
Okay. And did she have Callan, or where was Callan?
She had Callan.
Okay. And what was her demeanor?
Normal.
Counsel, could I see both sidebar here?
Yeah, Alison, this is when he
Dan, at
went.
that time, I'm going to ask Ms. Sprague if you
That's
could
what
recall
happens.
that witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. We recall Patrick Clancy.
Right, so just a trigger warning right now. I usually don't give these out because we are an adult channel, you guys, but now is when you're going to hear of him finding his wife and his kids. It's not the worst I've heard, but it is graphic. So if you need to protect yourself, your mental capacity or whatever, you guys just step out for a little while.
Good morning,
and
sir.
come back.
All right, Ms. Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
So on Monday, I had asked you some questions about the Surface Pro that you and the defendant had in your home and had access to, and about whether you had looked at a site on suicide methods on August 22nd. If I could ask you, did you look at a site for suicide methods on August 23rd, 2022?
I don't believe so.
And I had also asked you on Monday about when you were leaving the home on the night of January 24th, 2023, your observations of Lindsay and the children. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you had testified that you observed Dawson on the couch eating, I believe you said chicken nuggets and green beans. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Do you recall, if you're facing the couch, where he was on the couch?
If I were facing the couch, he would be to the right.
To the right, okay. And showing you a photograph of the living room where there are some bowls on the couch. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how the couch looked that night?
Yeah.
We could have this photo marked as the next exhibit.
All right, any objection?
No, quickly.
That may be admitted.
Now, as you're getting ready to leave the house to head out to get the takeout, did Lindsay say anything to you?
Nothing specific that I can recall, just other than maybe goodbye.
Do you recall something about discussing something about CVS with her?
Yeah.
Okay. And what did she say about CVS?
She wanted me to pick up some stool softener for Cora.
And she hadn't mentioned that earlier in the text, correct?
Yeah, I don't think so.
So as you're leaving, she asked you to make a second or another stop while you're out. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in response to that request, did you ask her to do something?
I don't remember.
I could show you page 77, lines 23 and 24, if you could just read those to yourself.
Yeah, I told her to text it to me, which she did.
I'm sorry, so that refresh your memory and
Yep.
ask her to text it to you?
Yep.
And did she do so?
She did.
And was that at approximately 5:15 p.m. that she texted PDLX?
Sounds correct.
So your two stops then that night were going to be CVS and the 3V restaurant, correct?
Yes.
Where did you go first?
CVS.
And do you remember the route that you took to get there?
Yeah, I went out our driveway, took a right on Winter Street, and then took a left on the main road and went to CVS.
So it's a pretty direct route from your house to CVS?
Yeah.
Here's the map. just going to have you look at the screen, if you would, to a map. And coming into this red dot here, is that the approximate location of your home at 47 Summer Street?
Yeah.
And then looking at this pink dot here next to Big Y, is that where the CVS is located?
Yes.
And that's the CVS you went to that night?
Yes.
About how long did it take you to get there?
3 minutes.
And when you got to CVS, did you go inside?
Yes.
And what section did you go to in CVS?
I think it was pediatrics.
If we could pull up the CVS video. I'm going to ask you to look at the video here. Is that you entering the store?
Yeah.
Okay. And that section you head to on the right, is that the pediatric medication section?
Yeah.
Okay. And while you're in that section, looking for the medication, do you do something?
I called Lindsay
And why did you call Lindsay?
because what we were looking for wasn't there. The shelves were pretty empty. It was still during COVID.
It was, I'm sorry, what?
It was during COVID, so
Okay, so, and was that call at about approximately 5:33 p.m.?
yeah.
Okay. And then, did she answer the call?
Yes.
She entered when you called her?
Actually, I think she didn't at first. She called back.
Okay. And did you receive a call back from her about a minute later at 5:34 p.m.?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And can you describe that phone call for us?
It was very brief. I just said, I think there was a generic brand, and I said, is this one okay? And she said, yeah, that's fine.
And what was her demeanor during the call?
She was pretty quiet. It sounded like she was busy. I remember hanging up thinking she's probably in the middle of giving baths or something like that.
So it sounded to you like she was in the middle of something?
Yeah.
Were you able to understand her when she spoke to you?
Yeah.
And did she seem to understand what you were saying?
Yes.
And she didn't seem to have any trouble recalling why you were at CVS or what you were looking for?
That's correct.
And did you, in fact, purchase some Pedialyte at CVS?
Yes.
Did you purchase anything else while you were there?
I bought a pack of Skittles.
Just showing you a receipt here from CVS. Does this appear to be an accurate description of what was purchased?
Yeah.
We could have the CVS receipt marked as the next exhibit, please.
All right, that may be admitted.
26. And then if we could have the original CVS video marked as an exhibit and the CVS timeline, a condensed version marked as the following exhibit.
27 and 28.
We have the original marked as 27. And the timeline is 28, please.
It's 26, 27, and 28 is the mark.
All right, thank you.
After you had made your purchases at CVS, where did you go next?
To 3V.
And do you remember the route you took to get there?
Yeah, I think I got on Route 3 South for just one exit, and then I got off and went straight to 3V.
And showing you the map again here on the screen. This green dot here on the bottom, is that where 3V restaurant is located?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I'd move to submit a copy, a digital copy of the map. We have it on the computer. I can make a hard copy.
That may be admitted.
We can use empty case as a marker.
Is it 29?
All right, thank you.
We could pull up the 3D video, please. Now, sir, how long approximately did it take you to get from CVS to 3V?
Probably around 10 minutes.
And when you got to the 3V restaurant, did you go inside?
Yeah.
I'm just going to ask you to watch the video on screen. At 5:54:15 p.m., is that you coming in behind that other couple there?
Yeah.
And what are you doing at that point when you're looking at the bags?
I think I was looking for the bag with my name on it.
Do you recall what you're doing on your phone at that time?
I don't. It could be work related, it could be anything.
And the order that was listed under your name and phone number, correct?
I think Lindsay ordered it.
Right, but do you recall whose name it was under when you picked it up?
I don't recall specifically, but it could have been mine.
Show you a receipt here from 3D Restaurant for Mediterranean Power Bowl and scallop and pork belly risotto. You could just look at the name and the number on the receipt.
Yeah, that's my name and my number.
So that's your phone number?
Yep.
Okay. So although the defendant called in the order, your name and phone number were given and were given accurately, is that correct?
Correct.
If we could have the 3V video marked as the next exhibit.
Sure. That may be admitted. Yeah. Can I see counsel just very briefly?
Okay, we've got that signal again. It was accurate in other words. She wasn't frightened when she called. I'm just looking up now. If you're able to, control, to plan things, if you're in a psychotic episode and it says no, it's generally not possible to be in total control or plan things effectively during a severe episode of psychosis. Psychosis directly impairs the prefrontal cortex, the area of the brain responsible for executive functioning, which includes planning, organizing logical reasons. Now I'm just making sure that, can people hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Where's flip-flopping also?
All right.
Yeah, Brittany, I think we're
Yeah.
all
To the
doing
court's
that.
Order, that may be
Some
a
individuals experience functional psychosis where they can mask symptoms
Sir,
or perform
after
basic
picking up the
routine
order at
tasks.
3V, where did you
Their
go next?
perception of reality
And do you recall the route you took home?
Probably the same route, one exit on the highway, and then went home.
Okay. Do you recall approximately how long it took you to get home?
I would guess 10 to 12 minutes.
When you arrived home, where did you park?
In the driveway.
What type of car did you drive then?
A Chevy Silverado.
And was that a white pickup truck?
Yeah.
What kind of car did Lindsay drive then?
It was a Kia SUV.
And once you parked there, were both vehicles now in the driveway?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you a series of photographs of the exterior of your home. You could just look through them and tell me if they accurately reflect how your home looked on January 24th, 2023.
Yeah, these are accurate.
You could have these photographs of the exterior of the home, front and back, marked essentially as exhibits.
They may be admitted. Thank you.
It's 32 through 37, no, 38, so high. Sir, showing you what's been marked as exhibit 32. Is this the front of your house with the main door?
Yes.
And then showing you what's been marked as exhibit 33. Where is this in relation to that main front door?
It's to the right.
And here where the light is that a secondary entrance at the front of the house?
Yes.
And for the record, that's to the left of the garage.
Yeah.
Showing you exhibit 34. Can you tell us what portion of the house this is?
It's to the left of the front door.
So if I'm facing the front door, it's to the left, there's a fence there, is that correct? And exhibit 35, is that more of that same fence on the left?
Yes.
And then showing you exhibit 36, is this looking at your backyard from that left side area where the fence is?
Yeah.
And then exhibit 37, can you tell us what we're seeing here?
This is the back of the house and the window where Lindsay jumped out.
And exhibit 38, is that a more direct view of that back of the house?
Yeah.
And so the window you referenced about Lindsay, is it this upper right top window?
Yeah.
And what is behind that window?
Our bedroom.
And the window to the left there in the middle, what room is that window in?
That's the upstairs bathroom.
And then the top window on the far left, what room is that for?
That was Dawson's bedroom.
Austin's. Okay. And then directly below the top right window, so the bottom far right window, what room is that window for?
The living room.
And then again, the middle window on the bottom level.
Downstairs bathroom.
And then that window on the far left there, is that the kitchen?
Yeah.
And on the far left of the photo where the sliding glass doors are, where does that lead into?
There's like a room off of the kitchen where there's a kitchen table.
When you got home and you parked your truck, how did you get into the home?
I went in through that side door.
The door that was to the left of the garage?
Yeah.
And what did you do once you got inside the home?
I started taking my boots off.
And did you have some bags with you from CVS and 3V?
Yeah.
Where did you place those?
On the kitchen island.
Show you a couple photos of that area where you came in. Just tell us if it accurately represents how they looked, that area looked on January 24th, please.
Yeah, that's accurate.
You could have these two photos marked with the next two exhibits, please.
They may be minute.
Exhibits 39 and 40. So we're showing you what's been marked as exhibit 39. Can you tell us where the sliding glass doors are in this photograph?
They're to the left of the kitchen table.
So we have here the kitchen table, kind of in the center of the photograph, is that correct?
Yeah.
And so these are the sliding glass doors?
Yeah.
And where's the door that you came through?
To the right after the kitchen table.
Right here, next to the curtain?
Yeah.
And the door, when you're looking at the photo straight ahead, this door to the left of the mirror or the photo there, where does that lead?
The garage.
And then showing you exhibit 40. Is that where you place the bags on the island in the kitchen?
Yeah.
When you came into the house and you were taking off your boots and putting things down, was there anything you noticed?
Yeah, the house was really quiet.
Is that unusual?
Yeah.
And when you realized it was really quiet, what did you do?
I called out.
And who did you call out to?
Everyone.
Did anyone answer?
No.
After you called out and no one answered, what did you do next?
I think I don't know the order, but I called down in the basement and no one answered. And then I called Lindsay to see if she was home because I looked out and I couldn't see her car, but it's because it was dark and her car's black.
Okay, so when you say you called down to the basement, when you approached the basement door, do you remember if it was open or shut?
It was shut.
So did you open it and yell down?
Yeah.
And there was no response?
Correct.
And showing you a photo here, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the stairway down to the basement level?
Yeah.
You could have this marked as the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 41. Do you recall when you opened the door to yell down whether the light was on or off?
Yeah, it was on, but Lindsay always left the light on.
And you said you called Lindsay. Was that a phone call?
Yeah.
And was that at approximately 6:09 p.m.?
Yeah.
And did she answer?
No.
After calling down the stairs to the basement, did you leave the door open or did you close it?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I would think I closed it because I always try to keep it closed. I'm not sure.
Okay. And so after you called Lindsay and didn't get a response, what did you do next?
I started checking upstairs.
And where did you check upstairs?
First, the bathroom. I thought maybe they were taking baths, but there's no one there.
And then where did you go?
The kids' bedrooms.
Was there anyone in the kids' bedrooms?
No.
And then did you go to your bedroom?
Yeah.
And were you able to get into your bedroom right away?
No, the door was locked, and that's when I knew something was wrong.
And when you realized the door was locked, did you have a way to unlock it?
Yeah, the previous owners, when they installed the doorknobs, had these like these little keys that they tape to the back of each door. So I got the one from Cora's room, and I started unlocking the knob.
And when you unlocked the door to your bedroom, did you go in?
Yeah.
And what did you see when you opened the door and went in?
I just saw blood everywhere, and the window is open.
And showing you here a photo, is this the bed in your bedroom?
Yeah.
Now, the way the bed is in this photo, kind of pulled away from the wall and slightly askew or at an angle, is that the way it was typically?
No.
And when you left the bedroom that day for the last time prior to coming home later that night, was the bed in that position?
I don't think so.
You could have this photo marked.
It may be admitted.
And you said you saw the window, is that correct?
Yeah.
Was it open?
Yeah, there was wind blowing in.
Showing you a photo here. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how the window looked?
Yeah.
Mark this the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 43. Did you walk into the room and over to the window?
No.
How far into the room did you get?
Probably 1 or 2 steps, and then I immediately turned around and went outside.
And the blood that you saw, where was that located in the room?
It was everywhere. It was, it looked like it was sprayed almost with like a hose. And there was a huge puddle in the middle of the room, and it was sprayed all over pretty much every surface. I remember it was on the doorknob.
Okay. Showing you 3 photos. Do you recognize what's depicted there? And is that a fair and accurate depiction of how the room looked on January 24th, 2023?
Yeah.
We could have these photos, 3 photos marked as the next 3 exhibits.
It may be admitted.
So they're showing you what's been marked exhibit 44. Is this the entrance to the room, looking into the room?
Yeah.
And then exhibit 45, is this mirror to the right of that bureau we were just looking at?
Yep.
And this area right here, is this the blood you were referring to?
Yeah, that's some of the blood.
And then in exhibit 46, is that getting closer to the window?
Yeah.
And is that more of the blood that you were talking about?
Yeah.
Going back to exhibit 42, there's no blood on the walls or on the bedding, correct?
On those walls and the bedding, correct.
Sir, were you aware that the defendant's phone was found on the bed in the bedroom that night?
Yeah.
They're showing you this phone with this light brown case. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Whose phone is it?
That was Lindsay's phone.
And is this the phone that she was consistently using between September of 2022 and, well, actually August of 2022 throughout the fall and into January of 2023?
Yeah.
We have this marked as an exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
47. Sir, after making those observations in the bedroom, what did you do next?
I ran downstairs and went outside.
And do you recall whether you came around, whether you went out the front door or the back door?
I went out the back door.
And where did you go from there?
I just looked around in the backyard below that window and I saw Lindsay.
And where did you see her?
She was face up in the backyard.
And where in the backyard was she?
At the bottom of the window.
And so, looking at exhibit 38, you said this was the window, correct? The top right?
Correct.
Where was she in relation to that window?
Directly below it.
So down here by the window well?
Yeah.
For the record, I was pointing right below the bottom right window by the window well. I'll show you a photo of that window you were referring to. Is this the exterior view of that window to your bedroom that night?
Yeah.
We could have this marked as an exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 48. Showing you exhibit 48. So the window's open, correct?
Yes.
And the screen for the window is up, correct?
Yeah.
At any point in time that night or afterwards, did you notice that the screen was cut or broken in any way?
I didn't notice that, no.
And when you saw Lindsay on the ground there under the window, which direction was her body facing?
Her head was closer to the house. Her feet were away from the house.
Okay. And did you go to her?
Yeah.
And did you observe any injuries?
Yes.
And what did you see?
She had deep cuts on her wrists, and she had a red line across her neck. I wasn't sure what it was at first, but she cut her neck.
And do you recall that these wounds weren't actively bleeding at the time?
I later learned that I said that on the 911 call.
And when you observed these wounds, is it correct that the 911 operator asked you or instructed you to apply pressure if needed?
I don't recall the whole call, but I believe that's probably true.
Okay. And you didn't at the time feel the need to apply pressure to any of those wounds, correct?
Correct.
Did you say anything to Lindsay when you found her in that state?
Yeah, I said, what happened?
And what was her response?
She said I tried to kill myself.
Did you ask her anything else?
I said, where are the kids?
And what was her response?
She said they're in the basement.
And at that time, she didn't tell you that they needed help or they were in danger or they were injured, correct?
Correct.
And so you mentioned talking to someone on 911. At what point did you call 911?
I don't know the exact time, but it took a few minutes because my phone was switching between Wi-Fi and 911. So I almost just started calling out for the neighbors, but eventually it went through.
Okay. So you had some difficulty connecting, but eventually you connected to the 911 operator?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you stay on the phone with them while they were sending people to respond?
Yeah.
Okay. While you're on the phone with 911, are they asking you questions and you're responding with information about her condition?
Yeah.
And if you could just look at the screen here, is this the model of the first floor of your home?
Yes.
Okay. And so we have here the sliding glass doors. Where would the basement door be in this model?
Directly below the stairs.
So now that it's flipped around, is this the door to the basement right here?
Yeah.
For the record, that's the door across from the downstairs bathroom.
Yeah.
And then, how long approximately, and I know you weren't looking at your watch or anything like that, but can you estimate for us how long it took for first responders to arrive?
4 or 5 minutes.
Okay. And during that time, are you continuing to try to talk to Lindsay?
Yeah.
Is she responding?
She was in and out of consciousness.
Okay. Was she breathing on her own?
I believe so.
Okay. And you're communicating information to the 911 operators, and are they giving you, advice on how to deal with the situation as it progresses?
Yeah.
Okay. Once emergency personnel arrive, what do?
I immediately got up and ran to the basement.
Okay. And do you still have the phone on you? You're still on the 911 call?
Yeah, I didn't realize it at the time, but I did.
Okay. And have you look at this model here on the screen. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the setup of your basement?
Yeah.
Okay. If you can just describe the rooms for us, what the purpose of each room was.
So the room in the back left was my office. The room with the black rubber mat is the gym. And then there's the living room to the right of that. And then the back right is just an area of the living room. And then there's a bathroom next to that.
So when you come down those stairs that night, which direction did you go?
I immediately went left.
And when you went left, what did you see?
I saw Cora.
And how did she look?
She had a band around her neck.
And was that an exercise band?
Yeah.
And do you recall whether she was, what position she was in, whether face up or face down?
She's face down.
And when you saw her in that condition, what did you do?
I immediately ran over and tried to take the band off.
Were you able to get the band off?
Yeah.
And do you recall how you got the band off?
I think I untied it.
And when you say untied it, was it in a knot that you had to, put everything down and unknot it, or how was it tied?
I'm not sure I fully remember.
Do you recall describing it previously as when you initially tie your shoes, but then don't do the bow?
Yeah, that sounds right.
And was she responsive?
No,
And what did you see or do next?
I saw Callan.
And where was he?
He was next to her.
And how did he appear?
He had a band around his neck.
Sorry?
He had a band around his neck.
And did you remove that as well?
Yeah,
And do you recall what position he was in?
same as Cora.
And looking at the model here, if you could just tell us, where was Cora?
The left of the couch.
So would that be this area here that I'm pointing to in between the bureau and the couch?
Yeah,
And where was Callan?
to her left.
So would that be more over here towards the chair and the bureau?
Yeah.
After you removed the band from Callan's neck, what did you do next?
I tried to find Dawson.
And where did you go?
I looked in the bathroom and on the other side of the couch. And then I went to the other side of the basement and he was in my office.
And when you saw Dawson, what condition was he in?
I knew he was gone.
And did he also have a band around his neck?
Yeah.
And did you remove that band?
Yeah.
And looking at the office here, where was he located within the office?
Just to the left of the door when you went in.
Just in this area here, right inside the door?
Yeah.
So we may approach briefly.
Yeah, please.
Okay, so part of the reason why I wanted to watch some of this, you guys, is because it answers a lot of questions. Whenever he was the very first witness to be called in this case, and this is the father of the children who was murdered by their mother. And a lot of the testimony didn't make sense to me. I'm going to stop it right here just a second. A lot of the testimony, we've only got just, as you can see, just a few seconds more left of this, and then we'll end it for the day. It didn't make sense until they started calling more and more people. One of the things I couldn't understand was he explained how Cora and Callan were both, in that part of the basement together. They were both face down with a cord around their neck. And then when it came to Dawson was on the other side of the stairwell in the office part. And when asked how he appeared, he struggled for a minute and then he just said, I knew he was gone, instead of saying, he was on his stomach and that. So then when one of the first responders got there, he asked him to stay with Lindsay, and he ran down and he found his children and he untied their necks. What I didn't know until just now was that he actually untied Dawson, who is the middle child. He was 3. I didn't think he did because remember that first responder was outside with Lindsay, the mother, and they asked her why she went in the house, and the lady said, because we had an officer scream or up the stairwell, we need help or something like that. Someone's hanging. So I thought
he needed assistance. Yeah, needed help with it. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, so now he's telling us he untied all 3 of them, or he untied their necks. Well, if he had untied Dawson, then he still wouldn't be hanging. But yet, one of the first responders that was down there called up through the stairs and yelled for assistance because somebody was hanging still. So he could only be, unless he ran back in there with Dawson and was untying him, and the first responder saw him and then called up for help. I don't know, but there's a lot, just listening to his testimony now, I can put it together in my mind as to how it happened. And I think of course, not everybody is here every day, including myself. Maggie has been the only one that I know of for sure. Maybe some people in chat that has been here every day. I've had appointments, and so I've missed quite a bit. And then when you're chatting in the chat, you end up missing a lot too. So now it makes more sense to me. All right, let's finish this up. It's only a few actually, we've got 5 minutes left to go. So let's go ahead and finish this up, and then we'll take this one down for the day.
Now, after finding Dawson and taking off the band, what happened next?
I think I was back and forth. I think I went to try to help Cora.
Did you try to give her CPR?
Yeah.
At some point in time, do the first responders make their way down to the basement?
Yeah.
And do they take over care of the children?
Yeah.
Where do you go?
They sent me upstairs.
Okay. And at this point, Your Honor, I'd move to submit the 911 call as the next exhibit.
That may be allowed pursuant to the earlier order.
All right, guys, that was part of the stipulation that went through right before trial started, was that he the dad, Patrick, he put an order before the court and asked that the 911 call not be played for us, that only the people inside the courtroom could hear it, and that no pictures of his children's autopsies or the way that they were found.
Dawson and Callan removed from the home and taken to a hospital.
Yeah.
Was that Beth Israel Deaconess in Plymouth?
Yeah.
Did you also go to that location?
Yeah.
And at the hospital, were you able to see your children?
Yeah.
And was Callan then transported to Children's Hospital?
Yeah.
Did anyone ever tell you not to leave your kids alone with Lindsay?
No.
In January of 2023, did Lindsay ever tell you that she wanted to harm your children?
No.
Did she ever tell you she was going to kill your children?
No.
Did you receive, a few days after this happened, did you receive a phone call from the defendant while she was at Brigham and Women's Hospital?
I think it was like a week or so after, yeah.
And what did the defendant say at that time about what had happened with the children?
She didn't talk about our kids. She talked about what she went through.
And what did she say about what she went through?
She said she heard a man's voice telling her that if she didn't do it now, she would lose her chance or something like that.
And did she also tell you that she had had a moment of psychosis?
I don't recall.
Did she mention the children at all during that call?
I don't think so. I mean, not directly.
Had she ever mentioned psychosis to you before?
No, I didn't know what psychosis was until after this happened.
Did she ever tell you she was hearing a man's voice before?
No.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
I have no further questions for this witness.
All right.
I just have exhibits
All
after.
right. Counsel, can I see just briefly, sidebar?
All right, guys, we're going to stop it right there. It's been a long day, especially for Maggie and those of you that have been here all day. Thank you so much. I want to give Maggie a chance because she's in the UK, you guys. She needs to go on to bed. So I'm going to give her a chance to say goodnight, and then I will wrap this up for us.
Oh, yeah, okay, everyone. Thanks for being here with us today. Another good day, but still very confusing. I just wouldn't want to be a juror, but you know what? Let's see what tomorrow brings, and let's hear what we're going to learn. I mean, like you say, there's no winners in this, but it's just so sad. Thanks anyway. I'm going to say good night to people in the UK. Good day to you guys everywhere else. And I'll speak to you and see you all tomorrow. You too, Leonie. Love you all the world.
Love you too, Max.
I'm going to give you a little call when you leave the live, if that's
Okay.
okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Okay. See you all soon. Bye, love. Bye.
Bye, Max. Love you. Tra, tra, tra.
Tra, tra, tra.
All right. Well, listen, there's so much more I could say even about that now, but I think we are Patrick and Lindsay out for the day. Those poor babies. And I don't even know what else to say to that other than those poor babies. And that's why it's important that we put this out there, you guys. If it saves just one kid's life, then it's worth it. And then who knows, maybe in 5 years somebody will find a courting Delaney and be like, what was the Lindsay Clancy case about? Let me look at it. And it might be a girl who's facing some things that, and maybe it'll help. I don't know why we do the things that we do or why we're interested in things that we're interested in, or we just are. But anyways, I appreciate all of you guys so much. We will be back in the morning, 9 a.m. Central. No, I don't even know where I'm at, y'all. 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We will be back. And we just appreciate the help. We appreciate the support. We appreciate the chat. You guys are amazing to us. And we are so grateful for you guys. Y'all be good or be good at it. If you can't be good at it, listen, take some pictures and send it to me so I can have a good laugh, have some content, because I'll put you up on the screen. All right, guys, we'll see you next time. Y'all be good. Bye.
Big heart.